Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Second sleeve Shiryuki? That can't be right, can it? Hearing her daughter mention Sodi no Shiryuki, Yuri Inamitsu frowned and shook his head. Clearly, Shoko hadn't finished reading the entire article. He gently turned the newspaper and pointed to a different section. The Zampukuto's name is King Mushi. It's clearly not Sodi no Shiryuki. They're entirely different weapons. He tapped the page with a finger, expression serious. This suggests one thing. Another wielder of 6 eyes within the Gojo family, Gojo Ming, may truly have the ability to forge cursed tools with unique properties. Yuri Inamitsu sighed, glancing at his daughter. Shoko, once Master Gojo Ming completes his 3rd Zanpakutō, I want you to visit the Gojo estate more often. 3 swords. The first might have been luck, perhaps a fluke. The second may be a coincidence. But if Gojo Ming succeeds in forging a 3rd Zanpakutō, then even someone with a rare reverse curse technique like Shoko would begin to look less exceptional in comparison. Huh. Oh, okay, father. I'll visit the Gojo family more often then. At her age, Shoko didn't quite grasp the significance. She was just thinking about the sweet treats served at the Gojo residence and the 2 boys with 6 eyes she played with. To a child, even a miraculous pair of 6 eyes wasn't quite as compelling as the promise of good snacks. Meanwhile, at the Okatsu residence, Ming's about to steal the spotlight again. Reading the same article, Okatsu leaned back with a quiet chuckle. His gaze lingered on the page, where Gojo Ming's name was mentioned beside the term pseudo-6 eyes. It started to look like Gojo Ming might outshine even Satoru, the true bearer of 6 eyes. A soft smile touched his lips. The thought wasn't jealousy, it was excitement. Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming, could he one day stand on equal footing with them? He extended his right hand. Raw, potent, cursed energy pulsed in his palm. He could feel it clearly, his own growth. But what about those Zanpakutō? Could I get one too? He spoke softly, half joking, half hopeful. We're all friends. That kind of treasure should stay within the circle. Right? The sunlight warmed his face, and for a moment, Okatsu allowed himself to dream. In the Zenin household, the room was silent, filled with kneeling clan members as the family patriarch, his voice raspy with age and irritation, addressed them. You've all read the newspaper, haven't you? Yes, father, Zenin Fan and Zenin GB responded in unison, their expressions tense. Everyone understood why they had been summoned. I used to think Gojo Ming's lack of cursed energy was divine justice, that the 6 eyes twins were an unnatural mistake. The old man paused, his eyes narrowing. But now I see, God still favors the Gojo family. He tapped his cane against the floor. Even without cursed energy, Gojo Ming has exhibited disturbing potential. That Zanpakutō of his, our Zenin family must obtain one to study it. He snorted. I refuse to believe that only he can craft such a weapon. He's a 6-year-old child. Even with 6 eyes, such talent is unnatural. He leaned forward slightly, voice sharp. If this is all real, then Gojo Ming's strategic value already surpasses that of Gojo Satoru. The clan members bowed their heads, silent. Zenin Shan had personally met Gojo Ming once before, yet like many in the clan, he had dismissed the boy, blinded by his own devotion to cursed energy and technique. Even now, he couldn't comprehend what the fuss was about. Beside him, Zenin Aobi was deep in thought. He knew his family wasn't stirred by Gojo Shinichi's promotion to Grade 1 sorcerer. They were focused entirely on the Zampudo and on Gojo Ming. The patriarch's gaze shifted to his sons. Shan, GB, raise your vision. View this not as individuals, but as heirs to a family that must compete with the Gojo and Kamo clans. The Gojo clan is currently dominant. They have 6 eyes. Gojo Satoru is undoubtedly the strongest of his generation. But strength alone isn't everything. The Gojo clan's depth, their potential, is the threat. He waved dismissively. As for the Kamo family, they're a dying breed. Red blood manipulation will soon be history. Don't waste your attention on them. He looked directly at Zenin Shan. You've met Gojo Ming before. Tell us what you saw. Your opinion holds weight here. Zenin Shan's chest tightened. He hadn't expected his father to value Gojo Ming enough to request an assessment. Didn't the old man share his disdain for non-sorcerers? But as the silence dragged on and he hesitated, the old man let out a dry, scornful laugh. Look at this, Jibi. Your brother is so full of himself. He didn't even bother observing the boy properly. He assumed my beliefs were identical to his. Zenin Shan stiffened. Father, I didn't mean. Didn't mean a what? Underestimate him? Compare him to Shur? Shur never had 6 eyes. The patriarch turned to Zenin Jibi. You haven't met the boy, but you've read the reports. What's your impression? Jibi furrowed his brow. Technically, Gojo Ming is like Shur, no cursed energy. But the 6 eyes make him something else entirely. I even suspect that Gojo Ming's ability to forge a cursed tool like the Zampudo is intrinsically linked to his 6 eyes, Zenin Naobi said calmly. Although is referred to as pseudo-6 eyes within the Gojo family, the truth is, he and Satoru are twins. There should be no real difference in their ocular abilities. He looked around the room, voice steady. This implies that Gojo Ming's heavenly restriction and 6 eyes combination may unlock a potential we can't yet quantify. And because of those eyes alone, we mustn't overlook him. The patriarch of the Zenin clan slowly nodded in approval, visibly impressed by Naobi's insight. Zenin Shan, watching from the side, clenched his fists. Bitterness welled up in his heart. The hypocrisy, he thought. I follow the family's doctrine to the letter, and yet it's always the direct bloodline that gets praised. Why was it that his thoughts were dismissed while Naobi's were met with admiration? The clan head's favoritism was clear, and it stung. But while Shan brooded, the old man's gaze didn't waver. Naobi continued. Yes, patriarch. Naobi inclined his head respectfully. If we want to secure a Zampudo for ourselves, there's a path. Jiner has built a strong relationship with Gojo Ming. We can approach Ming through her. He paused for emphasis. As fellow carriers of heavenly restriction, Shur and Gojo Ming likely share a unique understanding. In fact, it's possible that Gojo Ming's previous duel with Shinsuke wasn't about hatred, but about defending Shur's dignity. Naobi's eyes sharpened. When we visited the Gojo estate, Gojo Ming approached Shur first. He was the one who sought friendship. The old man tapped his cane against the floor, the corners of his mouth lifting in subtle approval. I never imagined that someone as useless as Shur could serve a greater purpose, he murmured. Then he turned his eyes towards Zenin Shan. Shinsuke's defeat at the hands of Gojo Ming. It means that the combat effectiveness of that child's Zampudo is comparable to that of a grade 1 sorcerer. With Shinsuke's pride, this won't sit well. Watch him closely. If resentment festers, it may manifest as an inner demon. The patriarch leaned back into his chair and closed his eyes, his voice fading but firm. Naobi, I'm entrusting the acquisition of the Zampudo to you. This cannot remain an exclusive power of the Gojo family. Zenin Shan and Naobi both bowed in silent acknowledgement. Naobi opened his mouth to speak again, but when he saw the patriarch had shut his eyes, he chose silence instead. Sure, could he truly be useful to Gojo Ming? Naobi wondered privately. He had also caught wind of the duel between Gojo Ming and Shur. It wasn't just spectacle. It hinted at something deeper. Maybe Shur, as another heavenly restriction bearer, wasn't as weak as everyone believed. Still, this wasn't the time to argue. Elsewhere in the Zenin estate, Zenin Shinsuk sat alone, the newspaper trembling in his grip. His expression was a mixture of disbelief and rage. No one, neither the clan head, nor Shan, nor Naobi, had spoken about Gojo Shinichi, the official focus of the article. All eyes had turned instead to the forger of his Zampudo, Gojo Ming. That damn Gojo Ming. He forged another Zampudo. His voice cracked with fury. How? He has no cursed energy. Just because he shares 6 eyes with Satoru, does he really think he's special? His grip tightened around the sword resting at his side. His hands were pale, knuckles white. He still remembered the helplessness of being frozen by Sodi no Shiryuki, aware of everything around him, yet paralyzed. If his uncle hadn't intervened, he might have died at the hands of that 6-year-old boy. Shinsuke swung his sword with reckless intensity, trying to vent the humiliation that haunted him. Then, as the snow outside the window began to fall, he muttered softly, "If I had a Zanpakutō, would I be stronger too? Would I finally be worthy of avenging my father?" At the Gojo estate, Gojo Xiang Yin read the newspaper with a deep frown. He hadn't expected the promotion mission, originally designed to suppress Gojo Shinichi, to backfire so spectacularly. Not only had it failed, but Shinichi had leveraged it to elevate Gojo Ming's reputation. Though Xiang Yin disapproved of Shinichi's factional resistance, he had never intended to eliminate him. "Shinichi, why are you doing this?" he muttered. "Why expose King Mushi and the existence of the Zampudo? Do you really think the Gojo family's internal issues matter more than the external threat this revelation brings?" He shook his head in disapproval. This article, no doubt leaked with Shinichi's influence, was a political move. But in doing so, Shinichi had made a critical mistake. He underestimated how the world would react. Before this, Gojo Ming was dismissed as a harmless anomaly. Now, he was publicly recognized as the creator of a new class of cursed tools. The strategic threat he posed had just escalated significantly. Reckless, short-sighted. Xiang Yin sighed, folding the paper carefully. In recent days, he had taken over several key responsibilities from the aging clan head. That power shift had been quiet but decisive. And now, even with the attention surrounding Gojo Ming's latest work, the tide had already turned. Gojo Ming, Zampudo, 6 eyes. The future of the Gojo family may rest on his shoulders after all. If Shinichi insists on pushing him forward, then so be it. On the other side, the master bedroom of Gojo's house. The old man was reading the newspaper leisurely at this time. He was very satisfied with the news that Gojo Shuni was successfully promoted to the first-level Jujutsu master. At the same time, Shuni's support for Gojo Ming also made him feel a great contrast. After all, in the eyes of the old man, Gojo Shuni is still the veteran of the twin curse faction, who once had a conflict with Gojo Ming over the cursed tool. A Ming, you can't hide now even if you want to. Once your information is exposed in an instant, don't think about ignoring everything like before. Since Xiang Yin has begun to take over the family, everything should be in compliance with your wishes. I just wonder when Xiang Yin will realize that everything he did in the end was actually just helping you make your wedding dress. A smile appeared on the old man's face, covered with wrinkles and age spots. Although he had been treated by Yuri Inamitsu before, his lifespan was almost exhausted, and he might not be able to survive until the end of the year. However, after discovering a person like Gojo Ming before his life was over, the old man was filled with satisfaction. He believed that after he left, the Gojo family, under the leadership of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming, would develop even better than he did now. Ming, I look forward to how exciting your future will be. Cursed Tool Teachers Association. Cursed Tool Masters Takeda Hirai and Yosuke got a look at each other and handed the newspapers in their hands to the Grand Master Kamo Shin beside them. President, Gojo Ming has successfully forged the second Zampudo. Their expressions were full of bitterness. As masters of Cursed Tool, they never expected that at the age of 60 or 70, they would be overtaken by a 6-year-old child. Judging from this situation, Gojo Ming is enough to be shortlisted as a Cursed Tool Grandmaster with these 2 weird new Cursed Tool Zampudo. However, for the Cursed Tool Masters Association, is such a young Cursed Tool Master really a good thing? As the president of the Cursed Tool Teachers Association, Kamo held the newspaper in his real hand, his veins tensed one by one. Although he looks very calm on the surface, anyone with a discerning eye can feel Kamo's real excitement. After a while, Kamo really spoke. We should congratulate. Through Gojo Shinichi's promotion, the entire jujitsu world should pay more attention to Cursed Tool. Kamo-jun's reaction was very special, which shocked both Yosuke Gata and Takeda Hirai. What's the situation? The president actually congratulates Gojo Ming? Wasn't the previous president very resistant to cursed tools like Zampudo? Does it mean that our Cursed Tool Masters Association will also include Gojo Ming? I wonder if we can forge this Zampudo? If Gojo Ming can hand over the forging method of Zampudo, he may not be able to join our Cursed Tool Masters Association. As the president of the Kamo family, this shouldn't be a difficult task, right? Since Cursed Tool was forged, it is logical to become a member of the Cursed Tool Masters Association and contribute to the association, right? Because Kamo really showed no objection, other members of the Cursed Tool Association also had other ideas. After all, the Gojo family is not someone to be trifled with. If they really deliberately try to make things difficult for Gojo Ming, the Cursed Tool Masters Association may not get any good results. And feeling the undercurrent surging within the entire Cursed Tool Masters Association members, Kamo was really filled with gloom. The Kamo family, which gave birth to the most evil jujitsu masters, has already been shown to be the sorcerer family with the most bottomless lines in the entire jujitsu world. Now that he is the president of the Cursed Tool Masters Association, there seems to be nothing wrong with implementing the Kamo family's principles, right? The Kamo family is a family that practices red blood. Only blood can nourish the healthy growth of the family. Thinking of this, Grandmaster Kamo's eyes flashed with a cold light. If Gojo Ming can really make Zampudo become a normal curse tool, then the entire curse tool forging world will be subverted. As the king of the cursed tool forging world, how could he allow himself to be provoked by a mere 6-year-old like Gojo Ming? Gojo's house, the forge. Neru, Shuani has successfully been promoted to the first level of Jujutsu Master. After Gojo Satoru learned the news, he immediately came to Gojo Ming's place. Although Gojo Shinichi is no longer Gojo Satoru's bodyguard, Gojo Satoru is still very happy to hear the news. However, what surprised him was that Gojo Ming's expression was extremely calm, as if he had already known the result. So, a Ming is so confident in his Zampudo because of the existence of Qing Chong. A Ming is sure that Shuani can be promoted? But that's right, Qing Chong's power is so powerful, it's natural for a Ming to have this confidence. Gojo Satoru thought about Gojo's confident look and felt that this mature posture seemed a bit handsome. However, what he didn't know was that Gojo Ming was not confident at all. Gojo Ming is so calm just because he personally participated in Gojo Shuni's promotion, witnessed with his own eyes Gojo Shuni use clear insects to repel the special curse spirit, and completed the promotion assessment. Then let's wait for Uncle Shun to come back. Well, Satoru, why don't you go to the Cursed Tool room with me to see if there is any suitable curse tool that can be used for forging? Now that the insect cleaning incident has been exposed, Gojo Ming feels that he won't encounter too many obstacles when he goes to the Cursed Tool room this time. Right? Oh, a Ming, it seems you have found a way now. Gojo Satoru's eyes flashed with light, and then he cheered up. Next, Ming should help me forge that awesome Zampudo, right? Really been waiting. Zampudo, I want a Zampudo, like Sodi Shiryuki. Imagining what a Zampudo would look like, Gojo Satoru was already humming happily. Gojo Ming on the side looked at his cheap brother, who had begun to show his enlightenment in the world, with a very helpless expression. Gojo Satoru hasn't even touched the Zampudo yet, so why are you so happy now? Doesn't this put more pressure on yourself? Haha, if you want to forge the corresponding Zampudo, you must at least find a cursed tool that matches the characteristics of a Zampudo. Satoru, whether your Zampudo can take shape depends on the remaining curse tools in the family curse tool room. Gojo Neru ignored the imaginary Gojo Satoru and turned around to leave the forge with Sodi Shiryuki. Feeling Gojo Ming's departure, Gojo Satoru also hurriedly followed. He wanted to participate in the birth of his Zampudo. And all this starts with choosing Cursed Tool. On the way to the Cursed Tool room, Gojo Ming could clearly feel the changes in the eyes of the tribesmen around him. In the past, there was only indifference in the eyes of these people, but today, traces of suspicion began to appear in this indifference. Obviously, the clansmen also knew about the Zampudo, Kayamizu. Some people will even take the initiative to get out of the way when they encounter them. However, many people still have doubts. After all, a 6-year-old child successfully forged a Zampudo after a month of continuous failure, but there were no special rumors. This kind of thing seems a bit strange no matter how it happens. However, this time, no one stopped him and Gojo Satoru from entering the cursed tool room. At this moment, everyone in the Gojo family wants to know whether Gojo Ming can forge a Zampudo again. Again and again. When Gojo Ming's third Zampudo is forged successfully, then all this means that the Zampudo is not a flash in the pan. This means that Gojo Neru really has the power to change the entire Gojo family. At the same time, Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru went to find the cursed tool. Zenin looked at the sudden visitor to Zenin, his eyes full of indifference and boredom. He doesn't care much about the entire Zenin family's upper echelons. To him, this family is just a dispensable existence. The Zenin people, who ranked among the top 3 in the entire family, appeared here. Zenin was not even interested in knowing the reason for the arrival of the people. The future tyrant of heaven and earth now just wants to see if there is the cursed tool that Gojo Ming needs in the cursed tool room at Zenin's house. Sure, I want to get to know Gojo Ming with you. The name Zenin's direct neighbor mentioned made Zenin's body shape suddenly become firmer as he prepared to leave. The future tyrant of heaven and earth turned his head, narrowed his eyes, and stared at Zenin, waiting for his next words. The Zenin family is starting to keep an eye on Gojo Ming. It seems that the Zenin family must have known about the insect purge. Zenin didn't know what happened to Gojo Shinichi. He had no magic power and was not a jujutsu master, and he was not qualified to get the newspapers distributed by the association. However, Zenin was still very keen to guess the reason from the unusual behavior of the Zenin people. Will the Zenin family pay attention to another person who has no magic power? There is no doubt that they will only focus on Gojo Naruna's ability to forge Zampudo. I heard that you have become very close to Mr. Ming from the Gojo family in the past month. Zenin directly walked into Zenin's house and handed the association newspaper in his hand to Zenin. It's not bad. After all, they are 2 useless people with no magic power. It's normal for them to have some resonance. Zenin said something sarcastic, took the newspaper, and glanced at it casually. The news about insect removal in the newspaper also confirmed his inner suspicion. Why? The Zenin family is also interested in Master Ming. He raised his eyebrows and leaned against the wall casually, holding a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at the Zenin people and guessed the real purpose of the Zenin people to inquire about Gojo Ming. When Zenin heard this, he did not hide it and nodded directly. He turned his head and looked at his nephew seriously, and said in a deep voice, "A cursed tool like the Zampudo has never appeared before. If this cursed tool can really become a system, it will subvert the entire cursed tool world in the future. So, the head of the family is very concerned about this matter. Sean and I are also very concerned about this matter. We came to you this time just to confirm with you. Has Gojo Neru really forged the second Zampudo?" Zenin's direct gaze met with Zenin's lazy eyes. The association newspaper only talked about the power of the Zampudo Kayamizu, but it did not mention the forger of the Zampudo. Although everyone knew that this Zampudo should be forged by Gojo Ming, he still wanted to get a positive response from Zenin. After all, Zenin's answer determines the Zenin family's future plans. In this regard, Zenin did not hide anything for Gojo Ming. Facing the direct inquiry, he nodded. King Mushi was indeed forged by Gojo Ming. I watched the whole process of this Zampudo. So, if the Zenin family is going to take action, they should hurry up. Gojo Ming is not a waste. If Gojo Neru and Gojo Satoru really grow up, the Zenin family will be crushed, right? With all the crooked things in the family right now, I really don't see any hope of being able to compete with the Gojo family. Zenin stretched himself out and commented freely on the future of the Zenin family in front of Zenin's immediate neighbors. He originally didn't care at all about what this family would become, but now it feels quite good to verbally comment on it in front of the family senior leaders. However, what surprised Zenin was that the Zenin people did not refute him or blame him for his behavior. Instead, he fell into a brief silence. Sure, as you said, currently there is no one among the younger generation of the family who can compete with the son of God's 6 eyes. Zenin sighed. Such a straightforward admission surprised Zenin. Are the proud Zenin family willing to face reality? Have you faced up to the fact that Zenin's family skills are inferior to others? Sensing something strange about Zenin, Zenin raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a chuckle, "Others in the younger generation of the family may not be as good as 6 eyes of the Gojo family, but what about you? Seriously, are you weaker than them?" Zenin's words once again silenced the entire room. After a few seconds, Zenin raised his eyebrows, touched the scar at the corner of his mouth, and chuckled. "Me? I'm a loser without any magic power." A hint of amusement appeared on Zenin's face. He found that, because of Gojo Ming's appearance, the entire family seemed to have undergone some changes. Why do Zenin people still pay attention to themselves? Sure, I know how powerful you are. Heavenly restriction is not that useless. I'm also going to explain your situation to the head of the family. In the future, you'll be the mainstay of the entire family. Zenin's immediate neighbors patted Zenin Shinsuk's shoulder like an elder, and his eyes showed how much he valued Zenin Shinsuk. Then he continued, "As for Gojo Ming, Gojo Satoru, the son of 6 eyes god, the Zenin family did not intervene, and we will not do anything to Gojo Ming. It's just that the Zenin family also wants to get a Zampudo from Gojo Naruto. However, some unpleasant things happened between Shinsuke and Gojo Naruto before. So, I hope you, sure, can help the family and help the family obtain a Zampudo for research. This is a task assigned to you by the family, sure." Zenin Home, Cursed Tool Interior. The task assigned to me? It saves me the energy of sneaking into the cursed tool room. Haha, the family's going to take me seriously? It's a bit funny. Zenin's family, Gojo's family, Kamo's family. The big 3 sorcerer families in the Jujutsu world are just corrupt existences. Why do they think they are important? For the honor of the family? For the development of the family? Does this have anything to do with me? However, using this mission to select cursed tools openly will save me a lot of trouble. I can save more energy to find a cursed tool that meets the requirements for Master Ming. Zenin put his hands in the sleeves of his kimono and leisurely visited the cursed tool room of Zenin's house. The Zenin family is indeed the big 3 sorcerer families, with many grades of cursed tools displayed throughout the cursed tool room. Even though it is a premium curse tool, there are several pieces displayed throughout the cursed tool room. Walking past each special grade cursed tool, Zenin shook his head. Unfortunately, the requirements mentioned by Gojo Naru are not met. Otherwise, it would be a good idea to give him a special grade curse tool and see if the quality of the cursed tool affects the strength of his Zampudo. Zenin thought wickedly while continuing to look for a cursed tool that met the requirements. The next second, he was attracted by a sword in the corner. "Ming, there's so many cursed tools out there. Don't you like any of them?" Watching Gojo Naruto leave the cursed tool room empty-handed, Gojo Satoru's face was filled with disappointment. He followed Gojo Ming into the cursed tool room with great hope, looking forward to his future Zampudo. Now, Gojo Ming is empty-handed, which seems to mean that it will be some time before his Zampudo is released. "Satoru, the forging of the Zampudo is not based on my mood." Gojo Ming's expression was very helpless. Being stared at so resentfully by the future strongest jujutsu master, he felt something was wrong. There is no curse tool that matches the characteristics of that Zampudo. Using it forcefully is just a waste of materials. It's okay. It doesn't matter if there's nothing here. I asked Shiryuki to help find it. Maybe he'll get something there too. Gojo Ming comforted Gojo Satoru. After all, the Zampudo is not a bad thing. How can it be so easy to forge? Good things come in hard times. Satoru, just wait a little longer. In other words, do you also want a Zanpakutō like Kayamiji? Are you willing to accept a Zanpakutō that doesn't meet your requirements? Gojo Naruto looked up at Gojo Satoru and gave him an option. If it were not the Zanpakutō in my heart, other Zanpakutō with weaker abilities would be easier to forge, and the requirements for the cursed tool would not be too strict. However, even if Gojo Satoru is allowed to use the 2 ordinary Zanpakutō, he will not be able to overcome this hurdle. Moreover, a Zanpakutō that is too ordinary may not make Gojo Satoru interested in Hakkai and Swastika. Better say goodbye. Gojo Satoru heard this and quickly shook his head. What he wanted was a special Zanpakutō like Sodi Shiryuki, but he didn't want his Zanpakutō to be as plain as Kayamizu. For the sake of his Zanpakutō, he would rather wait a little longer. So, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Gojo Nara felt funny for a while. Sure enough, he was still the same Gojo Satoru who had an out-of-character personality. However, the future number 1 Jujutsu master should indeed have a Zanpakutō worthy of his status. The next day, Forge House. Gojo Satoru watched Gojo Xiang Yin perform the initial explanation of the insect, and the conversation he had with Gojo Ming yesterday came to mind. Sure enough, I still don't like Ching Chong's appearance, it's too plain. Aiming, you can't forge such a Zanpakutō for me. After Gojo Xiang Yin completed various promotion matters, he finally returned to the Gojo family's mansion. At this time, he was already a first-level Jujutsu master, one of the highest-level people in the entire Gojo family. The right to speak in the Gojo family has also been unprecedentedly improved. However, even such a first-level Jujutsu master was still respectful and without any pride in front of Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru. Master Ming, Master Wu, this is the beginning of Qing Chong. There are 2 techniques. One is the insect clearing type 1, which has a hypnotic effect and can be used as an assist. The other is the insect clearing type 2, which is extremely powerful and has miraculous effects when used in battle. In this battle with the special grade Curse Spirit, it was precisely because of the threat of Qingchong 2 that the special grade Curse Spirit was temporarily repelled. Having said this, Gojo glanced at Gojo Ming with a flash of gratitude. Master Naru, fortunately you allowed me to carry Qingchong with me at that time. If it were not for Qingchong, I am afraid that both myself and the first-level Jujutsu master of the Yagyu family, Yagyu Shuji, would have died in this mission. Hideji also specifically told me that when he recovers, he will definitely come to thank him in person. Looking at the 2 identical sons of 6 eyes in front of him, Gojo Shinichi felt really lucky to survive the disaster. He really couldn't imagine what kind of end he would end up in without Qingchong accompanying him. Very good, Xiang. As a first-level Jujutsu master, the head of the family will probably not let you watch the front door. From now on, you will be considered a very important figure in the family. Remember to support me and Ming in the future. Gojo Satoru teased. Gojo was instantly promoted to 1 level of power, and Gojo Ming's voice in the family became more powerful. This is very meaningful for changing the family's view of his younger brother in the future. Master Wu, I will protect you and Master Ming. Gojo nodded firmly. Although he is now a first-level Jujutsu master, he still knows who his power comes from. On the side, Gojo Ming silently observed Gojo Xiang Yin and Qingchong for a long time, and finally asked, Uncle Shun, what's your current situation with Qingchong? Gojo Xiang Yin can be regarded as an experimenter here at Gojo Ming. As the first person to borrow a Zanpakutō sword besides himself, he is very curious about the relationship between Gojo Xiang Yin and King Mushi. Therefore, he had to obtain a lot of data from Gojo Shinichi. Well, Master Ming, Qingchong talked to me before. After that, I was able to sense Qingchong's existence. But I don't know why, no matter how I called Qingchong didn't seem to make a sound again. Gojo Xiang Yin spoke out the situation he encountered without reservation. When Gojo Ming heard this, he suddenly became ashamed. The person talking to you is me, not the Qingchong. If you call it, it will definitely not be able to respond to you. Gojo Ming laughed and brushed off the matter. At the same time, he also got some desired information from Gojo Shuni. While Gojo Ming finished recording, there was a sudden knock on the door of the forging house. "Hey, is everyone here?" "There are quite a few people here." Zenon's lazy voice reached everyone's ears. Hearing these words, Gojo Satoru didn't even raise his head, still thinking about what his future Zampudo would look like. Gojo looked at Zenin for a moment, and his expression was very solemn. After this battle with the special grade Curse Spirit, he became more compatible with Qin Chong and made a new breakthrough in his perception of the outside world. Before, he only vaguely felt that Zenin was very strong and a great threat to him. However, he never expected that after he broke through, the threat Zenin sure gave him would become even stronger. Gojo's expression changed slightly. Why does this carrier of heavenly restriction, who has no magic power, bring such great pressure to me, a first-level jujutsu master? Could it be that Master Ming already knew the special nature of Zenin before, so he was so proactive and deliberately made friends with her? Seeing Gojo Shuni staring at him, Zenin shrugged indifferently. "Hey, congratulations on being promoted to the first level. This incident is quite sensational. Even I, a loser with no magic powers in the Zenin family, have heard about it." Zenin teased, not caring about Gojo Shuni's eyes on him, and turned to look at Gojo Ming. At the same time, Gojo Ming was also looking at Zenin Shiryuki. He did not pay attention to Zenin Shiryuki's words. All his attention was focused on the stick wrapped in white cloth in Zenin Shiryuki's hand. "We haven't seen each other for 2 days, and you're greeting me like this? Master Gojo Ming, is this the way Gojo's 6 Eyes treats guests?" Zenin crossed his arms and placed the cursed tool diagonally on his chest, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Facing this scene, Gojo Ming's face remained calm, but his eyes were full of passion. Does he know that this tyrant of heaven and earth is not a person who likes to show off? Now that Zenin is here with Cursed Tool, it means that Zenin has found a special curse tool that meets his needs. "Okay, give me the stuff and I'll check it first. As for our previous transactions, I will also put them on the agenda." Gojo Ming naturally guessed that Zenin's subtext was to hurry up and forge his Zampudo. Gojo Ming is also very straightforward, so he goes straight to the point. In response, Zenin nodded with satisfaction and threw the Cursed Tool to Gojo Ming. "I also found a curse tool that matches your request in the Zenin family's library. However, there are several that meet your needs. After you finish forging this Zampudo, take the time to go to Zenin with me. Come home. That Zampudo that belongs to me, I don't want to treat it too casually. You can choose the suitable material by yourself." Zenin's words made Gojo tremble. As expected, the Zenin family has a very long history. There is no trace of any qualifying cursed tool in the Gojo family, but there are actually several in the Zenin family. However, it's normal. After all, what I was looking for could be regarded as the characteristics related to the Zenin family's strongest ancestral technique, so it seemed reasonable that the Zenin family would collect some. In response, Gojo Ming nodded and agreed. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi reacted suddenly. "You mentioned just now, forging Zampudo." The two people's eyes wandered back and forth between Zenin Shiryuki and Gojo Ming. They found that there seemed to be some little secrets between Zenin Shiryuki and Gojo Ming that they didn't know. Facing Gojo Satoru's doubts, Gojo Ming shook the cursed tool in his hand with a smirk on his face. "Yes, Satoru. You see, this cursed tool is the cursed tool that Shiryuki found for you. It's also the forging material that matches your Zampudo. How about it? Would you like to thank Shiryuki?" Although they have been together for more than a month, Gojo Ming can still vaguely feel the incompatibility between Gojo, Satoru, and Zenin. Although it is not obvious, Satoru is still very resistant to Zenin in some small details. And all this is not what Gojo Ming wants to see. If these two top combat powers in the world, which were rivals in the original world line, still have to fight against each other in this world line, then all this is not in line with Gojo Ming's original intention. Therefore, he must take the initiative to help expose what Zenin Shinsuk did. He hopes to bring Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinsuk closer together through this series of actions. Hearing Gojo Ming's clear instructions, Gojo Satoru's eyes flashed with surprise. He looked at Zenin Shinsuk, but he didn't expect that Gojo Ming's joke before. You will probably have to rely on Zenin Shinsuk for your Zampudo in the future. Actually came true. Thinking of the secret resistance in his heart before, Gojo Satoru suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He knew the reason for his inner resistance to Zenin. During this month of getting along, he could feel that his brother and Zenin got along very casually, and the relationship between the two was very harmonious. Perhaps both are carriers of heavenly restriction, so there is always a resonance between the two. In fact, the relationship between himself and Gojo Ming is somewhat unfamiliar. Gojo Ming himself may not feel it. However, Gojo Satoru knew that all this was because he absorbed Gojo Ming's spell, which caused Gojo Ming to be treated unfairly from the moment he was born. Originally, he thought that he would find a way to restore Gojo Ming's magic power. But now, through his own talent, Gojo has blazed another trail. Because of this, Gojo Satoru lost the opportunity to compensate Gojo Ming. Although he usually looked cheerful, Gojo Satoru still felt a little uncomfortable inside. This is indeed his problem, although he doesn't want to admit it. In fact, he knows that he is jealous. Now, seeing that the object of his jealousy had found Zampudo forging materials for him, he suddenly felt that he was a little too childish. Zenin didn't even do anything, and he was supporting his younger brother during this period of time. Perhaps you can really become a friend with Zenin. Just as this thought came to Gojo Satoru's mind, he heard Zenin said, "Gojo Kid is so troublesome. He insists on forging a Zampudo in front of me. I really want to kick him away. I haven't tried kicking Gojo's six-eye son yet." Zenin's words instantly filled Gojo Satoru's face with black lines. As expected, I still have trouble dealing with Zenin. This man is born to conflict with me. There are many cursed tools in the Zenin family's vault. If you can really forge a cursed tool for me that I can use easily, I might be able to help you find more in the future. Zenin's attention always stayed on Gojo Ming's body. He has no sense of belonging to the Zenin family and doesn't care at all what cursed tool is in the Zenin family's library. Gojo Ming smiled, but he didn't know that the Zampudo talisman he prepared for Zenin Shinsuk was not in line with Zenin Shinsuk's wishes. However, for most Jujutsu Kaisen fans, Zenin's exclusive cursed tool should still be Tennihoko, right? After all, that was the cursed tool that almost killed Gojo Satoru. I wonder if some of the original writers would feel a little uncomfortable seeing Zenin holding a Zampudo instead of Tennihoko. Gojo Ming solemnly closed the door of the forging house, and then it was time to forge the Zampudo again. This time, what is being forged is the Zampudo that will be lent to Gojo Satoru in the future. Gojo Ming must take it seriously this time. The sound of ding dong 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 kept ringing. The faces of all the people watching around the forge changed. Ever since Gojo announced the information about the insect purge, whether they were the family head, the elders, or the curse faction, they were all paying attention to Gojo's actions after Ming. Originally, they thought that Gojo Ming would not start forging a new Zampudo so quickly. However, no one expected that because of Zenin's arrival, Gojo Ming would start a new forging without any warning. No one thinks that Gojo Ming is just forging ordinary curse tools. The only thing that can be so valued by this forging house is the magical cursed tool called Zampudo. Gojo home. Gojo Xiang Yin frowned and looked at the news from the stalker, his eyes full of suspicion. Is Gojo Ming so energetic? Shouldn't he? Obviously, the first one is Shou by Shue. The second one is Qing Chong. There is a month between the two. No matter what, Gojo Ming shouldn't start forging so quickly. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Gojo Xiang Yin, who has initially grasped the rights of the Gojo family, is not willing to let his process of taking over the rights of the head of the family go wrong. Therefore, he was expecting news from the forging house that the Zampudo forging had failed. Most people in Gojo Xiang Yin's curse faction simply don't believe that Gojo Ming can forge the third Zampudo in such a short period of time. The main room. When the old man heard the news about Gojo turning on the stove, His eyes were filled with smiles. Ever since Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming went to Gojo's house's vault yesterday, he had already guessed that Gojo Ming was preparing a Zampudo for Gojo Satoru. Brothers, friends, and brothers respect each other. This is the way to revitalize the family. The Gojo family is truly honored to have the two six-eyes gods, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Neru. However, I didn't expect that the Gojo family's library could not provide the cursed tool that Neru wanted. Sure enough, we still didn't pay enough attention to things like cursed tool before. It seems that in the future, more resources will have to be allocated to Zhuyi. The Zampudo used by Satoru was ultimately provided by the Zenin family. It would not sound very good if this kind of thing spreads. The old man shook his head. In the last period of his life, he would use his last right to keep the Gojo family on the right path. Cursed Tool Teachers Association. Gojo Ming has started the furnace again, and seems to be ready to continue forging Zampudo. Kamo really listened to the news from Gojo's family, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The previous plan should really be put on the agenda. This Gojo Ming must not be allowed to spread his influence wantonly. If Gojo Ming forges a Zampudo again, then the entire cursed tool world will definitely be completely shaken. As the only Grandmaster, Kamo really couldn't accept that his status was shaken. He maintained his doubts about Gojo Ming's ability to continue forging Zampudo. However, in fact, the bad behavior he secretly prepared has revealed his true thoughts in his heart. Can be forged successfully. Gojo Ming, this child can forge the third Zampudo. Although Kamo really doesn't want to admit it, this is what he really thinks in his heart. In the forging house of Gojo's house, Gojo Ming himself did not expect that forging a Zampudo would attract the attention of the entire Jujutsu world. As long as the well-informed family, their eyes are focused on this inconspicuous forging house. In the house, Zenin, Gojo Shinichi, and Gojo Satoru, the three of them did not dare to say a word, their eyes fixed on the hammer in Gojo Neru's hand. As Gojo Ming waved his right hand, sweat dripped continuously, and the blade slowly took shape in Gojo Ming's hands. At this moment, Gojo Ming has completely entered the state of possession by the sword god. Every time he forges a Zampudo, Gojo Ming has to ask Nigeria Oyue to take over. This time, he will forge an absolutely stunning Zampudo. It definitely has to match Gojo Satoru's cool temperament. As Gojo Ming opened the cloth wrapped around Cursed Tool, a pink Cursed Tool sword appeared in front of everyone. Is this the material Ming and others will use to forge the Zampudo? It's pink and looks a bit girly. A trace of suspicion flashed in Gojo Satoru's blue eyes. He felt that this material did not meet his requirements for a Zampudo. However, he couldn't raise any objection at this time. After all, it had been forged to this point, and he could only look at the final result. Then, Gojo Ming fused the pink Cursed Tool with the blade. After an hour of continuous forging, the hammering sound in the forging room finally stopped. At the same time, the people watching in the dark all around were startled, and they also realized that the answer was revealed. No one knows whether Gojo Ming's Zampudo was successfully forged this time. Before, when Sodi Shiryuki and Ching Chong were successfully forged, no one paid attention to the vision when they came into the world. However, in their common sense, such a powerful Zampudo should always have some special phenomena, right? However, what surprised the stalker was that after the sound of hammering ended, the entire forging room fell into silence. This atmosphere gives people the impression that Gojo Ming has failed in forging. The members of the Twin Curse faction felt a sense of joy. Gojo Ming's failure meant that he would not be able to get more support from the family in a short period of time. The family elders felt a sense of regret. Originally, they hoped to use Gojo Ming's Zampudo to compete with Gojo Xiang Yin's faction. However, if Gojo Ming failed, then their expectations would be in vain. The headroom. When the old man heard the news of the forging failure, a trace of disappointment appeared on his face, and he finally shook his head. Sure enough, Neru's Zampudo forging technology is still not mature enough. Looking at the shallow blow in Gojo Narumi's hand and feeling the sharpness revealed by the shallow blow, Gojo Satoru, Zenin Jinji, and Gojo Shinichi all realized that this time the forging was successful. Because he had seen Sodi no Shiryuki and Kayamizu's appearance changes, Gojo Satoru looked at Asaru, looking forward to what this Zampudo would look like after it was unlocked. Nara, what is the name of this Zampudo? Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes is full of excitement. Although before, he was still struggling with the fact that the pink curse tool did not suit his aesthetics. However, after the Zampudo was actually born, he paid great attention to everything about this Zampudo. Gojo Ming raised his head slightly, raised the dagger in his hand, panted heavily, and admired the work in his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging Zampudo Senbonzakura. It is indeed Senbonzakura, just as I expected. Gojo Ming nodded with satisfaction. The cursed tool that I had previously asked Zenan to look for should contain the characteristics of cherry blossoms or splitting. Using this cursed tool as a medium, Gojo Ming successfully used the system to forge Senbonzakura, the Zampudo belonging to Byakuya Kachiki. In his opinion, the Senbonzakura scattered like cherry blossoms fits Gojo Satoru's temperament very well. After the first and swastika releases, Senbonzakura's appearance also fits Gojo Satoru's cool character very well. After having the Senbonzakura, Satoru will probably work hard for Hakai and swastika in the future, right? With the aptitude for enlightenment, one might be able to comprehend the meaning of swastika in a short period of time. In this case, Satoru might be the one who can provide him with skills first. After pondering for a moment, Gojo Ming came to his senses and looked at Gojo Satoru, who was staring at him eagerly. He casually threw the shallow blow in his hand. The moment Gojo Satoru caught Senbonzakura, Gojo Ming saw 3 Zampudo appearing in the Zampudo showroom section of his system. Zampudo, Sodi Shiryuki, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower, Zampudo, Kingmushi, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Gojo Shinichi. Zampudo, Senbonzakura, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower, Gojo Satoru. Gojo Ming lent Senbonzakura, and Senbonzakura was successfully bound to Gojo Satoru. Satoru, this Zampudo is called Senbonzakura, and it will be your future partner. After Gojo Ming's words fell, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Shinichi, and Zenin all subconsciously repeated this name. Senbonzakura. Gojo Satoru didn't know why the Zampudo in his hand was called this name, but he was inexplicably very satisfied with the name. He happily raised the dagger in his hand, and a glimmer of light flashed in the 6-eyed sky. Hygia. Senbonzakura. Gojo Satoru can't wait to see Senbonzakura's true appearance. He could feel that the moment he came into contact with Senbonzakura, he had been recognized by Senbonzakura. He should be able to use Senbonzakura. However, what was embarrassing was that after Gojo Satoru finished speaking, the entire forging room fell into silence for 10 seconds. The shallow blow in Gojo Satoru's hand did not produce any changes, and it did not turn into another appearance like Sodi Shiryuki and Kayamizu. Seeing this scene, Gojo Satoru's expression became stiff. His whole body seemed to be stuck, and he turned his head to look at Gojo Ming, silently calling for help to his brother. Seeing that Gojo Satoru failed to show off, Gojo Ming suppressed a smile and couldn't stand it anymore. How could anyone come up with the idea of solving it directly? No matter how strong Gojo Satoru is, no matter how talented he is, no matter how compatible he is with Senbonzakura, he can't fabricate Hajime you out of thin air like this, right? Gojo Ming held it in for a long time, but finally couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. Zenan on the side also laughed happily. This embarrassing scene of Gojo Satoru, the son of 6 eyes, is worth etching in his mind forever. This will definitely become the dark history of this future number 1 Jujutsu division. Only Gojo Shinichi looked at Gojo Satoru with some sympathy. He knew how difficult it was to solve the Zampudo, so he could understand Gojo Satoru's embarrassment at this time. However, his own experience in unlocking the Zampudo Kiyomi was completely different from that of Gojo Satoru at this time, so he cannot provide any helpful help. In this awkward atmosphere, Gojo Ming quietly came to Gojo Satoru's side. Satoru, every Zanpakutō will have its own interpretation. Please communicate with Senbonzakura. Sometimes, the more impatient you are, the less likely you are to complete the initial solution. The Zanpakutō is your partner. Senbonzakura has her own consciousness. Get the hajime from him. Gojo Satoru took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. Just as Gojo Neru said, he was still too impatient and had no communication with Senbonzakura at all. After Gojo Satoru regained his composure, he held his Zanpakutō upright in front of him, looking at the shallow blow in his hand with his blue eyes. In order for Asaru to reveal Senbonzakura's appearance, he must deepen his connection with Senbonzakura. Start explaining a language? Gojo Satoru sank his consciousness into Senbonzakura's blade. In that fantasy world, he saw a huge sacred cherry tree, and he saw countless pink petals flying in the sky. The world in front of her is Senbonzakura's heart. Senbonzakura, my future companion, please reveal your true appearance. At this moment, a sentence emerged from Gojo Satoru. The next second, he opened his eyes suddenly. Zenin, who was still laughing at Gojo Satoru, was stunned. He felt a sharp, tingling sensation. Is this coming from Senbonzakura? This sharp sword intention can actually make my skin feel stinging. As the bearer of heavenly restriction, Zenin is very aware of the strength of his body. Zenin's heart flashed with excitement about the Zanpakutō that could make him feel threatened even before he understood it. He was looking forward to it. What kind of effect would this Zanpakutō, carefully crafted by Gojo Ming in Gojo Satoru's hand, have? What kind of technique does this Zanpakutō have? At the same time, Gojo Satoru opened his eyes suddenly, whispering in the mouth, "Let's scatter." Meanwhile, outside the forge, I felt that the fire in the forging house was extinguished, and there was no change in the entire forging house. All secret observations tacitly acknowledged this fact. Gojo Ming's forging failed, and a third Zanpakutō must have failed to be forged. After all, a special curse tool like the Zanpakutō should not only require precise forging methods, but also a bit of luck. Maybe Gojo Ming's luck is not very good. Maybe he'll succeed next time. But no matter what, the forging of the Zanpakutō should have ended in failure this time, right? With this result, not only Gojo Xiang Yin's twin curse faction will breathe a sigh of relief. Even the other families who silently peered at the Zanpakutō would probably be equally relieved, right? At the moment when many followers in the Gojo family passed on the news that Gojo Ming's forging was suspected to have failed, suddenly the sky changes color. Snowing. One of the stalkers said something subconsciously, but the next second they discovered that what was flying in the sky was not snow, but pink and white cherry blossom petals. What was going on? Why are cherry blossoms still blooming in winter? Why are there so many petals floating in the sky? Many people following it felt that this kind of scene was too dreamy and should not appear in reality at all. This scene is like a winter cherry blossom scene created by the uncanny craftsmanship of nature. Among them, the expressions of the clever followers changed slightly. By elimination method, they also concluded that the strange phenomenon in the environment in front of them was undoubtedly related to Gojo Ming and Gojo Ming's forged objects. So far, everything Gojo Ming has done in the forge is to create a new Zanpakutō. Now, this vision has appeared. Does it mean that Gojo Ming has successfully forged the third Zanpakutō? In the forge, Gojo Satoru chanted Senbonzakura's first words. Scatter, Senbonzakura. As Gojo Satoru finished speaking, the Zanpakutō in his hand began to emit a pink light, and then the entire blade began to slowly dissipate. At the same time, the pink light from the blade turned into countless pink cherry blossom petals and began to fill the entire forging room. The next second, the scattered petals broke through the roof of the forge house, shooting straight into the sky like steam. A pink fountain composed of cherry blossom petals continued to spray outwards. In just 10 seconds, The entire Gojo family mansion was surrounded by these pink cherry blossom petals. This is the true face of Senbonzakura. Is it really too gorgeous and exaggerated? Gojo looked at the ubiquitous cherry blossom petals for a moment, and then looked down at the simple chingworm in his hand. There was a huge gap in his whole body. Judging from the appearance of this first solution, Senbonzakura has already won the game, right? Even compared to Sodi Shiryuki, the first Zampudo forged by Gojo Neru, Senbonzakura in this posture is not far behind. Each petal is a blade. Is this the true meaning of Senbonzakura? Thousands of cherry blossoms. Thousands of cherry blossoms? Is this the technique contained in Senbonzakura? One person controls millions of blades to fight at the same time. What an exaggerated way of fighting. Zenin was not interested in Senbonzakura's beauty. The moment Senbonzakura began to understand it, he immediately paid attention to Senbonzakura's technique. What he cares about is the strength of the Zampudo. As for whether the Zampudo looks good, this is not part of Shurur's thinking. There is no doubt that Senbonzakura, who can transform into thousands of cherry blossom blades, is an extremely powerful being. Looking at Senbonzakura, Zenin was looking forward to what kind of Zampudo Gojo Neru would forge for him. He believed that Gojo Ming would never treat him perfunctorily. He also believes that his Zampudo will never be weaker than Gojo Satoru's Zampudo. Outside the forge, everyone around was completely shocked when they looked at the fountain of cherry blossom petals that directly opened up the forging house. At this moment, if they still don't understand what happened, then their professional abilities as stalkers are too weak. This is a technique that has never appeared before. It's not Sodi Shiryuki's frost technique, nor King Mushi's hypnosis technique. This is a completely different new technique. An attack technique that uses cherry blossom petals as weapons and covers an extremely wide range. This is a brand new Zampudo. At this moment, countless news about Gojo Ming's successful forging of the third Zampudo spread to the entire Jujutsu world. Even if the other family members didn't deliberately follow the forging house, they were all attracted by the scattered cherry blossoms. As long as they were Jujutsu masters, they all saw this large pink cloud floating above Gojo's house at this time. And in this winter season, Gojo's house actually has bright winter cherry blossoms in full bloom. Such a spectacle is completely beyond everyone's imagination and completely subverts the laws of nature. The Yagyu family. Yagyu Shuji looked at the Gojo family mansion that was completely dyed pink from a distance and sighed at Yagyu Yusuke. Sir, please don't expect to use the Gojo family as a springboard to improve the reputation of the Yagyu family. Master Shinichi's kendo strength is not inferior to that of Zeman. Now he has the blessing of Zampudo Kayamizu. Before Zeman obtained the Zampudo, there was no way he could be Master Shinichi's opponent. Moreover, judging from this, Master Ming of the Gojo family must have forged the third Zampudo. This spectacular sight also means that this Zampudo is definitely extraordinary. At least, in terms of power, it should not be inferior to Master Shini's insect-clearing technique Red Locust. In fact, such a number of cherry blossom petals may be even more powerful than Red Locust Huge. If Master Shuni had brought this Zampudo to the assessment before, then, under the power of this new Zampudo, the special cursed spirit might not have a chance to escape. Yagyu Shuji's words caused both Yagyu Yusuke and Yagyu Zeman to fall into silence. As a descendant of Yagyu Jubii, the Yagyu family has its own pride. They are unwilling to submit to any family in the way of swordsmanship. However, it is a pity that in the world of Jujutsu at this time, Kendo is just a way of fighting. The most essential thing is the battle of spells and spells. Although Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Yusuke are the two people with the highest level of Kendo in the Yagyu family. However, they had to seriously consider what the family's only first-level Jujutsu master, Yagyu Shuji, said. Moreover, Gojo Shinichi saved my life this time. I don't want to have an enmity with Gojo Shinichi, the newly promoted first-level Jujutsu master. At the same time, I also hope to use Gojo Shuni's relationship to get in touch with Master Ming of the Gojo family. In the future, this Master Ming will definitely not be an ordinary person without any magic power. Just watch. Those who dare to ignore Gojo Ming's existence now will definitely regret it in the future. Yagyu Hidesuji's words were full of determination. Infected by Yagyu Shuji's words, Yagyu Yusuker nodded slowly and made a decision that would affect the future development of the Yagyu family. The Yagyu family has decided to no longer support Gojo Xiang Yin, and they're preparing to form a friendly strategic partnership with Gojo Ming and the forces behind him. Although the strength of the Yagyu family and the Gojo family is very different, the position of the entire sorcerer family can also give Gojo Ming huge support in many things. Zenin home. The head of the Zenin family, the direct people of Zenin, and a fan of Zenin once again gathered in the head of the family's room. This time, their expressions were much more solemn than before. Even though they paid enough attention to Gojo Ming before, they never expected that Gojo Ming could forge the third Zampudo in such a short time. The next generation is to be feared. The next generation is to be feared. The old man looked at his two sons and sighed. Sure enough, every 6 eyes in the Gojo family is a presence that cannot be underestimated. Even Gojo Ming, who has no magic power and cannot become a jujutsu master, can cause such a sensation in the entire jujutsu world. He already has such influence at this age. Then, in the future, Gojo Satoru, the real son of God of 6 eyes, will completely master the Gojo family's unlimited techniques. Gojo Satoru plus Gojo Ming? The entire jujutsu world may really have to surrender to the Gojo family. This kind of thing is completely unacceptable to the Zenin family with a long history. The Zenin family has its own pride and a heritage that is not inferior to that of the Gojo family. Therefore, the old man will not let the whole family slide down like this. We must master the technique of Zampudo. Naobito, how is the execution of this mission now? The old man did not expect any effective answer from the Dabi people. He also knew that he was putting someone in a difficult position. After all, it had only been 2 days since the last time the 3 of them communicated. Gojo Ming basically stays at home at Gojo's house, and it should be difficult for people directly living in Zenin to get in touch with him. However, the next second, Zenin's direct words made the head of the Zenin family and Zenin fan beside him look shocked. Currently, Shur has accepted the task. This time, the cursed tool material used in the Zampudo, forged by Gojo Ming, should come from the Zenin family's Jiku. The Zenin people reported the current situation seriously. When they heard the Zenin Naobi saying that Gojo promised to forge a Zampudo for Zenin, the Zenin family head and Zenin Shan were both stunned. They had thought about paying a huge price to obtain a Zampudo, but they never imagined that this event would be accomplished so easily. However, what the two of them couldn't understand the most was that the key person in this whole incident was not Zenin fan, nor a senior member of the Zenin family like Zenin Naohito. The key figure turned out to be Zenin Shire, who didn't even have any magic power. Is this the sympathy between heavenly restriction? Seeing the head of the family and Zenin fan fall into silence, Zenin directly whispered, "The cursed tool that Gojo Ming forged for sure heir should also be obtained from the Forbidden Library. When the time comes, sure heir will also invite Gojo Ming to come to Zenin's house in person. At that time, maybe we can have a good communication with Gojo Ming." According to my understanding of the Gojo family, this young Master Ming has his own opinions. Being ignored and excluded by his clan members for so many years may also make this young Master Ming have no sense of belonging to the Gojo family. If possible, we can even try to win over the pseudo-6 eyes son of God to join the Zenin family. After all, Gojo Ming, who is sure to be able to forge a Zampudo, has proven his worth. Even if he doesn't have any magical power, Gojo Ming will still stand at the top of the jujutsu world like Gojo Satoru in the future. Zenin's words once again caused the two of them to fall into silence. The value of Gojo Ming lies there, and no one can use things like heavenly restriction to underestimate Gojo Ming. Just as the Zenin people said, if Gojo Ming can really join the Zenin family, perhaps the Zenin family's momentum will not decline in the future. However, as Gojo Ming, who has no magic power, will he like the atmosphere of Zenin's house? No one can tell for sure, but they seem to have Zenin, a bargaining chip that they have never taken seriously. No one could have imagined that a man without magic power who was not taken seriously by the family could actually influence the family's decision-making. Seeing the owner of the family and the Zenin fan, they both realized the importance of Zenin Shire. The people of Zenin struck while the iron was hot and told Zenin Shire's message. Sir fan, although Zenin has no magical power, his strength is one of the best among this generation. His strong physical strength can allow him to go head-to-head with Gojo's Zampudo. Sir, for the sake of the slightest possibility, we should not continue to maintain the habit of despising people without magic powers within the family. After all, Gojo Ming and Zenin Shire are both people with no magic power, and they have been ignored and ostracized by their family since childhood. This kind of ignorance and ostracism is of no benefit to the entire family, and will even increase the family's internal friction. For powerful beings like Zenin Shire and Gojo Ming, the family will only become their bondage. If the family does not have anything that can make them nostalgic, then they will not consider the family's position in anything they do in the future. Zenin's suggestion touched the old man. Times seem to have changed. The old man sighed, realizing for the first time that he really seemed to be out of step with the trends of the times. The rules he had set for his family actually began to hinder the family's development. Perhaps the theory of mantra only is not absolute. After all, the entire Jujutsu world is not limited to Jujutsu masters, right? GB people, you may need to worry more about changing the direction of the entire family. The old man sighed, took a deep look at Zenin, who was standing aside, and handed the task over to Zenin again. Although the old man is old, he can still clearly see the stance between Zenin fans and Zenin direct people. Zenin fan has always followed himself and been a firm theorist of mantra power. Therefore, the whole family has such an atmosphere, and there's a reason why Zenin fan and him are adding fuel to the flames. In this case, the task of trying to correct this trend cannot be left to the Zenin fan, but to the Zenin direct people. As for how Zenin fan club views him, the old man doesn't really care. He's not dead yet. Before his death, it was impossible for the entire Zenin family to fight over the position of head of the family. Now, like the head of the Gojo family, he only hopes to create a new development path for the Zenin family before he leaves this world. On this development path, Gojo Ming and Zampudo are particularly important. Therefore, in the face of these two things, other matters have to give in briefly. At present, the people directly connected to Zenin who are most effective in advancing the entire mission are naturally the most valued personnel of the Zenin family. Kamo home. Kamo Jun, the master of Curse Tool who had just returned to the family, received this bad news. Gojo Neru forged the third Zampudo. Furthermore, this Zampudo seems to be more powerful than Kayamizu. Kamo's real hand was holding the cane, and his face was blue. Looking at the descendants of the family who couldn't even see the shadow of red blood exercises, Kamo was really filled with resentment. Will the Kamo family really be removed from the big three sorcerer families in the future? A traditional family of jujitsu masters relies on the cursed tool blacksmith as the cornerstone, which is not a formal method in the first place. Now, his status as the master of cursed tool is being challenged by the Gojo family. Kamo Jun walked to the shadow of the corridor, raised his right hand slightly, and a figure appeared behind him. The figure floats in a trance, seemingly out of tune with the entire space. When a plan is started, it must be nipped in the bud. The figure nodded slightly and then disappeared without a trace. After making the final decision, Kamo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he finds a suitable opportunity, he believes that Gojo Ming, who has no magical power, will definitely be ill-prepared. Shoko, are you going to Gojo's house today? Yuri Shoko, who was suddenly stopped by his father, looked puzzled as to why his father had talked about the Gojo family so many times in the past 2 days. No, we don't have an appointment, right? Although Shoko is also relatively precocious. At her age, she is not yet old enough to think about the relationship between men and women. Go hang out with Gojo Neru and Gojo Satoru these 2 days. You are both about the same age, so you should have some things in common. Yuri Inamitsu felt as if he was promoting his own daughter and felt a sense of guilt in his heart. However, when I think of Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes, I think of one of them having an incredible talent as a jujutsu master and the other having an incredible talent as a blacksmith. Regardless of which 6-eye Shoko is closely related to, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing for the Yuri family. Shoko will always get married in the future. Maybe he can create some sparks by letting Shoko have more contact with the 2 divine sons of the Gojo family. Shoko is so beautiful and talented. There is no doubt that she is the best choice for a daughter-in-law for the big family. It would be better to let Shoko contact and communicate on her own than to have a marriage between families in the future, right? Yuri Inamitsu could only comfort himself in this way. After all, Shoko is also his caring little cotton-padded jacket, and his old father actually wants to personally push Shoko into the tiger's mouth of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming. Thinking of this, Yuri Daowang felt uncomfortable in his heart. However, for the sake of the family and for the Yuri family to develop better in the jujutsu world in the future, he can only try his best to establish a good relationship with the 2 future 6-eye sons of the Gojo family. Gojo home. Gojo Xiang Yin looked at the cherry blossoms scattered outside the window, his face full of shock. He just touched one of the cherry blossom petals lightly, and his finger was cut directly by the petal. What's happening here? Although he does not have the strength of a first-level jujutsu master like Gojo Shinichi, he can be considered a regular jujutsu master and possesses the techniques. Just now, even if I activated the technique, it didn't stop the sharpness of the cherry blossom petals. Is this the 3rd Zampudo forged by Gojo Neru? What if every petal was so sharp? So, could the sea of cherry blossoms that completely covered the Gojo family wipe out all the ordinary people inside the Gojo family mansion in an instant? Gojo Ming's forging was successful. This terrifying technique is completely beyond the imagination of ordinary jujutsu masters. Even a special grade curse spirit might not be able to unleash such a wide range of killing skills, right? Looking at the sea of cherry blossoms surrounding Gojo's house, this word came to Gojo Xiang Yin's mind. Field. Isn't this entire area surrounded by the sea of cherry blossoms a unique area? People who enter this field, whether they are jujutsu masters or ordinary people, will not just let this field slaughter them. A jujutsu master may be able to withstand 1 or 2 cherry blossoms, but can he withstand thousands or even hundreds of millions of cherry blossoms? For the first time, Gojo Xiang Yin truly realized the power of the Zampudo. In the past, neither Sodi Shiryuki's techniques nor Kiyomi's techniques were as powerful as Senbonzakura's. Am I really wrong? If this Zampudo is given to Master Gojo Satoru, will the 6 eyes godson of the Gojo family become more powerful, right? Could it be that Gojo Ming is really not Master Gojo Satoru's curse, but Master Gojo Satoru's greatest help? Gojo Xiang Yin grabbed the wood on the windowsill. Veins burst out on his right hand, and blood continued to ooze from the freshly cut wound. He fell into deep doubts about himself. Now, 6-year-old Gojo Neru is able to forge 3 powerful Zampudo. What about the future? In the long time to come, how many such mysterious Zampudo can be forged from the hands of Gojo Neru, the pseudo-6-eye son of God? At least until Gojo Ming's Zampudo forging technology is cracked. The Gojo family should maintain strong competitiveness in the entire jujutsu world. Is it really right for me to exclude Gojo Ming? Perhaps it's time to turn the ship around. Gojo Xiang Yin's face was uncertain, and cherry blossom petals surrounded him, forming a strong contrast with his ferocious face. The main room of the Gojo family. The old man looked at the Senbonzakura petals scattered around, with a hint of relief on his face. Is this the Zampudo that Mingwei Satoru made? They are indeed brothers, and such a powerful technique was handed over to Satoru without any hesitation. Ming, if you think it's unfair for you to be so secretive, the entire family will let you take whatever you want. You are the leader of the entire Gojo family in the future, and you decide the future course of the Gojo family. The old man took a sip of tea. This cursed tool, called Zampudo, has unknowingly attracted the attention of the entire Jujutsu world. At the same time, it is slowly changing the landscape of the Jujutsu world. After all, this can threaten the existence of the special curse spirit. Looking at the Senbonzakura scattered outside the window, the old man felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Gojo Satoru has not yet grown to his final form, but Gojo Ming has indeed made his debut in the entire Jujutsu world. For the first time, he was extremely grateful that he insisted on making the decision to let Gojo Ming survive when Gojo Ming was born. If he had really wavered back then, the Gojo family might have lost such a flame that changed the world of Jujutsu. Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming. Woo, please grow up quickly. Ming, is the name I gave you really not a mistake? You really made a name for yourself in the whole world. Senbonzakura, this is the Zanpakutō that Ming prepared for me. Gojo Satoru felt the news coming from each blade, and the six-eyes sky was filled with shock. He knows that he is extremely talented and possesses 6 eyes, and he will become the strongest Jujutsu master in the future. He also knew that his younger brother was extremely talented and would become the strongest cursed tool master in the future. However, from the bottom of his heart, Gojo Satoru still has such confidence that he will be the strongest if he has the power of magic and masters unlimited spells. But this time, holding Senbonzakura and using Senbonzakura to release Hajime, he had doubts about his own power for the first time. 6 eyes and unlimited spells are indeed powerful. However, there is no doubt about the power of this Zanpakutō. Is Gojo Ming, who can forge a Zanpakutō, really weaker than himself? Gojo Satoru no longer has the confidence he had before. If compared to Shiryuki's technique before, he was still confident that he could compete. Now looking at Senbonzakura's technique, he really felt that even with 6 eyes, he might not be able to fight against so many Senbonzakura. What's more, this is just Senbonzakura's hackache. According to what Ming said, the Zanpakutō not only has the hackache state, but also has a form called swastika. There is no doubt that the Senbonzakura after the swastika will be more powerful than the original state. He couldn't imagine that Senbonzakura was already so powerful after the first release of the swastika. How terrifying would the Senbonzakura be after the swastika release? Gojo Satoru raised his eyes and looked at Gojo Neru. Seeing the joy and relief in his brother's eyes, the unfamiliarity in his heart suddenly melted away. I'm still too awkward. What does this guy Zenin have to be jealous of? I, Gojo Satoru, am Gojo Neru's biological brother. The corners of Gojo Satoru's mouth raised slightly, and then he waved his right hand lightly. At this moment, the Senbonzakura petals covering the entire Gojo family residence began to dance with his right hand, and at the same time, they quickly rushed towards the forge house. In just a few seconds, all the Senbonzakura petals gathered in the forge and merged into Gojo Satoru's Zanpakutō. The Gojo family members looked around blankly, feeling lost. The wonderful scene of winter cherry blossoms just now is deeply engraved in the hearts of every Gojo family member. This kind of shock that distorts the laws of nature is unforgettable for everyone. The Jujutsu masters of the Gojo family all looked in the direction of the forging house. They all knew about the other 6 eyes godson of the Gojo family. What he did had once again subverted the entire family's views. Even the many members of the Gemini Curse faction who were determined were shaken at this moment. No one can remain calm after feeling surrounded by thousands of cherry blossom petals. Master Wu, Master Ming. At this moment, for the first time in the hearts of many Gojo family members, these 2 names were equated. Seeing Gojo Satoru controlling Senbonzakura like an arm and a finger, Gojo Neru, who was silently observing from the side, also felt a lot of emotion in his heart. He is indeed the most talented Jujutsu master in the entire Jujutsu Kaisen world. The control of Zampudo is also far superior to that of Gojo Shinichi, who is already a first-level Jujutsu master. As soon as you get in touch, you can complete the initial solution. Just after contact, he was able to control Senbonzakura's injury-free circle so skillfully. If he hadn't known that Senbonzakura should belong to Kachiki Byakuya in the Shinigami world, then he would really have doubted whether this Senbonzakura was prepared for Gojo Satoru. This person is so in tune with each other. Gojo Satoru plus Senbonzakura, this human being who was originally the only one in the world, will probably become even more powerful and greasy in the future, right? Thinking of this, the corners of Gojo Ming's mouth raised slightly. It seems that to get rid of the greasiness of enlightenment, we must start from an early age. With me, and sure, we should be able to complete the transformation of Satoru. After all, Satoru at this time should not be able to resist Air, the tyrant of heaven and earth, nor can he resist me with Sodi Shiryuki. The moment Gojo Ming was thinking about how to transform Gojo Satoru, his whole body suddenly stiffened. If Gojo Satoru didn't have a Zampudo before, he might not be able to resist him, but now Gojo Satoru, who is Senbonzakura, might be able to. Judging from the current situation, as long as he does not take back his Zampudo, Gojo Satoru, who possesses 6 eyes plus unlimited techniques plus Zampudo Senbonzakura, is basically considered the strongest in the Jujutsu world, right? Although Gojo Satoru was only 6 years old at this time. But I can't stand it anymore. At this time, the 6-year-old Gojo Satoru already possesses the most powerful Zampudo. I'm not old enough, so I have to use plugins to make up for it. Gojo Ming was shocked to find that he had created a monster that was far beyond the level of a Jujutsu master. Although, as the owner of Senbonzakura, I can release Gojo Satoru's borrowed sword status at any time. However, in order to obtain the corresponding reward from Satoru, there is no way Gojo Ming can take back Senbonzakura before Gojo Satoru completes the swastika. Even in the future, he will not take back Senbonzakura. He will let Senbonzakura protect Gojo Satoru all the time. He must prevent Gojo Satoru from ending up like a clown. Gojo Satoru is Gojo Satoru, the most powerful Jujutsu master in the world. He will remain invincible. Rhyme and Sukuna? Why are you so sorry for not bringing out Sukuna's full strength? What kind of battle is fun? Things like character collapse should not happen in this world. Gojo Satoru will always be the strongest, probably. Gojo Naru looked at Gojo Satoru with more and more determination. As for Gojo Satoru, being stared at by Gojo Ming like this, he felt uneasy in his heart. He could see an extremely complex flavor in Gojo Ming's eyes. He even felt the anticipation in Gojo Ming's eyes. At this moment, Gojo Satoru felt that Gojo Ming was not like his younger brother, but like a parent who wanted to see him grow up as quickly as possible. However, we can't let Satoru continue to be so arrogant. His personality was originally quite out of the box, but now with Senbonzakura's blessing, wouldn't he go further and further down the road of being a show-off in the future? I finally managed to win Zenan over. My original intention was to let Wu see what it means that there is heaven outside the world, and there are people outside the world. Now that Senbonzakura is here, it seems more difficult to ask Satoru to be humble. Gojo Ming touched his chin and turned to look at Zenan with his blue eyes. At the same time, he took another look at himself in the mirror. A thoughtful look appeared on his young face. I have to put Jinji's Zampudo on the agenda, and I should also bill myself Zampudo stronger than Senbonzakura. After all, Sodi Shiryuki was still a little weaker than Senbonzakura before she had the swastika. Gojo Ming kept rubbing his chin. His movements looked like an adult who was thinking. Also being stared at by Gojo's dull eyes, Zenin also felt a sense of penetration just like Gojo Satoru. He subconsciously touched the scar at the corner of his mouth and wanted to speak, but he remained silent. At this time, Gojo Ming was obviously thinking about something. It was better to wait until he came to his senses before asking again. In this way, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Shinichi and Zenin were silently looking at Gojo Ming, who was deep in thought, and the entire forging room fell into a strange silence. During this period of time, I have been completely obsessed with forging Zampudo and neglected the practice of Zampudo. Although Uncle Shun also gave back some wasted experience when he was performing the assessment and promotion tasks. But, after all, he is a master of swordsmanship, so he is still not good at fighting for nothing. According to the current situation, Zenin is the person with the strongest ability to fight for free around him. Moreover, as a carrier of heavenly restriction, his body will be most consistent with his own. In the future, after the forging of Zampudo is put on the agenda, we will also have to strengthen our training in white fighting. If you continue to forge like this, your body won't be able to bear it anymore, and you can clearly feel your body's current resistance to forging. Gojo Ming subconsciously punched his waist and frowned slightly. Forging 3 Zampudo in such a short period of time really cost him a lot of energy. Next, if you want to forge Zenin Zampudo, you have to rest for at least a while before restarting the furnace. Isn't it a waste of time to study hard with Zenin during this period? Increase your physical strength a little more. At the same time, let's sure help him find another cursed tool trait. At this moment, the appearance of 2 Zampudo appeared in Gojo Ming's mind. One belongs to Zenin, and the other is prepared by Gojo Ming for himself. After informing themselves of their physical condition, Gojo Satoru and Zenin showed concern on their faces. Originally, they were worried about whether Gojo Ming's 6-year-old body could withstand such high-intensity forging. However, they didn't say much after seeing Gojo Ming in good condition. Zenin only thought that Gojo Ming was strengthened by heavenly restriction, so his body was far older than 6 years old. Gojo Satoru, on the other hand, simply believes that his younger brother is gifted. Now that they heard that Gojo Ming was in trouble with his health, the two finally realized that Gojo Ming was only a 6-year-old child. Ming, how are you going to recover? I'm going to apply for some Kamo medicine from the head of the family now to replenish your body. Gojo Satoru's face was full of concern. As soon as he finished speaking, he was ready to go directly to the head of the family. Seeing this scene, Gojo Ming quickly stopped Gojo Satoru. His current state is not just a physical drain, but a huge drain on his system and body. However, it is not such that he has to take medicine to replenish his health at the age of 6. No, I just need to exercise a lot recently, and it will be fine. However, you may have to wait a little longer. The opening time of your Zampudo will have to be postponed. Gojo Ming's attitude surprised Zenin. He didn't expect Gojo Ming to take his Zampudo so seriously. Originally, only Gojo Ming could forge this kind of cursed tool, and Gojo Ming could totally find a reason to excuse himself. Zenin never thought that Gojo Ming would be so honest and take himself so seriously. Zenin, who has been isolated and ignored in his family, realizes for the first time what it feels like to be valued. The scene where Gojo Ming walked up to him at the party came to his mind. Zenin, I think you are very good. Make friends. The 6 Eyes boy in front of him ignored Zenin's genius jujutsu master Zenin Shinsuk and chose to make friends with him. Zenin twitched the corner of his mouth, and a rare softness appeared in his eyes. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. I'm not like the eldest son of Gojo Satoru, who needs a Zampudo to protect myself so urgently. My body is the most powerful weapon. The Zampudo is just the icing on the cake, and it won't make any difference if it's delayed. Zenin is also a rare person who is considerate and considerate. He also felt that it was a bit inhumane to force Gojo, a 6-year-old child, to forge a Zampudo for himself with a hammer. However, Gojo Ming's next words made Zenin feel that his concern was completely unnecessary. Sure, then, in the next time, let me and you learn physical skills, right? You teach me well. I also think that your body is the most powerful weapon, and I don't want to just know the fighting method of swordsmanship. Gojo Ming too met. Since Zenin didn't urge him to forge the Zampudo, he would squeeze Zenin in turn. When Zenin heard this, His face suddenly turned black. You don't have the energy to forge your Zanpakutō, but you actually have the energy to learn taijutsu from yourself? At this moment, Zenin even doubted whether Gojo Ming was fishing in troubled waters. However, seeing Gojo Ming's serious look, the tyrant of heaven and earth finally nodded. After all, they are all carriers of heavenly restriction. Teaching Gojo Ming to control his body as early as possible should also be beneficial to the subsequent forging, right? Zenin could only comfort himself in this way. Oh, that's right. Satoru, while I'm learning, you should also learn with Sure and temporarily put your Zampudo and unlimited techniques aside. Gojo Ming suddenly remembered his cheap brother and quickly opened his mouth to pull Gojo Satoru into the car. Hey Ming, I don't want to learn any physical skills. Gojo Satoru felt a little conflicted in his heart. He was the six-eyes divine son of the Gojo family. He possessed unlimited spells. There was no need to learn such a rough fighting method, right? Moreover, doesn't he still have a powerful Senbonzakura? Under the protection of Senbonzakura, no one can get close to him, right? However, it is a pity that Gojo Ming's will at this time does not allow Gojo Satoru to refuse. In Gojo Ming's view, things like taijutsu, white fighting, are also essential skills for jujutsu masters. Even Black Flash has to be punched out with his fists, right? The future Gojo Satoru can be regarded as a master in vain. In many cases, Gojo Satoru does not rely on unlimited techniques to fight. After all, for Gojo Satoru, the unlimited technique is more of a secret and an ultimate move. Could it be that Gojo Satoru is also planning to use his ultimate move to eliminate Zaza and then get slapped in the face? Obviously, in the future battles of Gojo Satoru, fighting for nothing is an indispensable part. Therefore, now that there's an opportunity, Gojo Satoru should master things like taijutsu earlier. This is another kind of oil removal transformation for Gojo Satoru. Satoru, I refuse. You must learn taijutsu with Sure with me. Gojo Neru's words completely dispelled Gojo Satoru's lazy thoughts. Now that I had just obtained Senbonzakura from my brother, I couldn't refuse Gojo Neru's request. Hey, I know. Taijutsu, right? I can learn it. Gojo Satoru raised his head and glanced at Zenin Sure and shook his head vaguely, thinking that in the next period of time, he would have to study with Zenin Sure, this annoying guy. He felt very unhappy in his heart. However, there was no way Gojo Satoru could evade Zenin's eyes that had been strengthened by heavenly restriction. Facing the reluctant Gojo Satoru, Zenin was not used to the six-eyes godchild at all. After all, he was the man who always wanted to kick the six-eyes gods, a ***. Hey, young Master Gojo Ming. Our young Master Gojo Satoru doesn't seem to want to learn taijutsu. In this case, I'm not very willing to teach him. Anyway, he doesn't have heavenly restriction, and he can't keep up with our bodies. I'll teach you one-on-one. It also avoids having a burden that will slow down our progress. Zenin's casual and disdainful tone immediately made Gojo Satoru furious. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with how I felt before. The two of them simply dislike each other, and this has nothing to do with Gojo Ming. He is not jealous because of Zenin's relationship with Gojo Ming. He just naturally feels that he cannot deal with Zenin. Even Zenin and Gojo Satoru themselves couldn't understand this inexplicable feeling of contradiction. Naturally, the two of them didn't know that in another world line, they were mortal enemies. Hearing Zenin Sure say such words, Gojo Ming quickly glared at Gojo Satoru, asking him to calm down. At the same time, he turned to look at Zenin Sure and comforted. Sure, even though Satoru doesn't have heavenly restriction, but with six eyes, he will definitely be able to keep up with our pace. After speaking, he added another sentence. Jier, I will definitely forge a unique Zampudo for you in the future. It'll be different from Sodi Shiryuki, Kayamizu, and Senbonzakura. It will definitely be special. How about it? In order for Zenin to teach Gojo Satoru well, Gojo Ming had to reveal some information about the Zampudo to Zenin in advance. After all, the only bargaining chip he can offer now is his Zampudo. Huh? That's it. Zenin followed the example of Gojo Ming before, rubbing his chin and touching the wound at the corner of his mouth. His eyes wandered back and forth between Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto, and finally, his lazy eyes met Gojo Naruto's. Okay, since Master Gojo Naru is so interested in my Zampudo, I will reluctantly take this young Master Gojo Satoru with me. Hearing Zenin's agreement, Gojo Ming also smiled. When Gojo Satoru heard that he was called the tail end of the crane, he wanted to refute, but a look from Gojo Satoru made him dumbfounded. Although he didn't understand why Gojo Ming wanted him to learn taijutsu so much, he knew that his younger brother would not do anything bad for him. Forget it, he endured it. He must learn Zenin Shinsuk's physical skills as soon as possible, so that this annoying guy Zenin Shinsuk will completely admire him. The 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus. The most evil jujutsu master of the Kamo family, the stain of the big 3 sorcerer families. Kamo Shinluen's work. During the Meiji period in Japan, there was a woman with a special constitution who was very close to the cursed spirit and became pregnant with a child. The sudden pregnancy caused many relatives and people around her to criticize her beyond the norm, that is, with malicious emotions. In fact, it is not correct to say that the pregnancy was for no reason, because ordinary people cannot see the cursed spirit. It was precisely because of the words "this child shouldn't have been born" and "how could she be pregnant" that they had the effect of a spell similar to that of a spellcaster that the cursed spirit hybrid child she was pregnant with was stillborn. Because people around her blamed the child and the woman finally fled into a temple holding the child's body. From this moment on, her fate changed because this temple was opened by a jujutsu master from the Kamo family, the big 3 sorcerer families in the jujutsu world, also known as Kamo Shinluen. Later, Kamo Shinluen was very interested in this woman's physique to be able to conceive a cursed spirit hybrid fetus, so he conducted experiments on this woman, making her pregnant 9 times and having 9 abortions. The 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus is the product of this woman's subsequent pregnancy and abortion. However, no one can tell whether the source of the curse comes from the extremely strong curse Kamo Shinluen added when studying the fetus or from the mother's hatred. Until this experiment was discovered, the cursed fetus 9-phase diagram began to be sealed by the high school as a special grade cursed object. Many people have never seen the appearance of the cursed object. They have only heard of this special cursed object, and they only know that this special cursed object is related to the Kamo family. As the elder of the Kamo family, Kamo Jun has actually seen the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus. Or rather than saying that he has seen it, it is better to say that he has owned it. At this moment, Kamo is really in the room. A petri dish filled with liquid is placed quietly on the table. A mini flesh-like object is floating in this petri dish. This is exactly part of the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus. The weakest one among the 9-phase diagram, burning phase. The 9 cursed objects that make up the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus respectively represent the 9 cursed spirit stillborn fetuses. And these 9 phases represent the 9 stages of human death. Swelling phase, bad phase, blood smear. P***SY phase, green phase, chewing phase, scattered phase, bone phase, and burning phase. Among them, the swelling phase, bad phase, and blood coating can be transformed into a powerful special grade cursed spirit after passing through the human body. The remaining 6 phases, after undergoing physical training, will all have the strength of level 1 cursed spirit. Among them, among the 9-phase diagram, the burning phase at the end is the weakest, barely touching the threshold of the first level cursed spirit. However, the ability to burn images is also the most special existence. That is, even though he is a first-level cursed spirit, after being incarnated, the breath of cursed spirit cannot be sensed by jujutsu masters at all. It is completely possible to survive in society as an ordinary human being. But the limitation is that the body, after being reincarnated, can only last for 1 week. After 1 week, the body will turn into ashes and return to the cursed object form. I didn't expect that one of the 9 child pictures that I had exchanged for a lucky day would be wasted on a 6-year-old child. Kamo's expression was really unhappy, but that was all he could do. After all, the Gojo family is heavily guarded, and even a strange jujutsu master would find it difficult to get close, let alone the cursed spirit. The 2 Six Eyes gods have been carrying high bounties for several years, and they're not alive and kicking now. If Kamo doesn't spend a lot of money, he really knows that he will never be able to achieve the goal he wants. The mysterious man who has been secretly following Kamo Jun took away the petri dish on the table, and what happened next has nothing to do with Kamo Jun. An assassination operation against Gojo Ming is about to begin. This time, the protagonist on the stage is not a human being or a cursed spirit. Rather, it is a special grade cursed object, a combination of human beings and cursed spirit, Xiang. Kotetsu, why do you feel that your power has become much stronger recently? At the Gojo Kaikuryu gym, many Kaikuryu disciples asked Gojo Kotetsu about his physical condition. Gojo Kotetsu also has an inexplicable feeling about the changes in his body. I have indeed improved a lot in terms of strength and agility recently. Why is this? Gojo Kotetsu had a headache. He always felt as if his memory was missing a lot. However, Gojo is not a troubled person, and he thinks this is a good thing. Not only has his body suddenly become stronger, but his spell power has also changed, and he has even begun to master the spells. Perhaps I can also become a powerful first-level jujutsu master like Master Shuni. At this moment, Gojo Kotetsu felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. He believed that as long as he persisted like this, he would become stronger. Perhaps, when he becomes a first-level jujutsu master, Master Gojo Ming will also create an exclusive Zampudo for him. At that time, Gojo Kotetsu will also become a well-known figure in the Gojo family and become the mainstay of the Gojo family. With fantasies about the future, Gojo Kotetsu continued to use his strength, the power of the spell in his body, the strength of his body, the bamboo sword in his hand. This is the basis for Gojo Kotetsu's confidence. 3 days later, Ming Wu, keep up the good work, you two. You can't be beaten down by sure. In the open space outside the forge house, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming were dodging Zenan's attack in embarrassment. On the side, a girl with a bun is sitting on the ground, holding a big bag of snacks in her arms, eating and cheering for Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming. Gojo Shinichi stood aside silently, looking at the 2 Six Eyes gods who were beaten up by the Zenin family, his eyes filled with distress. Were his learning physical skills here? Is this completely a unilateral beating by Zenin? This young master of the Zenin family probably doesn't know how to teach, right? Master Ming and Master Wu were only 6 years old. If they continued to be beaten like this, he was worried that their bodies would not be able to bear it. The next second, he looked down at Yuri Shoko, who was eating snacks. His expression changed again. I didn't expect this little girl to have mastered the reversal technique at this age. It's really terrible. It seems that his age is not much different from that of Master Wu and Master Ming. Master Ming made friends with her at the party before. Could it be that he also discovered Yuri Shoko's terrifying talent? Gojo Shinichi thought silently. In the previous Jujutsu Master Family gathering, there were only 3 people that Gojo Ming paid the most attention to. Now, Zenin Shinsuk has shown him that his strength far exceeds his own. He is an unknown and truly strong man. Another girl, Yuri Shoko, is a talented girl who is already able to master the inversion technique at the age of 6. What about the third one? Gojo suddenly thought of the young man who had been sitting with Yuri Shoko eating snacks. He seemed to be a distant relative of the Gojo family, with whom he had almost no contact before. Why did that Okatsu traveler fall in the fancy of Master Gojo? Looking at Yuri Shoko and Zenin, who were different from ordinary people in front of him, Gojo didn't think that Okatsu Yujito would be an ordinary person. Master Ming, you are really terrifying. Perhaps your most powerful thing is not your Zampudo forging talent, but your ability to see people. Ah, it hurts. Gojo's scream suddenly woke Gojo out of his reverie. At this moment, Gojo Neru's arm was broken and he ran to Yuri Shoko with a grin on his face. Quickly, Shoko, help me use the inversion technique to heal. Jier is really too lighthearted. He's just bullying the small. On the other side, I heard Gojo Ming complaining. Zenin, who was abusing Gojo Satoru, had a look of disdain on his face, and his eyes were still lazy, as if the previous taijutsu battle could not wake him up. Hey, young Master Gojo, you decided on this learning method yourself. Now that you're throwing the blame on my head, do you really think I'm deaf? Zenin curled his lips, feeling a little unhappy inside, and then vented his dissatisfaction directly on Gojo Satoru in front of him. Well, it feels really good to beat up Gojo's six-eyes son. Yes, such a real and fierce fighting method is exactly the learning method proposed by Gojo Ming. Originally, he just wanted to follow Zenin's training step by step. However, unexpectedly, Yuri Shoko suddenly visited Gojo's house 3 days ago. It is said that Lord Yuri Inamitsu had a temporary mission and was worried about the safety of his little daughter Yuri Shoko, so he temporarily placed Yuri Shoko at Gojo's house. The head of the Gojo family would naturally not refuse Yuri Inamitsu's request, so the task of entertaining Yuri Shoko, the genius of the reversal technique, fell to Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru. Originally, Gojo Ming felt that this temporary task would too much affect his and Wu Bai's learning progress. However, the person who comes to mind is Yuri Shoko. Isn't this a coincidence? Isn't this a coincidence? This was a powerful nanny for him and Wu. It seems that he and Satoru don't have to worry about being injured during the learning process. In this way, Gojo made a desperate request to Zenin not to hold back, and in a real sense, he began to face the taijutsu attack from the tyrant. In the past 3 days, fractures, vomiting blood, and internal organ disorders have become the norm for Gojo Ming. Gojo Satoru, on the other hand, is hopeless. He doesn't want to accept such a beating. He is just a fish caught in the fire of Gojo Ming. Although Yuri Shoko is here, their bodies are still in good condition, but their spirits are extremely exhausted. After all, the feeling of having a bone broken and then healed is not an experience worth remembering. Watching Yuri Shoko use the inversion technique to heal his body, the pain in Gojo's arms slowly subsided. This reversal technique is really powerful, but I don't know who is more powerful compared to the return path in the world of death. Gojo Neru subconsciously compared the Keido and the reversal technique in his mind. In terms of flexibility of use, the reversal technique seems to be more flexible. After all, Gojo Satoru, who masters the inversion technique in the future, can use the inversion technique to repair his brain while fighting with Ryomen Sukuna in a high-intensity battle. There seems to be no example of anyone in the Shinigami world using Keido healing while fighting. However, Huidao should be more advantageous when it comes to healing others. If he could use Keido now, he might be able to compete with Shoko to see whose healing ability is the most powerful. However, it is a pity that my current 4 abilities of killing fists and moving ghosts are still stuck at the level of fighting for nothing. If you want to use Keido, you must break through white fighting and then master Shunpa before you can access Keido. The road is long and difficult. Gojo Ming is not a person who is too ambitious. Although the reply looks very good. After all, there is still a long way to go. Now there are ready-made wet nurses here, so if you don't use them, it will be in vain. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida, Kendo Experience plus 10. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida, Kendo Experience plus 10. Looking at his system prompts, Gojo Ming felt the thrill of growth. With Zenin's guidance and training, my speed of improvement in white fighting will definitely not be inferior to that of Kendo. As long as you persist like this, you will be able to break through in vain, master Shunpa, learn the Keido, and become a qualified tetrathlon Shinigami just around the corner. But just when Gojo Ming was about to return to the venue to fight Zenin, he saw another prompt coming from the system. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the experience will be +1 in vain. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the experience will be +1 in vain. At this moment, he realized that Gojo Satoru was already Senbonzakura's sword borrower. Gojo Satoru's combat experience will also have a certain percentage of feedback. He and Gojo Satoru are both studying in vain, which means that Gojo Satoru's learning experience is also equivalent to his own learning experience. Gojo Ming felt like he was stuck in a system bug. When he asked Gojo Satoru to learn how to do it for free, he never thought of using this method to get his experience for free. His idea at the time was simply to hope that Gojo Satoru could master some taijutsu skills and become stronger in taijutsu in the future. I never thought about it, but I planted willows and willows unintentionally. Gojo Satoru, who learned to do it for free with him, turned out to be his baby with the experience of doing it for free. Not bad. A weird smile appeared on Gojo Ming's face, and his eyes turned to Gojo Xiang, who looked concerned. Should I bring Uncle Shun in to learn how to fight for free so that I can gain the experience of 2 experienced babies for free? Just do it. After a while, the people Zenin taught by to change from Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru to Ming, Satoru, and Shinichi. Master Ming, I shouldn't need to learn physical skills anymore. Gojo swallowed his saliva and subconsciously evaded. After all, the tragic situation of Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru just now was seen by him. Although he is an adult, if he only uses taijutsu, he probably won't be Zenin's one-stop enemy. It can be argued that Gojo Satoru and Gojo Neru were beaten so badly because they were young and their bodies had not yet matured. However, if he was beaten so miserably, there would be no excuse for him. After all, he is also a first-level jujutsu master in the association, so he needs to be embarrassed, right? It's a pity that Gojo Xiang's face has no weight in front of Gojo Ming's experience. Gojo couldn't tolerate it. Gojo refused instantly. Uncle Shun, I'm doing this for your own good. Although you are a master of swordsmanship, what should you do if you run out of weapons one day? It's not like a kendo master can't use bare hands, right? Gojo Ming asked Gojo Xiang to learn in vain, not only to gain experience, but also because he thought of an ancient swordsman's path in the death cycle. Because the Tao couldn't find weapons during the death-destroying journey, he couldn't exert his true strength. It wasn't until he met Maki in the later stage and borrowed the soul release sword from Maki that he was able to truly demonstrate his swordsmanship. Gojo Ming doesn't want Gojo, who is currently surrendering to him, to fall into the state of Tao in an instant. Of course, Gojo's main purpose is to gain experience. Hey, are you still finished? Although there are many snacks to eat, Yuri Shoko's expression is getting worse and worse. After all, she's a guest of the Gojo family, and now she has to work here as a coolie for the Gojo family. It was okay to treat Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto before, but now, there's another Gojo Shinichi. The amount of mana required to heal adults and children is completely different. I am still just a child. How can I bear such heavy work pressure? Yuri Shoko's resistance finally brought the 3 days of useless learning to an end. Not only Gojo Ming, but even Zenin, who had been violating, breathed a sigh of relief. Beating people can be considered a strenuous job. Zenin beat him until the end, and even lost interest in beating the 6-eyes son of Gojo family. After all, just like playing poker, the first time you do it, you'll be excited. However, if you're asked to play poker every night, you will also feel bored. Even if it continues, you will still think about running away. After all, you can't pay public rations every day, right? If you continue to be squeezed dry like this, recognition will also die. At this moment, Zenin was in a period of fatigue regarding beating up the son of 6 eyes. After Gojo Ming's training, he also had to enter a period of rest. To be honest, he didn't care if this continued, but he was worried that Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi on the side wouldn't be able to hold on. After all, Gojo Satoru was already slumped aside at this time, as if he was in an out-of-body state. Gojo Shinichi was beating his waist. The past 2 days had been a hellish test for him. However, it also allowed him to see the true strength of Zenin. The person in front of him was simply not something he could compete with, even if he is currently a first-level jujutsu master. Sure, let's go to Zenin's house later. Go to your home's library to see the curse tool you selected earlier. Gojo Ming looked at the wasted experience bar that had increased to 46% with great pleasure, feeling very happy in his heart. It only took 3 days for the experience bar to increase by almost half. Zenon's ability to fight for nothing was indeed higher than Gojo's swordsmanship level. During these 3 hard days of teaching, Zenon tried his best. It's a donkey working hard, and you have to show the carrot in front of it, right? Taking advantage of this period of rest, I happened to go to Zenon's store to pick out some. By the way, see if there are other curse tools. After all, the Zenin family's treasury was not like the Gojo family's, where most of it was squandered by him. This pristine virgin land is definitely the place Gojo Ming needs to explore the most. During the previous experiment, too much curse tool was wasted. Now if we could do it all over again, with so many experiments, curse tool would be able to forge at least 2 or 3 Zampudo, right? Gojo Ming shook his head. Now we can only find a way from Zenin's house. If you have the chance, it would be great to go and explore the Kamo family's library. Among the big 3 sorcerer families' jujutsu inventory, the cursed tool inventory should be the largest in the entire jujutsu world, right? And I heard that the Kamo family has a great master of cursed tool, and the collection in the library may be more than the Gojo family and the Zenin family combined. Although Gojo Ming has never dealt with Kamo's family, he has already begun to worry about other people's family treasures. Zenin was drinking water and nodded while listening to Gojo Ming's words. The Zenin family is sweeping the couch to welcome you, waiting for you to come over. However, I hope you'll focus on my Zampudo and not be too distracted by that decadent family. Zenin had no intention of speaking for the Zenin family at all. As for the tasks that the family had given him before, he had already put them aside. What will the Zenin family look like in the future? What does it have to do with him? Gojo Ming smiled, not caring at all, and stretched out his right hand in front of Shoko. Shoko, my little finger is broken, please. Then, he turned to look at Zenin. Oh, I wonder how you could get the curse tool that Satoru needs so easily. It turns out that it has the tacit approval of the Zenin family senior management. Shoko angrily helped Gojo Neru treat her fingers. When she saw that Gojo Neru was not paying attention to her at all and was only concentrating on chatting with Zenin, her treatment methods became rough. Oh, it hurts. Gojo Ming frowned subconsciously, but still did not take his eyes away from Zenin. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. I don't think you need to communicate with those who are behind the times now. Zenin Shire still did not speak for the Zenin family. However, Gojo Ming didn't care at all. He was thinking that there would be many places where he needed to cooperate with the Zenin family in the future, and he wouldn't fall out now. What's more, the Zenin family is very sincere, isn't it? The cursed tool that was used to forge Senbonzakura was not a vulgar object. At least it was at the level of a first-level curse tool. This kind of cursed tool was taken out without blinking an eye. At least in Gojo Ming's opinion. This courage is worth understanding. Besides, I'm still coveting the things in other people's treasury. It's okay, I just want to visit Zenin's house. After all, I've been staying at Gojo's house, and I seem to be a little short-sighted. Feeling the pain in his fingers, Gojo Ming subconsciously tried to pull his fingers back while speaking. But Shoko, who was ignored, didn't give Gojo Ming a chance and clamped his hands tightly on Gojo Ming's little finger. How can the patient escape if he hasn't been treated yet? After tugging twice, but not being able to pull it out, Gojo Ming finally realized something was wrong and shifted his gaze from Zenin to Yuri Shoko. Seeing the girl's dissatisfied expression, Gojo Ming smiled playfully. With an adult state of mind, he could tell at a glance that Yuri Shoko felt unbalanced because of his lack of attention. This is not a good sign. Once a girl starts to care about a boy's attention to her, she will lose the initiative in getting along with each other in the future. Hey Shoko, from now on, I'll build you a Zampudo too, right? What Gojo Ming suddenly said caught Yuri Shoko off guard and made her face turn red. She didn't expect Gojo Neru to say this at all. His hands that had been holding Gojo Ming loosened subconsciously out of dissatisfaction. At this moment, she realized that she was holding Gojo Ming's hand too intimately. On the side, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Shinichi and Zenin heard Gojo Ming say this and subconsciously looked at Gojo Ming and Yuri Shoko. Just now, Shoko's behavior of grabbing Gojo Neru's hand was seen by the three people. Oh, what I just hear? Our young master Gojo Ming actually offered to help others forge Zampudo. Zenin curled his lips and said something lazy and strangely. Hey, Ming, so love will disappear, right? Will our brotherhood also disappear? Ming, brother's heart hurts so much. Gojo Satoru opened his blue eyes, constantly looking between Gojo Ming and Yuri Shoko, his eyes full of gossip. It was as if Gojo Ming's words just now gave Gojo Satoru blood, directly eliminating the fatigue of Gojo Satoru's previous beating from Zenin's taijutsu. Gojo Shinichi glanced at Gojo Ming and Yuri Shoko silently, thinking silently in his heart. Yuri's house, well, it's not bad. Miss Yuri Shoko is a genius of reversal techniques if she is combined with Master Gojo Narumi. Well, besides Miss Shoko and Master Neru, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Feeling the atmosphere of gossip, Gojo Ming suddenly realized that what he just said was somewhat inappropriate. He was thinking of forging a Zampudo for Shoko, and he also thought that Shoko could be used as an experience pack to help him gain more experience for free. Now that the bug of the system has been found, how many lags can there be? Anyway, even if Zenin herds a sheep, it is herding, and if she herds a group of sheep, it is also herding, right? The four of them learned fighting from Zenin at the same time. So wouldn't he be able to use three people's fighting experience in vain? Although Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi have different feedbacks on their free play experience. Gojo Satoru has higher talent, more frequent feedback, and more feedback experience. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still considered meat, right? If you don't accumulate steps, you won't be able to reach 1,000 miles. If you don't accumulate small streams, you won't be able to reach the rivers and seas. This is something that was learned in a 9-year compulsory education in the previous life. Therefore, for Gojo Ming, the more experience packages he recognizes, the better, and the sooner he borrows the sword, the better. It's a pity that such a simple idea of mine can be regarded as a kind of special care for Shoko in the eyes of others. After all, things like Zampudo are extremely rare in the entire Jujutsu world. Exclude the experimental product Gojo Shun Isho Chinworm. Zenin's and Gojo Satoru Zampudo were made at their own initiative, and Gojo Ming made them for them, in their own opinion. And now, Gojo Ming actually takes the initiative to build a Zampudo for Yuri Shoko. There is no magic here. Being looked at by the three people with such eyes, and looking at Shoko's delicate face, Gojo Ming realized the current situation no matter how slow his reaction was. Well, I want to say, Gojo Neru paused for a moment. He had indeed done something misleading. Would it hurt Shoko if he clarified it now? He has the mind of an adult, but Shoko is only a 6-year-old girl after all. I'm afraid that my young mind will be hurt by being clarified by myself in this way, right? Thinking of this, Gojo Ming shook his head helplessly. In the end, he did not clarify, but just complained. Shoko and I are friends. It's appropriate to forge a Zampudo for her. Besides, Wu and Sure, even if you don't ask me, I will help you forge it, okay? Gojo Ming felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and made a casual remark. Gojo Satoru nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, as Gojo Ming's brother, he would definitely have a Zampudo. Zenin, on the other hand, curled his lips in disbelief. Oh, that's the same sentence. Since you are ready to help me forge a Zampudo, then my previous agreement will not be counted, right? Seeing Shure's intention of having S*X for free, Gojo Ming directly slapped a patch on his backhand. What's more, you are an adult. A man's words are hard to follow. You can't break what you promised me back then. Hearing Gojo Ming's reply, Zenin looked helpless. It was obvious that the young master of the Gojo family had already entangled him. However, Zenin doesn't really dislike Gojo Ming's character. Perhaps it is precisely because of Gojo's personality that he, who is indifferent, became Gojo's friend. Okay. I understand, but the next Zanpakutō must be forged by me, and Shoko has to be behind me. Zenan no longer dwells on the previous deal. Anyway, the Zampudo is Gojo Ming's own product, and he is not qualified to make demands. His only requirement is that others cannot jump in line. Of course, Jiru, even if I wanted to forge a Zampudo for Shoko, I wouldn't have the materials. Let's go to Zenan's house first to find out the situation. Maybe we can also find a cursed tool suitable for Shoko. Gojo Ming nodded to express his understanding and asked Shoko to become the sword borrower as soon as possible. In this case, he would have another experience pack. As for what kind of Zanpakutō to forge for Shoko, Gojo Ming already had a plan in mind. Yuri Shoko is originally good at healing reversal techniques, so she is relatively weak in combat. The Zanpakutō he prepared for Shoko can, on the one hand, strengthen Yuri Shoko's healing ability and make her a more powerful nanny. On the other hand, it can also strengthen Shoko's combat capabilities so that he can protect himself and fight back when he encounters a real crisis. This Zanpakutō is none other than the Zanpakutō of Uno Hanaretsu, the captain of the 4th Division of the Godai 13th Division, Nakashizuku Sui. After the Zanpakutō is unlocked, Shizuku can help Shoko with his healing work. After the meat squid is released, its power cannot be underestimated. At least, in Gojo Ming's opinion, this is the Zanpakutō that is most suitable for Yuri Shoko. However, this special biological Zanpakutō is not that easy to forge. If he wants to present the cursed tool, he must find a suitable cursed tool as a material for forging. This is the hardest thing right now. After all, Gojo Ming, who has the system, can forge the Zanpakutō, but he cannot forge the corresponding cursed tool. Therefore, it will take some time for Shoko's Zanpakutō to be released. While thinking about the meat, Gojo felt a tickling sensation on his little finger. Looking down, Shoko was blushing and gently helping him with the treatment, and his previous dissatisfaction was completely gone. On the side, Gojo Satoru and Zenin both squinted their eyes and showed Oni smiles. Gojo Ming is really worried that if they are given another second, they will shout, "I got it! I got it!" Sure enough, no matter what world we are in, no matter what kind of person we are, we all like to listen to gossip and gossip. Master Ming, let me accompany you to Zenan's house. After all, your safety is... Seeing Gojo's worried look on his face, Gojo shook his head. I came to Gojo's house before, but there were no guards. We all belong to the 3 major families, and the Zenin family is unlikely to do anything detrimental to me. Having said this, Gojo Ming raised his head again and pursed his lips to Zenin and said, "Besides, isn't there Shura with me? With Shura by my side, Uncle Shun, are you still afraid of someone who can hurt me?" After hearing what Gojo Ming said, Gojo raised his head and glanced at the tall Zenin, and finally fell into silence. If Zenin was the attacker, he had no confidence that he could protect Gojo Ming. Fortunately, Zenin has a close relationship with Gojo Ming, and there is really no need for him to protect them anymore. As for Gojo Satoru, he studied for 3 days in vain and was drained of all his energy. He also didn't want to move at this time. As the son of Gojo's 6 Eyes God, he had no interest in the Zenin family. As for the selection of Cursed Tool, he had nothing to help Gojo Ming, so he just slumped aside and chose to play dead. Finally, Gojo Ming went back to take a short rest. After taking a shower and changing clothes, the two left the Gojo family's mansion and set off towards the Zenin family's mansion. Outside Gojo's house, Gojo Kotetsu has been waiting in the shadows for a long time. At this time, his eyes were scarlet, and his entire face was much paler than before. He's been waiting on the outside for 3 days. I finally waited for this opportunity. This time, his mission target is Gojo Ming. He must follow Kamo's true will and kill Gojo Ming in advance. At this time, he is no longer the thought of Gojo Kotetsu. Gojo Kotetsu is just a body at this time. The one who controls Gojo Kotetsu's body now is Kamo's real trump card, Yakiaki. It has unparalleled hidden abilities and invisible assassination abilities. Just give him a chance, and he can burn Gojo Ming to ashes. This time, Gojo Ming just followed an ordinary person out, and the first-level Jujutsu Master Gojo suddenly disappeared around him. This is his best chance. Although the burning phase is the weakest of the 9 phases of the cursed fetus, once he completes the release of the close-range spell, he will burn everything. As soon as he left the back door, Gojo Neru, who was wearing a blue kimono, saw Gojo Kotetsu suddenly appear. His 6 eyes did not see anything strange about Gojo Kotetsu, but his intuition told him that something was not right with the Gojo Kotetsu in front of him. Gojo Neru quietly observed Gojo Kotetsu's approach. At the same time, he held Sodi Shiryuki in his right hand, ready to untie it at any time. Facing Gojo Ming, Xiaoxiang's eyes were full of heat, and he completely ignored the man beside Gojo Ming. Under this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he was confident that he could kill Gojo Ming completely. He is a burner and a born assassin. As he got closer and closer to Gojo Ming, the spell in Yakisei's body had begun to operate. According to his calculations, when he got closer to Gojo Ming, the spell would be released exactly. Ling Wu, Xiu Bai Xue. Gojo hummed in a low voice and began to explain. Sodi Shiryuki had already exposed the snow-white blade. Although Gojo Kotetsu still looks normal, Gojo Ming is still not prepared to let it get close to him. However, at the moment when Gojo Ming began to take off Shiryuki's sleeves, the fire phase suddenly disappeared in front of Gojo Ming's eyes. The next second, he appeared behind Gojo Ming. This speed even surpassed Zenan's speed when he fought with him before. However, Gojo Ming's 6 eyes is not vegetarian either. He immediately noticed the position of the burning aspect. Zampudo Sodi Shiryuki had already followed and would stab the burning aspect in the next second. Seeing this scene, the corners of Xiao Xiang's mouth slightly raised. All this was as he expected. Before coming here, he had already investigated Sodi Shiryuki's abilities. Although the ice attribute will inhibit burning, it is not an ordinary flame. He is a bone fire that can burn everything. Sodi Shiryuki can be his medium, allowing him to successfully ignite Gojo Ming. The mission is completed. Flames ignited on the surface of the body, and the next second it would spread along Sodi Shiryuki to Gojo's voice. However, this next second is extremely long, so long that the burning phase cannot wait at all, because at this moment his physical head has been completely crushed. Zenin, who had been ignored for so long, was just a fist pump, and the fire phase had lost its vitality. "You idiot! How dare you ignore me?" Zenin took out the cigarette case from his pants pocket, took out a cigarette, and threw it into his mouth. After groping around and discovering that he didn't bring a lighter, he simply squatted down and lit it with the flames on the burned corpse. As the green smoke rose, Zenin drooped his eyelids and said lazily, "I remember this person is from your Gojo family, right?" Zenin and Gojo are both carriers of Heavenly Restriction with 0 curse power. Heavenly Restriction strengthens the body too thoroughly, so it is quite easy to sense the cursed spirit in Gojo Kotetsu's body. Gojo Ming nodded, retracted his sleeve Shiryuki, and looked at Zenin smoking a cigarette comfortably, his face full of relief. "You are worthy of being the future tyrant of heaven and earth. You can crush a level 1 cursed spirit with just 1 blow. I wonder when my body and physical skills will be as strong as yours." Gojo Ming squeezed the muscles on Zenin's body, and 6 eyes showed a trace of envy. "My body is too small. I'm only 6 years old. It is really not convenient for me to do it at any time. It would be great if I could have a body as big as Zenin. Heaven and Tyrant." Zenin blew out a smoke ring. This was the first time he heard this title. "It sounds pretty good, but this title was given to me, right? Why do you feel like you are bragging and selling yourself? When you turn 18 and become an adult, you will be able to do the same. You won't want to take this title back later, right?" Zenin glanced at Gojo Ming suspiciously. After all, Gojo Ming is young now, and when he grows up, he should be in his 30s. At that time, I might no longer be a match for Gojo Neru, who also has Heavenly Restriction. At that time, I was still called the Heaven and Tyrant. Wouldn't it be a bit unworthy of a name? "Che, sure, is this a nice name? I don't need this thing." There are still 12 years until I reach adulthood. Isn't this too long? Gojo Ming shrugged and shook his sleeves. Shiryuki. The cold air from Sodi Shiryuki's body infected the body of the burning Xiang. It had been dead for some time, but the flames of the burning sign showed no tendency to extinguish. Gojo Ming also guessed that the flames were related to the cursed spirit's spell. It would not be a good thing for the Gojo family to let it burn like this. Therefore, Gojo Ming directly used Moon White to draw a circle under Gojo Kotetsu's body, completely freezing Gojo Kotetsu's body. With the emergence of the Sodi Shiryuki Jutsu, Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Satoru felt that something had happened to Gojo Ming, no matter how exhausted they were from the physical training. He quickly dragged his tired body to the outskirts of the mansion. "Ming, are you okay?" Gojo Satoru showed concern, and Gojo came directly in front of the fireman. His whole person was full of shock. "Master Ming, this person is Kotetsu." Looking at the burned image with only half of his head left, Shinichi recognized Gojo Kotetsu's identity very keenly. Looking at the shocked Gojo Shinichi and the concerned Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming nodded. "It is indeed Gojo Kotetsu, but the one who just attacked me is not nonsense. He has already been tortured by the cursed object. So, Gojo Kotetsu died the moment he was F***** edition. Gojo Ming knows the relationship between Gojo Kotetsu and Gojo Shuani, and knows that he is Gojo Shuani's beloved disciple. Now, Gojo was directly punched to death by Zenin. He had to explain the situation clearly. Otherwise, he was worried that there would be a grudge between the two. Gojo fell into silence for a moment. Looking at Gojo Kotetsu's body burning with fire, he also realized that the cursed object that made Kotetsu suffer was very special. He felt both thankful and sad in his heart. She was saddened that her beloved disciple would encounter such a situation, die of being tortured, and be manipulated into attacking Gojo Ming. Fortunately, Zenin was beside Gojo Ming. Otherwise, once the cursed spirit succeeded after being incarnated, he would really die for his family. "Master Ming, leave this matter to me to investigate. I will definitely find out the identity of the cursed spirit who attacked you. For you for Kotetsu." The sudden attack did not affect Gojo Ming's plan to visit Zenin's house. After all, he had already sent an application to visit Zenin's house through Zenin Shinsuk, but he suddenly missed the appointment. There was no way he could justify it. Moreover, judging from the current situation, after the first assassination is over, there should not be a second killer who will assassinate the more vigilant himself without the sense of humor. It's unlikely that the mastermind behind the scenes had a second cursed object and at the same time are ****D, a second person he knew from the Gojo family, right? This kind of thing can never happen again. This kind of cursed object, which cannot change the face of the body after receiving the body, is also a very special existence in terms of ability. Gojo Nera basically has no memory. In the original work, like Sukuna and the cursed objects that remain in Wan, they can still maintain the appearance of the original body after receiving the body. This cursed object is very special. I wonder if this cursed object can be recovered after being killed by Shiryuki. This is considered a physical exorcism. It shouldn't have completely eliminated the cursed object, right? Gojo Ming quietly followed Shiryuki forward slowly. Along the way, he was also thinking about future plans. As of now, he already owns 3 Zanpakutōs, Sodi Shiryuki, Kayamizu, and Senbonzakura. Among them, Senbonzakura and Kayamizu have already borrowed swords. The people who borrowed the swords are Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi, and the only remaining Sodi Shiryuki is currently regarded as his own special weapon. Both Senbonzakura and Kayamizu have completed their initial solutions in the hands of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi, and have initially demonstrated their respective powers. He has also successfully activated Fist among the 4 skills of Jean Fist and Jean Gue. According to his current plan, Bai Da's skill improvement speed will definitely not be too slow. In a month at most, he should be able to break through the vain fight and enter the walking instant step learning with the help of Shun'er and many experience packages. In this case, it is equivalent to mastering 2 death skills. With Sodi Shiryuki and John and Fist, in the current timeline, my strength is at least equivalent to that of a first-level Jujutsu master. As long as Gojo Satoru, and Zenin don't encounter Sukuna and Zenin, they should be considered invincible. It can be said that even the special cursed spirit is not a problem in the eyes of the 3 of them. However, Gojo Ming, who knew the future development, felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Although according to his current arrangements, Gojo Satoru, who possesses a Zampudo, should not end up being cut in half by Sukuna in the future. However, the 2 special-level cursed spirits, Sukuna and Kenso, should not be underestimated. Especially Kensuo, who has been secretly arranging for so many years, must have laid enough backup plans. If he underestimated Kenso because he forged 3 Zanpakutō and mastered Zanken, then Gojo Ming could foresee that he would probably regret his current decision in the future. Therefore, he must accumulate all the power that can be accumulated now and unite all the people who can be united. Zenin, Zaiji, Yuri, Shoko, Okatsu, 99 Yuki. He hopes to establish good relationships with these people in the future if possible. After all, until he traveled through time, he still didn't know the true strength of Kensuo. In the original work, the special-level Jujutsu Masters in 99 Yuki, the special-level Cursed Spear expansion phase, and Tianyuan did not stop the actions of Kensuo in the Xingxing Palace. For this special-grade Cursed Spirit who is always smiling, Gojo Nara thinks that its hidden strength should be stronger than King of Curses Ryomen Sukuna. After all, judging from the world line of the original work, Ryomen Sukuna's path to the present can be considered to have been arranged by Kensuo. I still have to build myself an invincible Zanpakutō. At the same time, the Zanpakutō must be lent to enough people. However, most of the Jujutsu masters that I can remember are still little kids or have not been born yet. As for the currently surviving rotten creatures in the Jujutsu world, they are not yet qualified to be his sword borrowers. Gojo Ming's 6 eyes was constantly processing information from the outside world, and within a moment, he felt tired. At this time, he probably realized why Gojo Satoru wore sunglasses for a long time in his youth. Why? After growing up, well, I always wear an eye patch. When he originally read the original work, he thought that Gojo Satoru was a pretentious person just to look cool. Now, he also realizes that the 6 eyes processor is really not smart. Everything you see will be analyzed accordingly. Such massive analysis is still a bit heavy on the brain. After I go back, I will make a pair of sunglasses for Satoru and myself. Although I feel that this is very effective for mental exercise, it is not a problem to be exhausted all the time. Gojo sighed and looked at Zenin beside him. With this tyrant of heaven and tyrant by his side, he shouldn't have to keep opening 6 eyes to observe his surroundings. Thinking like this, Gojo simply closed his eyes and silently followed Zenin at their pace. I wonder if I can find other cursed tools I want in Zenin's library. It would be great if there was a cursed tool that could control flames. If I can really forge that Zanpakutō and successfully wield the swastika, then I can basically cut off all the backhands set up by Kenso, right? However, I feel that I need at least a special grade curse tool to be qualified to become the material for that Zanpakutō, just like Sodi Shiryuki and Hyorimaru. If Yining was a special grade curse tool, maybe what he forged would not be Sodi Shiryuki, but Hyorimaru, the strongest ice-type Zanpakutō in Soul Society. With his eyes closed, Gojo Ming continued to analyze his experience in building during this period. The birth of every Zanpakutō in this world is related to the characteristics of the cursed tool integrated into it. Gojo Ming can predict that in the Shinigami world line, those famous Zanpakutō basically require the rare curse tool as a material to be successfully forged. However, it is not so absolute. As long as it has the corresponding characteristics, even if the quality of the cursed tool material is lower, it is still possible to complete the birth of a Zanpakutō. If the Zenin family's GQ does not have the curse tool they need, then many Zanpakutō may not be able to be born in this world. Zenin's house, Kamo's house, and Jujutsu High School's GQ. This is a place that must be explored now. These 3 places are most likely to have special curse tools. Kinsuo, who has been working as an old silver coin for so many years, should have some cursed tool in stock. However, if possible now, it is best not to confront this guy. If possible, Gojo Ming would like to kill Naohua now to avoid a series of things that will happen later. But, unfortunately, he also knew that this was just his delusion. Naohua's strength and layout ability are both top-notch. Although I'm a time traveler and have cheats, but some big bosses, even if they cheat, it will still take a long time to fight. Watching Gojo Ming close his eyes and follow him forward, a trace of gentleness flashed through Zenin's lackluster eyes. He didn't know why Gojo Ming trusted him so much. This time, not only did he follow him to Zenin's house, but even Six Eyes was closed at this moment. During this period of getting along, Zenin can confirm that there is no difference between Gojo Ming's pair of heavenly eyes and Gojo Satoru's pair of 6 eyes. The only difference between the two is that one has a lot of magic power and the other has 0 magic power. Therefore, Gojo Neru's 6 eyes is as powerful as Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes in terms of information processing. At this moment, Gojo Ming closed 6 eyes, expressing his complete trust in himself. In Zenin's life, this is really the first time he has met such a person. Gojo never trusts others too easily, right? Zenin blew out a smoke ring and stretched. His lazy eyes suddenly became sharp. Every plant and tree around him was under the vigilance of his eyes. Gojo Ming chose to believe in himself, so he should not betray Gojo Ming's trust. On the other side, although he was following Zenin in action, Gojo Ming was thinking about future plans. The forging of the Zampudo cannot be stopped no matter what. This is his current foundation in this world. If he wants to improve his Zampudo proficiency as quickly as possible, lending his Zampudo to gain experience is the fastest way. However, I can't just rely on the Zampudo, nor can I just rely on the skills extracted from the Zampudo swastika. This kind of thing is too random. When opening a blind box, you must keep your hopes to a minimum. Only in this way can you get unexpected surprises when you open something beyond your expectations. Gojo Ming has always had such a plan in his heart, that is to rebuild a force outside the Gojo family. In this way, when you want to do something in the future, you won't have to be restricted by the Gojo family. Why said a Gojo Satoru before was all from my heart. Gojo's house is just a toy to him and Gojo Satoru. If he wasn't responsible for the Gojo family, he and Satoru might be able to have a much easier time in the future. However, he also knew that although Gojo Satoru had an out-of-touch personality and was verbally troublesome, he was not the kind of person who was unwilling to take responsibility. After taking care of the Gojo family for so many years, Gojo Satoru will definitely want to maintain the reputation of the Gojo family. Unlike me, to be honest, I really don't feel a sense of belonging to the Gojo family. The only thing that can give him any motivation is the Gojo family's inheritance rights. Although it has been partly caused by myself before, the resources inside are still very sufficient. After all, the database of big 3 sorcerer families cannot be compared with that of other small businesses. Jenner promised before that after getting the Zampudo, he would help me work. Now at my age, it seems a bit too conspicuous for me to establish a force outside. How about I ask Shur to help me build a master house? In this way, even if you leave Gojo's house or Zenin's house in the future, everyone can still have a stronghold. Isn't it reasonable to have such a store in every world? Urahara store or master house. Comparing these two names, master house is definitely more suitable for this world. After all, it is impossible for Urahara store manager to appear in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Moreover, in the future, I might join Jujutsu High School together with Gojo Satoru. By then, this guy Gigi will have to find something to do for him. Otherwise, if this guy goes gambling on boats or becomes a killer on a whim, wouldn't he be back to the original world line? Well, let Shura be the store manager of Wanshu. I will be the boss behind Wanshu. Making up his mind, Gojo Ming suddenly opened his eyes. The blue eyes of the sky focused on Zenin's back, causing Zenin's burly body to tremble subconsciously. At that moment, Zenin felt a chill all over his body, as if he was being targeted by something bad. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Gojo Ming, feeling the flash of evil smile in Gojo Ming's 6 eyes, and his brows suddenly frowned. In his mind, Gojo Ming is not a simple guy. That look just now always made him feel that Gojo Ming was planning something wrong. However, it was hard for him to ask anything now, because the Zenin family's mansion has arrived, and a group of Zenin family servants are greeting Gojo Ming at the door. The representative of the Zenin family, Zenin's direct neighbor, was also among them. His burly body and kind smile really made people feel a little inconsistent. Meanwhile, Gojo's house. Gojo Satoru was very dissatisfied with Gojo Ming being attacked by the cursed spirit. He didn't expect that cursed spirit would appear near the Gojo family's mansion. The most critical thing is that this cursed spirit actually possesses the body of a child of the Gojo family. Who is it? This cursed spirit is so targeting Ming. Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes constantly patrolled around the family, but unfortunately, no suspicious person was found. Next to him, Gojo's face suddenly sank like water. Master Wu, this is not an attack by cursed spirit on Master Ming. It should be an attack by curse user. Kotetsu was injured by a special cursed object. We must apply to the head of the family and ask for help in cleaning up the cursed object from Kotetsu's body. Only in this way can we find corresponding clues from the cursed object to determine who is targeting Master Ming. Gojo Shinichi gives advice to Gojo Satoru based on his own experience. Gojo Satoru also closed his eyes, gave up exploring the surroundings, and quickly ran towards the head of the house's room with Gojo Shinichi. I will send someone to ask Yuri Inamitsu-sama and keep Kotetsu's body first. I want to see which curse user dares to attack the Gojo family like this. The old man was furious, and his whole body was like an old lion, his power still lingering. After Gojo Ming forged Senbonzakura, the old man already agreed that Gojo Ming would be the key to the prosperity of the Gojo family in the future. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru have been equated in importance to the Gojo family. This act of directly using the cursed spirit to assassinate the heir of the Gojo family was extremely bad in the eyes of the old man. The dark net has been rectified and has become much more restrained now. Unexpectedly, curse user has also targeted Ming. Sure enough, does the special curse tool like Zampudo also make curse users feel threatened? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a glint in his eyes that was not for his age. Although his time in this world is short, the Gojo family is not yet ready for anyone to bully them at will. Satoru, I heard that Ming and Zenin went to Zenin's house. After sending someone to inform Yuri Inamitsu, the old man's attention turned to Gojo Ming's whereabouts. Gojo Satoru nodded. The materials for my Senbonzakura come from the Zenin family. Neru also wants to go to the Zenin family to see the collection in their vault. Moreover, Ming also agreed to help Shur forge a Zampudo. After listening to Gojo Satoru's words, the old man nodded slightly and glanced around Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shuani. It seems that Ming agrees with Zenin Shur very much. After you've been together for a period of time, what kind of person does Zenin Shur feel like? The old man's eyes stayed on Gojo Shinichi. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru are still young. Although they have 6 eyes and observe things very carefully, he still wants to hear what the more experienced Gojo Shinichi thinks. Strong. This Zenin is really strong. Gojo Shuni's answer surprised the old man. He had thought that Gojo Shuni could talk about Zenin's character and purpose. However, he never thought that Gojo would say so bluntly that Zenin was very strong. Gojo Shinichi is already a first-level Jujutsu master at this time, and is considered the top combat power in the entire Jujutsu world. How could such a person praise Zenin like this? Isn't Zenin the bearer of heavenly restriction? He has no magical power, but he makes you feel strong, Shuani. Because there has never been a carrier of heavenly restriction with 0 magic power before. So, in the records of the Gojo family, the old man has never known a strong person of heavenly restriction. The old man never understood Zenin's strength. Facing the old man's doubts, Gojo nodded seriously. Zenin Shinsuk is really strong if there's a real life and death fight. Even if I first solve the Zampudo Kayamizu, I am no match for Zenin Shinsuk. And I will die completely. Gojo Xiang's words completely shocked the old man. He had thought that Zenin was stronger than Gojo Xiang, but he did not expect that Gojo Xiang would admit defeat so completely. Sir, I really can't tell whether heavenly restriction is a curse or a blessing. However, I have to admire Master Ming's vision of seeing people. Zenin can be said to be the most potential target of the Zenin family. If the Zenin family does not pay attention to such a person, it will only be a loss to the Zenin family. Currently, the friendship between Master Ming and Zenin Shinsuk has become very strong. This time, the cursed spirit that suffered from Huche's flesh was directly killed by Zenin Shinsuk's punch. The ability to instantly kill a level 1 cursed spirit, the terror of this Zenin, is evident. Gojo's immediate words made the old man fall into deep thought. For the first time, he realized that even without the power of the spell, there were still people who were so powerful. While the old man was deep in thought, Gojo Satoru added, Ming seems to care a lot about Zenin. I think it's not just the two of them who have heavenly restriction. Ming seems to know Zenin better than Zenin himself. Ning, Xiang, I have been learning taijutsu from Shiryuki for the past 2 days, and the improvement has been huge. Moreover, Shiryuki seems to have agreed to Ming's request in exchange for the forging of a Zampudo. For Neru, the Zampudo is undoubtedly the most important asset. However, he is willing to use this in exchange for Shiryuki's request to gain Shiryuki's friendship. Obviously, before meeting Zenin Shinsuk, Ming already knew how powerful Zenin Shinsuk was. Moreover, the experience that happened to Zenin Shinsuk can also be reproduced by a Ming, who also has heavenly restriction and has 0 spell power. Gojo Satoru's addition made the old man close his eyes and begin to rethink his relationship with the Zenin family. Zenin is so powerful. If Gojo Ming learns how to control heavenly restriction from Zenin, will Gojo Ming have a second trump card besides Zampudo? At this moment, except for Shiryuki and Gojo Ming, no one else knows the true effect of heavenly restriction. However, heavenly restriction is no longer just curse in the eyes of the senior management of the Gojo family. Before, the old man felt sorry that Gojo Ming had no magic power. Now, Gojo Ming has heavenly restriction, which seems to be more powerful than having magic power. Does God want Neru to be the head of the Gojo family? The old man opened his eyes and glanced at Gojo Satoru. After a moment, he turned to look at Gojo Shinichi and said softly, Satoru, Shinichi. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shun nodded in unison, waiting for the old man's instructions. You are the only 2 people who currently possess Zampudo, which also shows Neru's trust in you. You have experienced the power of the Zampudo for yourselves. There is no doubt about it. However, there will definitely be many people who covet this power. Not only jujutsu masters, but also curse users and even curse spirits will covet the Zampudo. Satoru, before you become the strongest jujutsu master, before Neru shows absolute power, there will be endless attacks on Neru. So, Satoru, you must work harder to learn and improve your unlimited skills. Xiang, you must continue to improve your swordsmanship and techniques. Neru is the hope for the future of the Gojo family. We can't always count on Zenin to protect Neru. After all, his surname is Zenin, not Gojo. The only ones Ming can really trust are you 2. The old man took this opportunity to play Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi again. Although Gojo Satoru has always said that he does not care at all about the position of the head of the family, the position that originally belonged to him is now given to his younger brother. The old man didn't know what kind of thoughts would appear in Gojo Satoru's heart. Therefore, we must seize every opportunity to let Gojo Satoru clarify his heart, and at the same time, strengthen the brotherly relationship between them. Master, please rest assured, I will protect Ming's safety. There was a flash of determination in Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes. Gojo Shinichi nodded equally firmly. He had the same idea as the old man. Gojo Xiang Yin's power is just a temporary performance. The future of the Gojo family really depends on Master Gojo Ming. As long as there is no conflict between Master Gojo Satoru and Master Gojo Ming, the Gojo family will not have any unstable status in the next 50 years. 2 six-eyes gods and 2 pairs of pupils of the sky are enough to keep the Gojo family in an invincible position for a long time. What he has to do now is to use all his efforts to eliminate all things that can threaten the growth of Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru. Gojo, used his own life to defend the glory of the Gojo family. The news that Gojo Ming went to Zenan's house to find materials for forging Zampudo quickly spread throughout Gojo's house. Ever since Gojo Satoru's Senbonzakura blossomed in the mansion, many members of the Gojo family have become fans of Gojo Ming. Anyone with a bit of common sense realizes the potential of something like a Zampudo. The previous dissatisfaction with Gojo Ming for wasting the curse tool now turned into a panic about Gojo Ming going to other families. Why did Master Ming go to the Zenin family? Doesn't he know that the Zenin family and our family have never dealt with each other? What kind of materials do we not have at Gojo's house? Why go to Zenin's house to find materials? Others don't know, and they think that Gojo's house has declined to the point where cursed tool is gone. Master Ming wants to forge a Zampudo for the Zenin family, right? I've heard before that a member of the Zenin family is very close to Master Ming. Could it be that Master Ming was deceived by him? The Zampudo is exclusive to the Gojo family and cannot be passed on casually. Master Ming must not let it go unnoticed. Although only 3 Zampudo have been produced so far, all 3 are in the Gojo family. Moreover, the forger is the 6-eyes son of the Gojo family. So many Gojo family members have regarded the Zampudo as a taboo of the Gojo family. As the forger, Gojo Ming seems to have no right to distribute Zampudo among the public opinion of the Gojo family. Now, because Gojo Ming visited Zenan's house, Gojo's family became a little anxious and began to emphasize the heritage of Gojo's family. However, before Gojo Shinichi King Mushi was exposed, and before Gojo Satoru's Senbonzakura began to be solved, this group of Gojo family members still had many doubts about Gojo Ming's forging. In just a few days, the trend of the entire family has changed dramatically. It can only be said that people's hearts are too fickle. Gojo Ming has already seen through this kind of thing, so he will not change anything because of the change in public opinion of the Gojo family. However, as the leader of the Gemini Curse faction, Gojo Xiang Yin, at this moment, he was completely troubled by Gojo Ming's visit to Zenan's house. On the other side, the Cursed Tool Blacksmiths Association. The proposal regarding whether Gojo Ming needs to be included in the association has once again been brought to the table. This matter has been discussed privately by many association members before. However, this time, the discussion was on the table. The person who initiated the proposal this time was Gojo Xiang, the Cursed Tool Master of the Gojo family. Previously, Gojo Xiang seemed out of place with others in the Cursed Tool Blacksmith Association and was known as the enemy of masters and craftsmen. However, now that he has taught Gojo Ming, he has entered a completely different status. Everyone no longer dares to think that Gojo Xiang is the enemy of master craftsmen. At the same time, they all believe that Gojo Xiang and his apprentice Gojo Ming will be the subverters of the old curse tool system. I think Gojo Ming is too young. He became a member of the Cursed Tool Blacksmith Association at the age of 6. If this gets out, others will think we are irregular, right? Gojo Ming has forged 3 Zampudo and should be qualified to join the Cursed Tool Blacksmith. It is precisely because our association has gathered many capable blacksmiths that it will be recognized as professional by the Jujutsu Master. If Ming is not included in the association, then people will question our professionalism, right? I also think Gojo Neru should join the association. No. Gojo Ming only forged 3 Zampudo, and the other curse tool forging abilities have not been demonstrated at all. He should not be allowed in. Yes, I think so too. Is this Zampudo really a cursed tool? I don't think so. I learned during the investigation of Qing Ming that this Zampudo seems to have its own consciousness. I think this Zanpakutō should be considered a cursed object. Cursed object? Are you saying that 6-year-old Gojo Naru can artificially create cursed objects? If this is true, then these 3 Zanpakutō should all be considered special grade cursed objects. Do you think it is possible? This is just a hypothesis. The entire cursed tool Blacksmiths Association was mired in controversy, but Kamo, the president of the association, remained silent. It seemed that, in his opinion, there was no need to discuss this matter at all. It only takes a few more days for everything to turn out. He has confidence in the special cursed object. The burning phase will help him achieve his goal, and Lord Kamo Shinluen's power will help him maintain the momentum of the entire Kamo family. Zenan's house, VIP room. Although Gojo Ming's ultimate goal is to help Zenin choose a suitable cursed tool for the forging of Zanpakutō. However, since the Zenin family representative has already come forward, it would be too rude for him to ignore it at all. Therefore, he still chose to participate in this somewhat time-wasting exchange. However, this kind of thing is a bit boring for Zenin. If his eldest brother Zenin hadn't pulled him away, he would have even planned to sleep in the VIP room. While Zenin was communicating with Gojo Ming about Zanpaku-related matters, Zenin Shinsuk, who was practicing on the side, heard the news that Gojo Ming had arrived at Zenin's house. In an instant, the magic power in Zenin Shinsuke's body began to lose control. The name Gojo Ming still cast a shadow on him now. Although he really wanted a Zanpakutō, he hoped that Gojo Ming would be humiliated at Zenin's house. He also hoped that Gojo Ming would suffer the same humiliation as before at Zenin's house. Before, this guy Zenin took the cursed tool from the family's treasure chest to help Gojo Ming forge the Zanpakutō. This time Gojo Ming came to Zenin's house. His goal should still be to avoid Curry's cursed tool. Gojo Ming must not be allowed to succeed. Zenin Shinsuk is worthy of being the unicorn of this generation of the Zenin family. But through some incidents and details, he has already guessed Gojo Ming's true purpose this time. Old hatreds welled up in his heart. This time, Gojo Ming came to his home court. How could he let him get his wish? Let's go to the VIP room. Zenin Shinsuk threw down his bamboo sword and ran directly towards the VIP room without changing into his kendo uniform. Lord Jibin, slap your lord. The servant on the side suddenly walked in and whispered next to the two of them. The man next to him frowned slightly, while Zenin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The two stood up and nodded to Gojo Ming to apologize. There's a little something that needs to be taken care of here. Please take a short rest. After Zenin finished speaking, he and Zenin went out together and walked into another conference room. Uncle Ziberin, Uncle Sean, you must never give the contents of the treasury to Gojo Ming again. The moment Zenin Shinsuk saw the two elders entering the door, he put forward his demand straight to the point. Zenin Naohito frowned. He is the current representative of the Zenin family and has the right to decide family affairs. Is Zenin Shinsuk out of his mind today? Do you have to go crazy while communicating with Gojo? Uncle Naohito, Zanpakutō is definitely not that easy to forge. Without our family's curse tool, Gojo Ming would never have been able to forge the remaining Zanpakutō. If Gojo Ming had only forged those 2 Zanpakutōs, then his reputation would not be that great. However, if we continue to help him improve his reputation, then the reputation of the Zenin family will always be surpassed by the Gojo family. Uncle Naohito, please don't be blinded by the power of the Zanpakutō. Personal interests must never override the interests of the family. Compared with Zanpakutō, I think killing a potential Zanpakutō forger so that he has no chance to continue to forge Zanpakutō and continue to increase the power of the Gojo family is our best choice. A trace of sternness appeared on Zenin Shinsuke's face. He feels from the bottom of his heart that Gojo Ming is a threat. If he is allowed to live, Gojo Ming may even become a greater threat than the real Six Eyes God's son Gojo Satoru. Shinsuke, what are you thinking about? Do you want the Gojo family and the Zenin family to officially start a war? A trace of anger appeared on Zenin's face. He naturally knew that when Gojo Ming grew up, he would help the Gojo family suppress the Zenin family. However, Zenin Shinsuke's words completely ignored the interests of the family. During this period of time, the Zenin family not only cannot harm Gojo Ming, but also must protect Gojo Ming and prevent him from causing trouble at the Zenin family. This is an unspoken rule stipulated among Jujutsu master families. Zenin Shinsuke's malice towards Gojo Neru is too deep, which will affect the relationship between the Gojo family and the Zenin family. Zenin opened his mouth to scold Zenin Shinsuke, but Zenin fan beside him smiled sinisterly. Nobi, Shinsuke's intention is not to harm Gojo Ming. Gojo Ming is a useless person without magic power. Even if he grows up, he will not pose any threat. The real threat is Gojo Ming's Zampudo. As long as Gojo Ming continues to forge a Zampudo, his reputation will definitely grow higher and higher. And the Gojo family is bound to Gojo Ming, so the Gojo family's status will definitely increase. If we want Gojo Ming to stop growing, we at Zenin just need to stop providing Gojo Ming with a cursed tool that can be used to forge a Zampudo. Zenin glanced at his brother, suppressed his dissatisfaction with his role as the family representative, and shared the information he had investigated from the Gojo family. There is no longer a cursed tool in the Gojo family's library that would allow Gojo Ming to forge a new Zampudo. Therefore, the material for the previous Sakura Zampudo came from the cursed tool that Jinji brought over. Acting Sama, you should know the origin of Shire's cursed tool, right? This is the cursed tool belonging to the Zenin family. So the forged Zampudo should belong to the Zenin family. But that Zampudo has become Gojo Satoru's weapon. So what did our Zenin family gain by providing the materials? I don't know what kind of agreement you made with Zenin Shire before. However, judging from the results, the Zenin family did not gain any benefits. Instead, it helped the Six Eyes godson of the Gojo family to grow again. Zenin sighed. To put it mildly, this kind of thing is a careless decision. To put it harshly, it is scheming to the enemy. Although the Zenin family and the Gojo family both belong to the big three sorcerer families, acting Sama, you don't think that the Gojo family and the Zenin family will really live in harmony, right? Throughout this long history, although the big three sorcerer families have remained standing, there's been a lot of friction between them. Rather than saying that the big three sorcerer families are Jujutsu division partners, they regard each other as rivals. Zenin was stunned by Zenin's rhetoric. His hostility towards the Gojo family was not as high as that of Zenin and Zenin Shinsuke. He still hopes that through peaceful means, Gojo Ming can forge a Zampudo for Zenin, so that the Zenin family can analyze the composition of a Zampudo. However, Zenin's feedback and Gojo Ming's impeccable response made him somewhat unclear about Gojo Ming's next arrangements. The Zenin people want to firm up their opinions, but although he now has the reputation of being the representative, he is still constrained by the Zenin fan. When it comes to deciding the direction of the family, if Zenin doesn't support him, he will have to make certain compromises. What do you think about that slap? However, the Zenin family cannot be disadvantageous to Gojo Ming. This is the bottom line. Zenin glanced around with an ugly expression. Although there were only 3 of them in the conference room, for the first time, he felt what it meant to be alone. Zenin smiled sinisterly. I suggest not to let Gojo Ming enter the Forbidden Library. The Zenin family will no longer provide cursed tool materials for Gojo Ming. Zenin fan made his request. Uncle Nabi, my request is to fight Gojo Ming again. I want to use this battle to wash away my previous shame. The last time was just because I faced the Zampudo for the first time, so I was careless. This time, I will prove to you that the Zampudo is not that strong. Uncle Naohito, you have never seen the Zampudo-S technique. Everything is just hearsay. This time, let me continue to let my nephew show you the technique of the Zampudo Gojo. Zenin Shinsuke's expression was a little ferocious. Ever since he came back from Gojo's house last time, he had been affected by that battle for a long time. Sodi Shiryuki's freezing has almost become Zenin Shinsuke's nightmare. However, as the Kiriner of the Zenin family, He is also extremely talented in fighting and jujutsu. This period of kendo study also allowed him to make breakthroughs in kendo. He had already found a way to break through Sodi Shiryuki. As long as he can survive Sodi Shiryuki's spell, then there is no way Gojo Ming, a loser with no magic power at all, can be his opponent. Listening to the appeals of the two people, Zenan nodded and expressed his understanding with a stern face. He knew that this conversation with Gojo Ming would not produce good results. However, under the collision of the demands of Zenin Fan and Zenin Shinsuk, he found a compromise point that seemed to be able to balance the overall situation. However, this balance point cannot be shifted by one's own will. This point also requires the cooperation of Gojo Ming. I wonder if Gojo Neru, the son of Six Eyes God, will be willing to accept his proposal? Zenin's face was as dark as water, and he was secretly preparing to start a gambling fight with Gojo Ming with the help of Shinsuke's appeal. Take one of Jiku's curse tools as a bet. If Gojo Narumi's Sodi Shiryuki really loses to Zenin Shinsuke, then he will satisfy both the demands of Zenin Fan and Zenin Shinsuk and no longer support Gojo Narumi's curse tool material. After all, losing to Zenin Shinsuk meant that the Zampukuto's ability was not as powerful as he imagined. If Gojo Ming wins in the end and shows how powerful the Zanpakutō is, then the Zenin family just gave Gojo Ming a cursed tool according to the original plan. Your plans will be back on track. Moreover, in my opinion, Gojo Ming's current relationship with Zenin Shiryuki is irreversible. Even if the cursed tool is provided, Gojo Ming will still spend it on Zenin Shiryuki. In this way, it means that no matter whether they win or lose, it will be beneficial to the Zenin family. This was his plan, but he didn't know whether Gojo Ming would agree to it. After all, as a visitor to the Gojo family, it seemed normal for Gojo Neru to refuse such an unreasonable proposal. Whether this gamble that can balance the situation can be established depends entirely on the importance Gojo Ming attaches to Curse Tool. Zenin shook his head, stood up, and prepared to enter the VIP room with Zenin Fan and Zenin Shinsuk. On the other side, the VIP room. Seeing Zenin's direct guests leaving the VIP room, Gojo Ming had already guessed that this trip to Zenin's house would be troubled, because when Zenin Shinsuk arrived, his six eyes had already noticed it. He would not think that Zenin Shinsuk was here at this moment to express his support for him. After all, there was no way that the young and energetic Chiliner of the Zenin family could come out of the last defeat so magnanimously. Sure, does it feel like your Zanpakutō's birth has had twists and turns again? There was a hint of amusement in Gojo Ming's six eyes. He was still a little curious about what the Zenin family would do. The Zenin family doesn't really think that they can control themselves just by relying on some cursed tools in the library, right? Although many cursed tool materials are somewhat rare, Gojo Ming has confirmed that the Zanpakutō and cursed tool materials are not bound one by one. As long as the materials contain the characteristics of a Zanpakutō, there is a chance of forging a Zanpakutō. However, the higher the quality of the cursed tool, the higher the forging efficiency, and the higher the level of development of the Zanpakutō after its success. Just like the Senbonzakura in Gojo Satoru's hand. Gojo Satoru can complete the initial solution as soon as he gets it. First, there is a good match between Senbonzakura and Gojo Satoru, and second, Gojo Satoru's own qualifications are good enough. Third, the quality of the cursed tool used to forge Senbonzakura is high enough. So, Senbonzakura has been in an extremely active development state since its birth. If these three elements were not perfectly combined, no matter how well Gojo Satoru suited Senbonzakura, Senbonzakura would not have been able to let Gojo Satoru know hajime so quickly. If the Zenin family really disgusts me, then at most they will spend a little more time to find other similar curse tools for you. As long as the Zanpakutō is born, I believe that given Shiryuki's talent, no matter how low the level of development is, he will be able to slowly communicate with the Zanpakutō and complete the original solution. But it's just a matter of time. With the strength of Shen Tian and Tyrant, he is actually not that eager to use the Zanpakutō to improve his strength. It seems good to give him a little more time to get used to it. In an instant, countless thoughts went through Gojo Ming's mind. This is a sequelae of 6 eyes. The processing of information is too comprehensive. Just the arrival of Zenin Shinsuk, coupled with the expressions of Zenin Fan and Zenin Naobi, Gojo Neru has already speculated on a lot of possible information. Beside Gojo Ming, Zenin looked impatient. He originally didn't like this formal process, and now the Zenin family just threw Gojo Ming here and asked them to wait. This made him even more unhappy. Although he was accompanied by his elder brother Zenin, it was not that he looked down upon Zenin. This ferocious-looking brother of mine really has no qualifications to entertain Gojo Ming, the future heir of the Gojo family. I don't care. Zenin shrugged, glanced at Gojo Ming, and blew out a smoke ring. Anyway, Master Gojo Neru, you yourself promised me. I just need to wait for you to give me the Zampudo. Zenin touched the corner of his mouth, and a sense of anticipation suddenly arose in his heart. This kind of indifference and indifference from the Zenin family was something he had experienced since childhood. He also wants to know now, what kind of reaction will Gojo Ming give when faced with Zenin's condescending request? Will he be treated indifferently like himself and choose to ignore it? At this moment, he hoped that the top management of the Zenin family would be stupid and completely anger Gojo Ming. In this way, the future of the Zenin family may be more miserable. When Gojo Ming really grows up, he may be able to see the regretful expressions of the Zenin family senior management. A smile of fun appeared on Zenin's face. This expression made Zenin and Gojo Ming a little stunned. What happened? Why do you feel that there have been some big changes in this month? Why are you smiling so much? As Zenin Shurur's brother, Zenin has a relatively deep understanding of Shurur. He was certain that he had never seen such an expression on Zenin's face. Gojo Ming was surprised that Zenin was exuding a kind of heartfelt expectation at this time. He didn't know what Zenin was looking forward to, but he could realize that Zenin's expectations were born of him. The Zenin family is really full of freaks. Gojo Ming shook his head. If compared with other anime worlds, he really felt that the Zenin family was very similar to the Uchiha clan in the Naruto world. The entire Zenin family seems to be full of morbid characters. Zenin, the tyrant who ignores his family and everything else, is incomparable. Zenin is so perverted that he blames his failure to become the head of the family on his twin daughters and will kill his own daughter. In the future, Zenin Naoya worshipped and longed for Zenin, and even after his death, he was pulled into the death journey and became a cursed spirit Zenin Naoya. Zenin Mai has a conflicting personality, but a good nature, and ultimately sacrifices herself in order to fulfill her sister. Zenin Maki, who witnessed the death of his sister and slaughtered everyone in the Zenin family. Thinking of so many complicated characters in the Zenin family, Gojo Ming suddenly felt a little hopeful about what the weirdos in the Zenin family would tell him next. The door of the VIP room was open again, and Zenin and 3 people entered the VIP room. The moment he looked at Zenin Shinsuk, Gojo knew that what was coming next would be fun. Zenin's expression is exactly the same as Gojo's. Things get even more interesting. Neru-kun, for a while now, the most talked about thing in the entire Jujutsu world is your Zampudo. If I'm not mistaken, the one next to you is still the Sodi Shiryuki from before, right? Can you let me have a look? I haven't had close contact with a special curse tool like the Zampudo. As a strong man who practices swordsmanship, Zenin Shan also has expectations for good weapons. Although he didn't think that the Zampudo could really change the world of Jujutsu, he still wanted to experience Sodi Shiryuki for himself. From Zenin Fan's point of view, his request is not too excessive. After all, Gojo Ming wants to cooperate with the Zenin family. Without the cursed tool material provided by the Zenin family, it would be impossible for Zenin Ming to continue forging the Zampudo, right? Therefore, in this case, it is very reasonable for me to request to see Sodi Shiryuki. It is reasonable for partners to review the quality of their products. Faced with Zenin Fan's temporary appeal, Zenin Fan did not speak and acquiesce to Zenin Fan's request. He also hopes that after coming into contact with Sodi Shiryuki, Zenin Fan will change his previous views and choose to support him again. Zenin Shinsuk on the side had a cold expression. He not only had resentment in his heart towards Shiryuki's extremely beautiful Zampudo, but at the same time, he also had a trace of greed. He also hopes that this Zampudo that danced in front of him will become his forbidden love. In his opinion, Gojo Ming, who has no magical power, is not worthy of using this beautiful Zampudo. If in his own hands, this sleeve by Shui will definitely be able to exert even greater strength. No one knows why Zenin Shinsuk has such strong self-confidence. If Gojo Ming knew about this kind of thing, he would definitely laugh. Sometimes, it is good to have confidence. If you are too confident, you will behave like a clown in the minds of others. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gojo Neru, and they all wanted to see Shiryuki's style. After all, the last time Shiryuki had just unsheathed him in a split second and killed Zenin Shinsuk instantly. Everyone who has seen that scene will remember Shiryuki's stunning moment in their hearts. However, what shocked everyone was that there was a hint of indifference in Gojo Ming's 6 eyes. Want to take a look at my Shiryuki? Are you worthy? He had never thought of treating the Zampudo as a cooperative product with the Zenin family. The Zenin family was at most a material supplier. Want to get your own Zampudo? The Zenin family is not qualified. Moreover, Gojo Ming was full of dissatisfaction with Zenin for slapping the scumbag. The person in front of him can even be said to be the person he despises the most in the Zenin family. Due to his lack of strength, he was defeated by the Zenin people in the competition among the family heads. But he attributed the reason for his failure to his daughter's Mayan Maki. Because his daughter is not as talented as Zenin Naoya's son Zenin Naoya, such a scumbag who makes excuses to blame others for his own failures. How could Gojo Neru let him come into contact with the pure Shiryuki? Even at this moment, when Zenin glanced at Shiryuki, he felt that Shiryuki had been tainted. Are you worthy? Gojo Ming's words echoed in the VIP room of Zenin's house. Such an answer was unexpected by most people. Among the people present, only Zenin was holding a cigarette and raising the corners of his mouth. What a surprise, what a surprise. Although I thought you would be dissatisfied, I never expected that you would not give the Zenin family any dignity at all. Zenin looked at Gojo Ming with eyes full of appreciation. Gojo Ming's experience is very similar to his own, but his decisions on many things are different from his own. Zenin feels like he is looking at another world. The self in the other world line is not indifferent and ignores the family. But like Gojo Ming, he expresses his feelings directly and freely and does not care about the family's opinion of him. This feeling seems very refreshing. For Zenin, in fact, he still has feelings for the Zenin family. He actually tried to get the Zenin family's approval. However, it is a pity that in the original world line, the Zenin family did not seem to care about him very much until he left the Zenin family. Now, because of Gojo Ming's intervention, Zenin's status in the Zenin family has undergone a completely new change. This situation was a new experience for Zenin, but it also made him feel that the Zenin family's recognition of him didn't seem to mean anything. He is a Zenin with an independent personality. What can the Zenin family's recognition of him bring to him? Before meeting Gojo Ming, this was just a kind of comfort that I pursued. However, after getting to know Gojo Ming, Gojo Satoru, and even Gojo Shinichi and Yuri Shoko, Zenin felt that he really had nothing to ask of the Zenin family. He felt that Gojo's words, "Are you worthy?" well, sounded very comfortable. However, unlike Zenin, Zenin Shinsuk and Zenin's expressions were full of doubts. They wondered whether they heard wrongly. This is Zenin's house. Gojo Ming can be so rude. Zenin Fan is a well-known strong man in the entire Jujutsu world, and he is also a senior member of the big 3 sorcerer family Zenin family. Gojo Neru actually treats his elders, who are also big 3 sorcerer families, like this. In the highly hierarchical world of Jujutsu, they never imagined that such a thing would happen. No matter how special Gojo Ming's status is in the Gojo family, such behavior seems a bit domineering. The smile on Zenin Shan's face, who was so bluntly rejected, had completely froze. Gojo Ming's response was something he never expected. When he made this request, He had considered that Gojo Neru was unwilling to show him the Zanpakutō. Therefore, when he had already thought about Gojo Ming's refusal, he used the Zenin family and Jiku to put pressure on Gojo Ming. Although, in the end, he still will not hand over the cursed tool in the Forbidden Library to Gojo Ming. But this does not prevent him from using the cursed tool in the Forbidden Library as a verbal bargaining chip to pressure Gojo Ming in exchange for close control of the Zanpakutō. Observe from a distance. But the moment Gojo Ming spoke, his entire plan was disrupted. Do you deserve it? This is a question I have never thought about. I am a being that the Jujutsu Masters Association wants to invite to manage the Jujutsu world. But in the eyes of Gojo Neru, I have become an unworthy being. Zenin fan's heart was filled with anger, and the cold light in his sinister eyes could no longer be suppressed. In Zenin fan's view, the correct process should be the Zenin family's rejection of Gojo Ming. Gojo Ming, who wanted something from the Zenin family, was in no position to refuse his request. The Zenin people on the other side saw that the situation had developed to this point and felt that everything was no longer under his control. After being rejected by Gojo Ming, he didn't have the opportunity to put forward his own ideas. He was also surprised that Gojo Ming refused to give Zenin face. After all, the three major families still did a good job of showing face to each other. Gojo Neru's character is so... You don't even care about the unspoken rules between the three major families? Gojo Neru, you don't think that just relying on a Zanpakutō really changes the fact that you can't use magic power and are a person who is not accepted by the Jujutsu world, do you? Zenin's aquiline nose trembled slightly as he forced himself to calm down. Since Gojo Ming is so arrogant, don't blame him for being ruthless in his words. Zanpakutō? This kind of thing has never been authenticated by anyone. It is just a magical cursed tool through some hype. It's just the first time everyone has seen something new, so it's just a bit of curiosity. Judging from your behavior of not daring to hand over your Zanpakutō to me, I'm afraid your Zanpakutō is just a showpiece and cannot withstand inspection at all. The so-called cursed tool forges new talents and forges a new curse tool that subverts the curse tool world. Is it just a hype gimmick by your Gojo family? Want to use the Zenin family's curse tool to continue to maintain the false fact that you forged the Zanpakutō? I'm sorry, the Zenin family is not willing to cooperate with you. Zenin looked at Gojo Ming with an indifferent expression. Although he was a bit overstepping his authority, as the protagonist who had just been insulted by Gojo Ming, he made such a decision, and he knew that the people in Naomi would not refute it. Sure enough, the Zenin people still chose to maintain the face of the top leaders of the Zenin family and express their acquiescence. Gojo Ming smiled and looked around. Sure enough, what Sure Air said was right. Zenin's house was filled with the smell of decay. A group of people who knew nothing dared to make demands on themselves in such a condescending manner. If the Gojo family becomes like this in the future, how embarrassing will it be for you? Whether Sodi Shiryuki is true or false, Qing Mong is true or false, there's no need to prove it. If you want to know the true power of Sodi Shiryuki, ask Yagyu Shuji of the Yagyu family. And ask your Zenin Shinsuk. Sure enough, the minds of the Zenin family are not normal, and they are no different from Zenin Shinsuk. Gojo Neru stood up and picked up Sodi Shiryuki. However, a chill suddenly spread from Sodi Shiryuki's body. This was not caused by Gojo Ming, but by Sodi Shiryuki himself expressing his dissatisfaction. Each Zanpakutō has its own consciousness. At this moment, Gojo Ming saw a beautiful kimono woman in white standing in front of him, blocking him from leaving, expressing his dissatisfaction at being underestimated. At the same time, Zenin Shinsuk, who was pointed out by Gojo Ming, jumped up and retorted dissatisfied. You were just opportunistic and defeated me once with the help of an unknown technique. Do you think it will be useful the second time? You pretended to be a ghost, and the Zanpakutō was just an ordinary curse tool, and you gave it such a boring name. Gojo Neru, if you have the ability, let's have another fight. I'll show you how powerful the Zenin family is. Your so-called Zanpakutō is not worth mentioning at all. Zenin Shinsuk issued a challenge invitation to Gojo Neru. However, Gojo Ming feels that such a battle is meaningless, and Sodi Shiryuki does not need to fight his defeated general again. However, what surprised him was that the kimono woman transformed from Sodi Shiryuki stood in front of him, her soft face expressing dissatisfaction with Zenin Shinsuk. After confirming that others could not see Soba Shiryuki's shadow, Gojo Ming also realized that Soba Shiryuki appeared in front of him because he did not want to be despised by the Zenin family. Sodi Shiryuki, do you want to fight? Gojo Ming froze his figure and asked this sentence in his heart. Sodi Shiryuki nodded. Gojo let out a breath, feeling a little complicated. He didn't expect Sodi Shiryuki, who looked like Yamato Nadeshiko, to be so bellicose inside. Since Sodi Shiryuki thinks so, let's satisfy Sodi Shiryuki. Just as Gojo Ming was about to respond, Zenin suddenly spoke. Shinsuke and Neru-kun, the competition between the two of you can be regarded as letting me see Sodi Shiryuki's style. As a representative of the Zenin family, I can add a little bit of luck. Zenin pretended to be thoughtful for 2 seconds. Let's do this, Ming-kun. If you can win the competition, I will make the decision and let you pick out a cursed tool at Zenin's house and take it away. Zenin also felt Gojo's wavering when Gojo calmed down before, so he took the time to express his appeal. He originally thought that his idea could not be implemented, but unexpectedly, he found a suitable opportunity to propose it. Next, it depends on whether Gojo Ming is willing to cooperate. Hearing Zenin Naohito's words, Gojo Ming frowned and swallowed the words that Zenin Shinsuk just wanted to say. Zenin's actions made him realize that there were differences among the top leaders of the Zenin family. Obviously, the Zenin people support the cooperation with them. The cursed tool that Zenin was able to bring back to forge Senbonzakura was also authorized by the Zenin people. Now, when the Zenin family questions themselves, it should be Zenin fan and Zenin Shinsuke's ideas. This bet is very beneficial to me. Anyway, at Sodi Shiryuki's request, I will accept Zenin Shinsuke's challenge. Now I can get an extra curse tool. Wouldn't it be wonderful? However, Gojo Ming did not directly reveal his inner thoughts. Instead, he asked, "What if I lose?" Gojo Ming's rhetorical question was more like a show of timidity in the eyes of Zenin Shinsuk and Zenin Shan. In their opinion, if Gojo Neru was really confident about Zampudo Sodi Shiryuki, how could he consider the consequences of failure before fighting? Ahem, if you lose. I need you to take back what you said before and apologize for the slap. Zenin's appeal is also very simple. After all, in the Zenin family, he cannot embarrass the six-eyed son of the Gojo family too much. Upon hearing this request, Gojo Ming frowned instantly, which made Zenin feel that Gojo Ming had no confidence. Some people cannot regard a coincidence as their ability. If you regard luck as your strength, you will fall miserably in the future. Zenin fans secretly taunted Gojo Ming in a weird way. He needed Gojo Ming's apology. He believed that Zenin Shinsuk could defeat Gojo Ming because he already knew Zenin Shinsuke's trump card. After hesitating for a moment, Gojo Ming spit out, "You have to pay extra. 2 pieces. The bet is established." Zenin Shinsuk and Gojo Ming have arrived at Zenin's dojo. At this moment, Gojo Ming was in a very happy mood and even gave Zenin a proud look. Before, he asked about the price of failure because he discovered that the Zenin family's demands for this battle were higher than his own. They didn't know that Sodi Shiryuki also wanted them to participate in this battle, so they thought they could refuse. And all his previous actions were to make Zenin Shinsuk and Zenin fan mistakenly think that they did not want to fight, so as to successfully increase their bets. After all, he could already imagine that after this battle, it would be basically impossible for him to enter the Zenin family's forbidden vault. Therefore, he planned to take advantage of this opportunity to directly kill Zenin Zampudo in one go. From now on, he would not be willing to come to Zenin's house, a poor place like this, if he was invited to come. After some pulling and pulling, the Zenin people agreed to the request for 2 cursed tools. Including the curse tool I obtained from Shura before, I got 3 curse tools from Zenin's house for free. You can also take this opportunity to beat Zenin Shinsuk up again. Well, it really relieves your anger. This old antique of the Zenin family, just rotting in the Zenin family's treasure house. Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinsuk looked at each other in the dojo, and the two of them were the protagonists in the next battle. All around, Zenin, and Zenin were bystanders, all waiting patiently for the confrontation between the two people. Gojo Neru held Sodi Shiryuki's hand, and he could feel the fighting spirit in Sodi Shiryuki's heart. Sodi Shiryuki wanted to teach Zenin Shinsuk a lesson. After experiencing the last battle with Zenin Shinsuk, Gojo Ming's understanding of Zenin Shinsuk has become much clearer. Although he is currently the strongest jujutsu master of the younger generation of the Zenin family, this status is not actually taken seriously by Gojo Ming. After all, the true, strongest person of the Zenin family was standing next to him at this moment. He was Zenin Shiryuki, the man without magic power who was ignored by the Zenin family. In Gojo Ming's view, since he was able to defeat Zenin Shinsuk once, it is still impossible for Zenin Shinsuk to defeat him this time. He didn't think that Zenin Shinsuk really found a way to break Sodi Shiryuki's technique in just 1 month. However, Gojo Ming also has his own caution in his heart. When he saw Zenin Shinsuk holding a weapon wrapped in white cloth, he became more vigilant. The true appearance of this weapon cannot be seen clearly. It can only be seen through the shape of the wrapped white cloth, and the whole thing does not look like a normal neon katana. Is this Zenin Shinsuk's confidence? Gojo Ming frowned slightly, but he was not prepared to adjust his previous combat strategy. He was still prepared to copy the previous combat method. Use Sodi Shiryuki's technique to kill Zenin Shinsuk as quickly as possible and resolve this battle. So, the moment the battle begins, Gojo Ming directly whispered, "Ling Wu, Sodi Shiryuki." The light blow in his hand turned into pure white Sodi Shiryuki, and the air temperature in the entire dojo dropped instantly. It was as if all the cold air outside the house poured into the dojo at this time. Looking at Sodi Shiryuki's pure white blade, everyone present could not take their eyes away. Zenin has already seen Sodi Shiryuki twice, but every time he sees Sodi Shiryuki, he still feels amazed. The pure white color of Sodi Shiryuki represents the silence of all things, and the white ribbon fluttering on the handle of the knife shows Sodi Shiryuki's agility. Pure white Zampudo. Every time I look at it, I feel that this sword matches Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming very well. Although it is not as popular as Gojo Satoru's Senbonzakura, Sodi Shiryuki is still more in line with Gojo Neru's calm temperament. A sigh appeared on Zenin's face, and the idea of owning a Zampudo became a little heavier in his heart. Except for Zenin, everyone else had either seen Sodi Shiryuki's interpretation for the first time, or they had not observed it too carefully before. Therefore, this time was equivalent to their first serious observation of Sodi Shiryuki's appearance. Seeing the change in Sodi Shiryuki's form, Zenin's heart skipped a beat. With this ability alone, Naobi felt that the Zampudo was absolutely extraordinary and should never be what Zenin-shan said. No matter how you look at this gorgeous blade and the chill emanating from the blade, this is a top-notch curse tool. It's hard to imagine how strong the other two Zampudos forged by Gojo Ming, King Mushi and Senbonzakura, would be. He already knew that Senbonzakura became Gojo Satoru's exclusive Zampudo, and Gojo's family also bloomed a cherry blossom scene that could cover the entire family that day. He didn't think Gojo Neru would forge a useless Zampudo for his brother, so he suspected that Senbonzakura's power was even greater than Sodi Shiryuki's. We still have to look at Sodi Shiryuki's technique, the one that once killed Shinsuke instantly. Is Shinsuke sure he has found a way to resist it? The doubts in Zenin's heart were also the doubts in Zenin's heart. However, Zenin's face next to Zenin looked much more confident. His eyes were not attracted by Sodi Shiryuki, but focused on the strange weapon in Zenin Shinsuke's hand. He believed that Zenin Shinsuk would win in the end, and then let the Gojo brat apologize to him. The moment Sodi Shiryuki appeared, Gojo Ming had already released Moonlight. As Gojo Narasode Shiryuki dances, an invisible circle is drawn at Zenin Shinsuke's feet. It only takes 2 more seconds for Zenin Shinsuke to fall into the same situation again. However, the moment Gojo Ming released Yubai, he suddenly saw the smile on Zenin Shinsuke's face. "You don't really think that repeated tricks will work on me, do you?" Zenin Shinsuke ducked and was already 10 meters away from his original position. While moving, he also said, "Why do you think I am learning swordsmanship during this time? Just to see through your sword swings. It takes time to activate Sodi Shiryuki's technique, Moon White. As long as I prepare in advance, your Moon White will not be able to lock me." The moment his voice fell, a huge white circle appeared where he originally stood, and a strong breath of frost froze the columnar range with the circle as the base. But, unfortunately, it was just frozen air. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zenin Shinsuke's mouth raised slightly, feeling that his month of hard work on swordsmanship was worth it. As long as Yuebai can't hit him, Sodi Shiryuki's first technique will be useless. Zenin Shinsuke's proud smile did not disturb Gojo Ming's mentality. The Moon White was just an appetizer, and he was not prepared to use the Moon White directly to end the battle. At the moment when the White Moon appeared, he had already completed the preliminary preparations for the second dance, White Lien. The frostlight blade had melted into Gojo Ming's feet. Zenin Shinsuke did not notice all this. Next, he will be invincible. There is a hidden Balian to assist him in close combat. As long as Zenin Shinsuke has the courage to get close to him, he will let him taste the power of Balian Snow Waterfall. Zenin Shiryuki has a strong body and unparalleled reflexes, so he was able to pull away the moment Bai Lian was released. However, Zenin Shinsuke is just an ordinary jujutsu master, and there is no way he can have the extraordinary reflexes of Tennihoko Tyrant. Therefore, in Gojo Ming's view, Zenin Shinsuk, who is currently rushing towards him and preparing to fight him in close combat, is seeking his own death. The moment Zenin Shinsuke approached him, Gojo Ming waved Sodi Shiryuki directly, and a powerful snow waterfall spurted out from Sodi Shiryuki. This scene made Zenin's immediate neighbors change their expressions. The previous Yuebai had already made him feel the terror of Sodi Shiryuki's technique. At this time, the second technique, Bai Lian, made him feel even greater pressure. Is this Sodi Shiryuki's technique? Everyone present, except Zenin, saw Bai Lian in person for the first time. It is difficult for them to imagine how Zenin Shinsuke should respond to this kind of magic that is like an avalanche of natural disasters. Do you mean to carry it with your body? Zenin and Zenin both stared at Zenin Shinsuke. They want to know if Zenin Shinsuke had any way to resist Sodi Shiryuki's second technique. Bai Lian's aura emerged, and Zenin Shinsuke's expression was equally calm at this time. He was not frightened by Bai Lian's power. Because it had failed once before, Zenin Shinsuke put a lot of thought into the investigation of Gojo Neru and Sodi Shiryuki. Currently, Zampudo Sodi Shiryuki only has 3 victories. The first time was the battle with Gojo Shinichi after Sodi Shiryuki was forged for the first time. In that battle, it was also the first time Sodi Shiryuki broke out the technique Moon White. The second battle was a confrontation with himself. It was also Yuebai, and he was instantly frozen by Yuebai. The third time was when Shur took the initiative to find Gojo Ming. There were no outsiders in that battle, so the Zenin family had not observed it up close. However, he learned from other aspects that Sodi Shiryuki also had a second technique, White Ripple, and the close-range and indiscriminate snowfall attack was Gojo Ming's trump card. Therefore, if he wants to defeat Gojo Ming and Sodi Shiryuki, he must deal with the threat Balian poses to him. As long as Bai Lian is not destroyed, Gojo Ming will always be in an invincible position. If you can't get close, you will only be consumed by Gojo Ming. So, he chose this premium cursed tool. Because of the existence of this special curse tool, he chose to take the initiative to get close to Gojo Ming and give Gojo Ming a chance to release Bai Lian. The battle is over. Based on Zenin's experience, Zenin Shinsuke cannot avoid Bai Lian's attack. As long as he is hit by Lien, Zenin Shinsuk will lose his fighting ability. In a flash of lightning, everyone else came up with this idea. However, only Gojo Ming during the battle realized something strange about Zenin Shinsuk. Zenin Shinsuk's expression was too calm, as if he had been prepared for it. If he knew Bai Lian's ability, why did Zenin Shinsuk take the initiative to approach him? Could it be said that Zenin Shinsuk has a way to resist Bai Lian? Gojo Ming frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on the alien weapon in Zenin Shinsuk's hand. Because the two were very close at this time, Gojo Ming vaguely saw the shape of the weapon wrapped under the white cloth. This is... Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was a suspicion in his heart. At the same time, he directly raised his sleeves and snow on his chest, making a defensive posture. No one knows why Gojo Ming chose to defend when he had all the advantages. It is clear that Zenin Shinsuk will lose the ability to resist under Bai Lian's attack next. It was obvious that Gojo Ming should pursue him more at this time. The next second, everyone realized something was wrong. Bai Lian's snow waterfall continued to spray, but Zenin Shinsuk's movements had no effect, still approaching Gojo Ming quickly. At this time, they discovered that Shiryuki's technique was actually split in the middle by Zenin Shinsuk. At this time, Zenin Shinsuk was in the snow waterfall created by Bai Lian, as if he was in a deserted land. And the reason for all this is the weapon in Zenin Shinsuk's hand. Special grade curse tool, Tennihoko. Unexpectedly, Zenin Shinsuk actually prepared Tennihoko in advance. Did this thing already exist at this time? So, why G-Air got the Tennihoko in the future? Was it because of the Zenin family? Tennihoko can forcibly cancel all spells. In the original world line, Zenin's special weapon was also the weapon that almost killed the six-eyed son of Gojo. Gojo Ming did not expect that in this world line, Gojo Satoru had not had the opportunity to experience the power of Tennihoko, so he would have to taste it before him. No wonder Zenin Shinsuk is so confident. It turns out to be because he is holding the Tennihoko, so he doesn't feel panic, right? Gojo Ming was complaining in his heart, but in the next second, he was knocked away by Zenin Shinsuk's attack. Although he had predicted this attack in advance, and used Shiryuki to block it in advance, this attack still caused him some chest pain. This is the strength of the special grade cursed tool Tennihoko. Seeing Zenin Shinsuk holding the Tennihoko that looked more like a fork, everyone watching the battle realized how powerful the Tennihoko was. However, what all Zenin people are more concerned about is, when did Zenin Shinsuk obtain this special skill curse tool from Jiku? Obviously, only you have the authority to open the Jiku. Could it be said that Zenin Shinsuk has other powers and can use Tennihoko? Although he was concerned about this, Zenin Naobi's attention was still focused on Tennihoko. In appearance, Tennihoko's appearance is far inferior to that of Shiryuki, but from effect point of view, Tennihoko has the upper hand. The strength of Tennihoko seems to be a bit higher. After all, Tennihoko allows Zenin Shinsuk to take advantage from a disadvantage. This idea appears in most people's hearts. Gojo Neru and Shiryuki should lose. They couldn't imagine how Shiryuki, who had no magic skills, could compete with Zenin Shinsuk, who was holding a special grade curse tool. In their eyes, doesn't Gojo Neru just rely on Shiryuki's technique to fight against Zenin Shinsuk? Now, without Shiryuki's technique, how can Gojo Ming compete with Zenin Shinsuk? When everyone thought the overall situation was decided, only Zenin still had a smile on his face. After getting along with him for a period of time, he knew that Gojo Ming's strength was not just Shiryuki's technique. The taijutsu he taught these days, and the kendo taught by Gojo Shinichi before, were all quickly absorbed by Gojo Ming in a very strange way. Amid defeat, Gojo Ming. Zenin Shinsuk holds the Tennihoko, and he is full of confidence. He also felt that the overall situation was settled. Without the magic, Shiryuki was nothing more than a hard weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Zenin Shinsuk moved closer to Gojo Ming. Although he is a jujutsu master, Zenin Shinsuke's taijutsu is second only to Zenin Shinji among his peers in the entire Zenin family. Therefore, he did not choose to use the technique, but chose to carry out a close attack with the Tenebo. After all, no one knows whether Gojo Ming will give him another snowfall of Soba Shiryuki once he lets go of Tenebobo. Admit defeat? Are you kidding me? Gojo Ming rubbed his chest, gently shook Sodi Shiryuki, and shook off the frost and snow armor that had just resisted Tenebobo's attack, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. You don't think that my swordsmanship and physical skills are weak, do you? Gojo Naru directly held Sodi Shiryuki to face Zenin Shinsuke. Dang dang, dang dang. The sound of the collision of gold and iron showed that the two people were equally matched at this moment. No one would have thought that at the age of 6, Gojo Ming would have extraordinary levels of physical skills and kendo. Moreover, Sodi Shiryuki, who has no technique, can actually compete with the special grade curse tool Tenebobo in terms of strength. Zenin Shinsuke, who bullies the small with his big one, was unable to quickly take down Gojo Ming, who had no technique. This kind of thing was something Zenin Shan didn't expect. He stole the authority of Zenin Naobi to bring Zenin Shinsuke Tenebo, but he never thought that the battle would still reach a stalemate. It seems that he still underestimated Gojo Ming. Zenin Shinsuke, who was in the center of the battle, could feel the pressure put on him by Gojo Ming. He couldn't understand why Gojo Ming was only 6 years old, but his understanding of kendo was already far beyond that of ordinary people. If someone had told him that Gojo Ming was now a sword master, he would not have doubted at all, because in the process of fighting with weapons, Zenin Shinsuke did not take any advantage. Just in the physical combat, he caught a few flaws and disrupted Gojo Ming's offensive. However, Zenin Shinsuke will not be satisfied with this result. I'm older than Gojo Ming and have more combat experience. Such a result is not what I want at all. At this moment, he is ready to release his magic. He is a level 2 Jujutsu Master certified by the Jujutsu Masters Association, and his fighting skills are the basis of his fighting skills. Zenin Shinsuke's technique is also very special, allowing him to shuttle back and forth among shadows. When developed to the extreme, he can even control his own shadow to fight. Although it is not as good as the 10 shadow spells inherited from the Zenin family, it can be regarded as a variant of shadow spells. At the moment of making a decision, Zenin formed a seal with one hand and prepared to release the technique. Seeing this scene, Gojo Ming stepped forward directly. He also realized that it was time to decide the winner. Zenin Shinsuke's close attack is not too strong. As long as he interrupts the release process of Zenin Shinsuke's technique, he will win directly. However, what surprised Gojo Ming was that Zenin Shinsuke was actually able to hold the Tennihoko to perform magic spells. Could it be that the effect of Tenebobo has no effect on Zenin Shinsuke's own technique? The next second, Gojo Ming saw Tennebo being held directly by a black shadow and slashing towards him. He couldn't dodge, so he could only block it with Sodi Shiryuki. The moment he landed, 2 more shadows clenched their fists and hit him. Are you boxing with shadow? Gojo Ming feels that Zenin Shinsuke's jujitsu skills are very amazing. No wonder Zenin Shinsuke can become the strongest jujitsu master of the younger generation of the Zenin family. How could the Zenin family not cultivate such a mutated shadow spell after seeing it? However, why in the original work, Zenin Shinsuke, who possesses this kind of variant shadow spell, has no sound? Gojo Ming no longer had the energy to distract himself from thinking about these issues. As Zenin Shinsuke gets closer, the intensity of the shadow attack becomes higher and higher. Now, he can only barely resist it with all his strength. If this continues, under the influence of Zenin Shinsuke's technique, it seems that he will only lose. After all, at this moment, Zenin Shinsuke still did not give up his vigilance, and still forcibly used the power of magic to control the shadow, to control Tenebo, and he was wrongly fighting Sodi Shiryuki. He will not give Gojo Ming a chance to release by Lien again. It's over. Gojo Ming lost. Zenin fans' eyes were full of amusement. Under Tennihiko's attacks, Gojo Ming seemed to be retreating steadily, and it seemed that the overall situation was decided. How dare a mere fake 6 eyes ignore him on the Zenin family's home court? Fortunately, I had the foresight and was prepared by Zenin Shinsuk in advance. No matter how mysterious a Zampudo, like Sodi Shiryuki, is, hasn't it turned into an ordinary weapon in front of the special curse tool? Gojo's 6 eyes. Let's just get trampled into the mud at Zenin's house. Shinsuk is indeed the most talented person of the younger generation of the Zenin family. This shadow synergy spell can also be regarded as the Zenin family shadow spell. It's a pity that it is not the 10 shadow spells. Otherwise, Shinsuke should be able to win more easily. If Shinsuke can really defeat Gojo Neru, then I will let it go for the time being that he secretly uses Tennihoko. Although Zenin was shocked by Sodi Shiryuki's power, after seeing the effect of Tennihoko on Sodi Shiryuki, the importance he attached to the Zanpakutō was slightly reduced. However, even so, the Zanpakutō is already considered a strategic weapon. However, because of Gojo Ming's disadvantage in this battle, the Zenin people were no longer prepared to pay such a high price to exchange with the Gojo family. As for Zenin Shinsuk, he was even more satisfied in his heart. He had already imagined Gojo Ming falling under his Tennihoko. This time, he had been carefully preparing for so long, just to prove that the Zenin family was no weaker than the Gojo family. If Gojo Satoru, the real son of 6 eyes, can still convince him, then this blacksmith who can only forge weapons, the fake 6 eyes of the Gojo family, only deserves to be stepped on by him. Zampudo, Sodi Shiryuki, a monkey like Gojo Ming, who has no magical power at all, is not worthy of possessing such a weapon. Compared with the pride of other members of the Zenin family, Zenin's expression remained calm. Although Gojo Ming seemed to be at a disadvantage in the situation, Zenin did not panic at all. He didn't think Sodi Shiryuki Zampudo was only of this level. Since there is a first dance and a second dance, maybe Sodi Shiryuki also has a third dance? Moreover, Gojo Ming has said before that the Zanpakutō has another form called swastika. Sodi Shiryuki hasn't been forced into this form yet, so how can it be said that Gojo Neru is now at a disadvantage? In fact, at this time, Zenin even expected Zenin Shinsuk to be more powerful. If Zenin Shinsuk suppresses Gojo Neru enough, he might be able to see what Sodi Shiryuki's swastika looks like. In the center of the battle, Gojo Neru uses Sodi Shiryuki to barely fight against Zenin Shinsuk and his synergy shadow holding Tennihoko. White fighting and kendo have been brought into full play by Gojo Ming. However, the whole situation still seemed a bit dangerous. After all, Zenin Shinsuk could use the technique at this time, but Sodi Shiryuki's technique was restrained by Tennihoko. First dance Tsukahiro and second dance Hakuren are both relatively large-scale attacks, and will lose their effect as long as they touch Tennihoko even slightly. In a 2-on-1 situation, Gojo Ming was slowly losing his chance of winning, just as the Zenin audience thought. Even Zenin Shinsuk in the center of the battlefield was thinking the same way. He couldn't wait to see Gojo Ming's extremely frustrated look. Gojo Ming's failure will turn Sodi Shiryuki's Zanpakutō into dust. This scene was what he wanted to see and what he expected. As such expectant thoughts filled Zenin Shinsuke's mind, his attacks began to become more open and close, completely losing his previous caution. The shadow of synergy used Tennihoko to intimidate, and he used taijutsu to bully him. The two are perfectly matched and look very smooth, and the overall movements have a kind of performance beauty. Yes, Zenin Shinsuk is already performing. In such an occasion where the Zenin family senior leaders were watching, and in front of such a rare Gojo family opponent, he had to show his potential. If this is a must-win situation, there is nothing wrong with Zenin Shinsuke's move. However, in the eyes of Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinsuke's attack was too arrogant. It seems that Sodi Shiryuki's swastika gesture is no longer visible. Realizing that Zenin Shinsuke had relaxed his vigilance, Zenin Jinji sighed. He knew that Gojo Ming's opportunity had come. The opportunity has come. Gojo's eyes narrowed slightly, and for the first time he officially started a hand-to-hand combat with Zenin Shinsuk. Sodi Shiryuki and Tennihoko are constantly intertwined, and the sound of gold and iron echoing inside the dojo. The entire battle situation suddenly seemed much more tense. Everyone in the Zenin family who didn't understand Gojo Neru's actions just thought that Gojo Neru was holding on. After all, such a big fight would easily give Zenin Shinsuk an opportunity. Zenin Shinsuk, who has a shadow collaboration, has the advantage in terms of numbers, and the situation seems to be tilting in this direction. Only Zenin saw the glint in Gojo Ming's eyes, and he knew that Zenin Shinsuk had fallen into Gojo Ming's trap. Gojo Neru, give up, you can't defeat me. Zenin Shinsuk felt that the whole battle was very enjoyable. Since learning Kendo, he has never met such a suitable opponent. Each of his sword strikes seemed to hit Gojo Ming's weak point. Sure enough, he still has unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. The Gojo family had previously heard that Gojo Ming's swordsmanship was comparable to that of a master, but that was nothing more than that. Because Gojo Ming was suppressed, Zenin Shinsuk had forgotten the subtlety of Gojo Ming's swordsmanship before. There was an idea in my mind that Gojo could not succeed. However, the moment he saw Gojo Ming's expression, he suddenly reacted. Although he is arrogant, he also knows that this situation is not right. Gojo Ming's actions at this time are completely like a trick. Why do you feel happy? It's just because Gojo Neru is cooperating with him. Zenin Shinsuk's face changed drastically, and he realized something was wrong, but by this time it was already too late. The corners of Gojo Ming's mouth raised slightly. Coming. With a low shout from Gojo, Sodi Shiryuki suddenly held Zenin Shinsuk's Synergy Shadows Tenebo. Zenin Shinsuk felt a strong crisis. However, he didn't know where this crisis came from. His Synergy Shadow still held the Tenebobo, so Sodi Shiryuki's large-scale ice and snow technique should not be able to be completed. Why? Why do I feel that the white sword held by the Tenebobo is filled with chills? This feeling was just like the moment when I fought with Gojo Ming last time. At this moment, I seem to have returned to that silent moment frozen by the white snow in my sleeves. Zenin Shinsuk's right fist was about to hit Gojo Ming, but under the influence of this inexplicable crisis, he forcibly stopped. The bystanders didn't know what happened. They just felt that Zenin Shinsuk's movements suddenly became very awkward. Obviously, with this punch, the outcome of the entire battle should be decided. Just when everyone was puzzled, Gojo's low groan sounded in everyone's ears. 3 dances, white sword. Sure enough, Sodi Shiryuki has a third technique. Zenin nodded. Everything was as he guessed. The faces of the other Zenin family members who had not expected this scene suddenly changed. There is actually a third technique. Such an accident was something they had not expected at all. As the sound of Gojo's chirping fell, the air in the entire dojo seemed to become dry all of a sudden. If the air inside the dojo was damp and cold before, then at this moment, the air inside the dojo has become absolutely dry and cold. It seemed that anytime, anywhere, their skin would dry out and crack in the cold air, and the moisture in the entire air seemed to be drained out all at once. In this strange environmental change, Zenin Shinsuk watched helplessly as the Sodi Shiryuki sword that originally held Tenebobo condensed into ice and stretched rapidly. The entire sword seemed to grow, quickly becoming twice its original length. In just a moment, Sodi Shiryuki, whose blade had grown longer, penetrated Zenin Shinsuk directly. The unstoppable cold invades Zenin Shinsuk. The shadow of synergy magic lost the control of its master and returned to its original state. The special grade cursed tool, Tenebo, fell to the ground in a state of embarrassment. This battle, in which Zenin Shinsuk had the upper hand, ended with a result beyond ordinary people's expectations. Zenin Shinsuk failed again. Gojo Ming once again proved Sodi Shiryuki's power with a victory. The entire dojo fell into silence. No one expected that the outcome could be reversed so easily. Even when Zenin Shinsuk was injured and fell to the ground, no one responded to treat him immediately. His wound was frozen by Sodi, Shiryuki. It only caused a penetrating injury. He cannot use the spell for the time being. He will just need to receive regular treatment in the future. After all, the Zenin family and the Gojo family both belong to the big three sorcerer families. Although they have always disliked each other, Gojo Ming would not severely damage the other's future star in someone else's family. He just needs to achieve his goal. The moment he defeated Zenin Shinsuk, Gojo Ming had already begun to think about which curse tool to choose. Yes, he already had a target he wanted to choose before he even took a walk around Zenin's house. Awakened by Gojo's voice, Zenin Naohito quickly ordered his subordinates to carry Zenin Shinsuk away for treatment. Although Zenin Shinsuk failed this time, there is still no doubt about the strength he showed. If nothing else, the leader of the next generation of the Zenin family should be Zenin Shinsuk. Beside Naohito, Zenin Shan's expression was already livid. Zenin Shinsuk, whom he fully supported, still lost to Gojo Naru. It was too embarrassing. Thinking of Gojo Ming's previous insult to him, and then thinking of Zenin Shinsuk's failure, Zenin was so angry that he was shaking all over. After giving Gojo Ming an angry look, Zenin left the field in a gloomy manner. The attitude of the entire Zenin family became a little cold in an instant, except for Zenin's immediate neighbor, who was the acting representative. I didn't expect, Naru-kun, that there is another technique hidden in your Sodi, Shiryuki. Everyone was confused by the wide range of spells you showed before. It turns out that your third spell, White Sword, is the real killing move. People in Zenin are filled with emotion. Zenin Shinsuk lost unjustly, and Gojo Ming's behavior during this battle was completely unlike that of a 6-year-old child. No one would have thought that a cursed tool called a Zampudo could possess 3 techniques. Uncle Naohito, why do you think Sodi Shiryuki only has 3 techniques? A smirk appeared on Gojo Ming's face. Being targeted like this by the Zenin family would make even a clay figure angry, let alone a cheating time traveler like him. The Zenin family has lost the qualification to cooperate with him, and he doesn't mind making the Zenin family feel disgusted. Sodi Shiryuki has only exposed 3 types of techniques so far. The Zenin family probably thought that their Sodi Shiryuki only had these 3 types of techniques. Since this group of people does not support cooperation with him, then there is no need for him to be warm to others, right? However, now that they have come to this point, he also wants to see if Zenin Naobi, the representative of the Zenin family, who is very supportive and support cooperation with him, will reveal the true meaning behind the Zanpakutō cooperation. What about the expression of regret? Aren't there only 3 kinds? Zenin was keenly aware of the meaning of Gojo Ming's words, and his expression suddenly froze. However, he still couldn't believe it. Sodi Shiryuki's 3 techniques were already powerful enough. If there was a 4th or even 5th technique, wouldn't the Zampudo be too terrifying? Of course, Uncle Dibby. Shall I do the math? Gojo Ming stretched out his left hand, pretending to be innocent, and started counting one by one. Well, you Bai, Lien, and Bai Dao. These 3 are the ones you have seen. Gojo counted from his thumb to his middle finger, then looked up at Zenin, who looked surprised, and continued to talk to the nameless index. 18 degrees below 0. 50 degrees below 0. Absolute 0. Swastika. Gojo Ming counted all the way to the index finger of his right hand, and then smiled brightly at Zenin. Uncle Zibrin, it seems that there are only 7 kinds of magic. Zenin's immediate neighbor's eyes widened when he heard this, while Zenin Shur, who had always been extremely calm beside him, was so shocked that he leaned forward. The 2 who can be called the strongest people in the Zenin family were shocked by you Gojo Ming's words. This Zanpakutō, named Sodi Shiryuki, actually has 7 techniques? Is this kid lying to me? Are you deliberately trying to mess with my mind? What is minus 18 degrees? 50 degrees below 0? Doesn't the name of this technique sound too casual? Isn't it completely different from the previous first dance, second dance, and third dance? Shouldn't this minus 18 degrees be the dance of 4? Also, what is that all-encompassing solution? Although the other techniques may sound a bit out of place, they are still techniques related to temperature after all. But what's the solution? It sounds very abstract. Doubt and surprise were fighting on Zenon's face. He was surprised that Shiryuki Zampudo had 7 techniques, but he was a little doubtful about the content of Gojo Ming's words. It was just a cursed tool. Could it really have 7 techniques? Zenon's expression on the side was shocked for a moment, but soon returned to calm. When he heard the word swastika, he realized that Gojo Ming didn't make it up. However, he was also surprised. He did not expect that Shiryuki, in the initial state of release, could actually possess as many as 6 kinds of techniques. It seems that he still underestimates the Zampudo. Seeing the doubtful look on Zenon's face, Gojo Ming waved his sleeve Shiryuki very directly and casually swung his knife at Zenon. Uncle Zibrin, please experience the technique of minus 18 degrees for yourself. Zenon narrowed his eyes slightly and subconsciously raised his fist to block. However, Gojo Ming's attack had no killing intent, so Shiryuki's sword energy just passed through his arm. Faced with such a powerless attack, Zenon was a little confused and didn't know what Gojo Ming was doing. But then he suddenly noticed a cold feeling on his arm, and a cut appeared on the surface of his arm where the sword energy had scratched, but no blood flowed out of this wound. It was as if an ice cube had been cut open by a sharp blade, not like it belonged to his own body at all. Uncle Zibrin, this is the function of minus 18 degrees. The blood of enemies injured by it will freeze quickly and will not flow out from any incisions on the body. Gojo Ming smiled and glanced at the direction Zenon left just now. I know the Zenin family still feels that Shiryuki is not that strong, but you just can't force Shiryuki's full power. If I had used White Sword plus 18 degrees below 0 in the battle with Zenin Shinsuk just now, then Zenin Shinsuk should probably be in the morgue at this time. Gojo Ming's words sounded very harsh, but Zenon knew that there was no exaggeration in them. After all, I have truly experienced the power of minus 18 degrees. Since 18 degrees below 0 is real, then the 50 degrees below 0, absolute 0, mentioned by Gojo Ming, may not be fictitious. This time, the Zenin family was completely defeated. It seems at this time, our Zenin family really suffered a huge loss. Zenon touched his frozen wound, his eyes full of regret. If there was no such thing as Zenin fan and Zenin Shinsuk, would the Zenin family have the opportunity to cooperate with Gojo Naru? Before, he thought that he valued Zanpakutō enough, and was even willing to let Zenin send Curse Tool for support. However, now he realized that both Sean and himself had underestimated Gojo Ming and the Zanpakutō. There are 7 techniques contained in a Zanpakutō. Although Shiryuki may be a special case among the Zanpakutō, such potential sounds very terrifying. Zenon glanced at Zenon with regret. During the entire battle, Zenon seemed too calm. If Gojo hadn't revealed that Shiryuki had 7 techniques, and Zenon had a brief moment of gaffe, then he would have felt that Zenon had already known Shiryuki's secret. If this is the case, Zenon's failure to inform the family could even be considered a betrayal of the family. However, at this time, he did not have much energy to find out whether Zenon knew about it before. Currently, the connection between the Zenin family and Gojo Ming is Zenon, so in any case, he cannot isolate Zenon because of suspicion. Moreover, according to Gojo Ming's character, Zenon will definitely have a Zanpakutō in the future. At that time, the family insurer went to ask for this Zanpakutō to study, and Sure would not refuse. Zenon shook his head and cast his gaze on the culprit who caused everything, Gojo Ming. Ming-kun, this time the Zenin family has indeed failed. Therefore, I will agree to whatever you want before. 2 cursed tools, the Zenin family can still afford them. This time, I will take you to Jiku to choose for yourself. Although the cooperation between our 2 families has been overshadowed by what happened to Shinja just now, I still hope that you, Ming-jun, can remember a little bit of Zenon. The kindness of family. After all, if a family is too big, there will inevitably be various behaviors competing for the right to speak. Zenin is making the final attempt to redeem himself in front of Gojo Ming. Even if the Zenin family loses the qualification to cooperate with Gojo Ming, he hopes that Gojo Ming will not have too much grudge against the Gojo family. How can this be possible? I also hope to be able to collect more wool in the future, as long as the Zenin family doesn't have a grudge first. As long as you give me benefits, it doesn't matter no matter how wronged I am. Gojo Ming walked among the dazzling array of cursed tools, with various cursed tools placed on the shelves. With just a quick glance, he had already seen several cursed tools that could be used as materials for Zampudo. These cursed tools have also been marked by Gojo Ming Ainen. When he has the opportunity in the future, he will definitely take these cursed tools into his pocket. Of course, this time, the choice wasn't his. He just wanted to follow Zenin Shinsuk to learn about the cursed tool that Shiryuki had noticed before. After reading several cursed tools marked by Zenin, Gojo Ming gave corresponding suggestions. The quality of these cursed tools is pretty good, and the corresponding characteristics are very similar to the Zampudo I planned to forge for Zenin before. However, he was deeply impressed by Curse Tool, one of the short blades. That's it. The short blade Curse Tool suggested by Gojo Ming is the lowest quality among the 3 Curse Tools. Are you sure? This cursed tool is only level 1. Zenin looked doubtful. In his opinion, choosing the special grade Curse Tool as the material would improve the Zampudo's ability better. If you believe me, choose this one. Gojo Ming shook his head and picked up the short blade. The feeling from Cursed Tool was unmistakable. Although the short blade is only a first-level Curse Tool, it is the most suitable one. Zenin gave Gojo Ming a deep look, and after confirming that Gojo Ming was not joking, he nodded. You are the blacksmith. You have the final say. Seeing the interaction between the two, the Zenin people on the side also had speculations in their hearts. He was also very surprised. He didn't expect Gojo Ming to be ready to forge Zampudo for Zenin Shiryuki so quickly. It turned out that he was planning to force Gojo Ming through a bet, but he never thought that Shiryuki would be able to obtain a Zampudo without this bet. Moreover, as for Shiryuki's final choice of level 1 Curse Tool, he also believed that Shiryuki's heart was towards the Zenin family. After all, every loss of a strategic weapon like the special grade Curse Tool would be very painful. However, what Zenin didn't know was that choosing this first-level Curse Tool was just Gojo Ming's suggestion. Ming-kun, did you choose this Curse Tool? Zenin people mistakenly thought that Gojo Ming was trying to save some face for the Zenin family, so they finally looked around and only picked one item. Such behavior made him think more highly of Gojo Ming's maturity. However, the next second, he realized that all this was just his illusion. In addition to this first-level Curse Tool, Gojo Ming's other target is not in the Zenin family's treasure trove. Uncle Naobi, besides his Curse Tool, I also have another one, the Tennihoko, just now. Zenin was also a little surprised when he heard Gojo Ming directly say Tennihoko's name. You know, in this era, the concealment of cursed tools is very important, and special grade curse tools like Tennihoko are even more extraordinary. In battle, the unknown ability of the special level curse tool can determine the life or death of a first-level curse tool master or a special level curse spirit. Therefore, no one will reveal the name of the premium curse tool unless absolutely necessary. However, this principle does not seem to exist at all in Gojo Ming's case. Gojo Ming actually recognized Tennihoko's name at a glance. Is it because Tennihoko restrains Sodi Shiryuki, so Gojo Ming wants to collect the cursed tool that can target him in advance? Tennihoko's characteristics are really very powerful, and it can target many Zampudo. Therefore, the series of Zampudo forged by Gojo Ming in the future should be natural enemies. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. Otherwise, it would be better not to include the Tennihoko here. Anyway, no one knows that the Tennihoko was stolen here. However, when Zenin was about to speak, Gojo Ming had already spoken in advance to block his words. Uncle GB, I have confirmed with you before. I have the qualifications to take 2 cursed tools from Zenin's house, and it is not limited to Jiku. So, Tenebo should be within this category, right? Gojo Ming didn't think too much about choosing Tenebo. Gojo Ming didn't even think about keeping this thing for himself. The reason why I chose Tenebo was that this cursed tool was Zenin's special weapon. When it appeared in someone else's hands, Gojo Ming felt that something was wrong. In Gojo Ming's view, only Zenin and himself, or the future perfect Zenimaki, are qualified to use this special grade curse tool. Taianibo and Heavenly Restriction's powerful body are the best partners like instant noodles and ham sausage. Although I don't need it at the moment, it's appropriate to give this thing to Shura first and continue to use it as a special weapon. As for Zampudo forging materials, there will be more opportunities in the future. Jir, I'll give you this Teneboho. After saying that, Gojo Ming threw the strange-shaped Tenebobo to Zenin. However, what surprised him was that the moment Zenin received the Tenebo, his expression turned out to be disgusting. This weapon is so ugly, I don't want to use it. Zenin Shurur's words shocked Gojo. What the hell? In the original work, Zenin Shurur, who pursued practicality in everything, has now turned into a superficial person. The character of Gojo Satoru instantly appeared in Gojo Naru's mind. Is his cheap brother so influential? After only spending half a month with Shur, he has already turned this straight man into a superficial person? Horrible. Gojo Ming shuddered, glanced at Zenin who was holding the Teneboho, and shook his head. It's so true, it's true. Tenebo is actually quite handsome if you look at it more often. Ugly handsome. You know, if you fall out with Satoru in the future, Tenebo is your strongest means to kill him. If you don't want this cursed tool, you will give up the opportunity to turn against Satoru in the future. However, the area of Tenebobo is still too large. Unlike the Tachi, it is not so conspicuous when picked up. Sure enough, both he and Shur should find a cursed spirit that can store items, so that they won't be so conspicuous when going out. Gojo Naru held the black short blade in his hand and fell into deep thought. It seems that I need this kind of cursed spirit to store items more, right? The more Zanpakutō are forged in the future, the more space will be needed to store them. Oh, it would be great if I could have a cursed spirit like Uraraka. I don't want Shur's cursed spirit in storage. It's too ugly. In the original work, Return of the Dead, Rika also demonstrated the function of the weapons arsenal. Therefore, the posture of opening the abdomen and letting Okatsu Yuta choose weapons like Eureka looks much more handsome than the posture of Shurji and Natsuji pulling out the cursed tool bit by bit from the cursed spirit storage in their mouths. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru have been together for so long, and they have gradually learned that many things have begun to value appearance. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. Who would want to drive a low-end Alto like the cursed spirit when he can own a Ferrari like Li Xiang? Now, facing Zenin, who is somewhat resistant to Teneboho, Gojo Ming has nothing to do. I want to fulfill the setting of the original party, but I have no choice. It's not that I don't give it, but that Zenin doesn't want it. Fortunately, I had just thought of ways to stop Zenin from talking. Okay, after I forge the Zampudo, you can change it back. Before that, you should use this Tenebo. Gojo Ming sighed. I don't need it. This pair of fists is enough to handle everything. Zenin is very determined. This made it impossible for Gojo Ming to force his request. Indeed, at this time, Zenin was able to obtain the Taianabobo in advance, which was even more powerful. Originally, Jinji was the natural enemy of the Jujutsu division, and the time when Tennihoko really showed its effect was when he fought Gojo Satoru in the future. Before Gojo Satoru, there was probably no one who was qualified enough to need Zenin to use Teneboho. Forget it. Okay, if you don't want it, just don't want it. Who are you going to show your face to with a bad face? Don't you just want to urge me to forge a Zampudo for you? I understand. Hold the Tenebo first. You wouldn't expect a 6-year-old to hold such a big weapon, would you? Let's go back to Gojo's house first. Gojo Ming gave up the idea of letting Zenin use Tenebo. Since Zenin Shurji is unwilling to use his special weapon Tenebobo in this world line, then let the Zampudo he built for him become Zenin Shurji's new special weapon. On the other side, Gojo's house. Yuri Inamitsu, who had previously sent Yuri Shoko to Gojo's house on the grounds of performing a mission, has come to the head of Gojo's house. His purpose this time was to use the reversal technique to separate the cursed object from Gojo Kotetsu's body. Yuri Inamitsu could feel the importance of the Gojo family in this secret curse spirit attack. The Gojo family plans to confirm who is the murderer through the analysis of this cursed object. The Gojo suspected it was a curse user. After all, only a curse user would use a human being as a body so unscrupulously. Gojo Kotetsu was considered a potential youngster of the Gojo family, but he became a body and died like this. This is completely unacceptable to the Gojo family. If the culprit is not found, will the younger generation of the Gojo family be attacked and tortured by cursed objects in the future, and will Gojo Ming become the target of criticism from family members? The head of the Gojo family will never accept such a result, and he will get to the bottom of it. As long as he can separate the cursed object, he can always get some clues from it. Half an hour later, Yuri Daoguang was sweating profusely and took out a vessel with a meat-like object soaked in it. Call. Yuri Daoguang took a long breath and showed a pale smile to the old man. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. All eyes at the scene were focused on this vessel. If Yuri Inamitsu hadn't been so sure that this was the cursed object, they would have even wondered if this thing was part of the tissue in Gojo Kotetsu's body. After looking at it for a moment, the old man seemed to remember something, and his expression suddenly changed. He recalled that he had seen similar things in the high school's vault. Although the containers were different, the meat-like objects inside were almost the same as those he had seen. That was a special grade cursed object, and it was right next to Master Tinyuan's Palace of the Dead. Could someone have stolen that sinful cursed object under Master Tinyuan's eyes? If Jiku was really stolen, then the high school would not be so silent. The old man had the slightest suspicion in his heart. Could it be that the internal staff of the high college were committing theft? Or is it possible that Gojo Neru's behavior of physically attacking Gojo was not a curse user, but other jujutsu master families in the association? Otherwise, I would never be able to explain why the special grade cursed object in my mind appeared on Gojo Kotetsu. Kamo's house. This name came to the old man's mind. His suspicions still need to be verified. The most important thing at the moment is to go to the high school's forbidden library to find out whether the evil cursed object is still in place. During the 3 days since returning to Gojo's house, Gojo Ming has been studying the black short blade in his hand. The Zampudo he forged next was somewhat special, different from the previous Odi Shiryuki, Kayamizu, and Senbonzakura. This can be considered one of the very few Zampudo types in Soul Society. Therefore, he must study it carefully. However, while Gojo Ming was studying the Zampudo, he did not leave Zenin idle. In the past 3 days, he himself did not participate in Zenin special training, but Gojo Xiang and Gojo Satoru did not escape at all. After all, both of them are Gojo Ming's current experience package. Although the experience provided by the experience package is not as comprehensive as that of oneself. After all, this is free experience. How can it be wasted casually? Seeing Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Satoru being beaten and treated continuously, Gojo Ming felt peaceful in the forge. It turns out that this is the joy of being a melon eater. If he hadn't been studying the short blade in his hand, he would have really wanted to do like Shoko, holding a bag of snacks next to him and admiring it. Neru, when are you going to forge a Zampudo for this guy, Sure? I can't stand it anymore. If you're not here, Sure will train me just like you. I'm not a human at all. Gojo Satoru hid in the forge house exhausted. He didn't want to learn taijutsu at all. Why did Neru have to force himself? Moreover, Zenin really couldn't deal with him, and the training intensity was like hell. Wasn't this kind of intensity always placed on Ming before? Why is it transferred to me now? Faced with Gojo Satoru's complaints, Gojo smiled. Woo, don't blame Sure. Your current strength is what I specifically asked Sure to configure for you. You are a man who wants to become the strongest jujutsu master. If your body is not strong enough, how can you make Senbonzakura surrender? No, you don't think that your talent alone can make Senbonzakura truly impressed by you. Bar. Gojo Neru's words left Gojo Satoru speechless for a while. He knew that Senbonzakura still had great potential, but wasn't he only 6 years old? Why are you in such a hurry? Gojo Satoru was about to retort, but his expression changed immediately after Gojo Ming's next words. Sure, Satoru is hiding here and being lazy. Hurry up, the harder you train Satoru, the faster your Zampudo will be forged. The next second, Zenin appeared directly in front of Gojo Satoru. Looking at Zenin's burly figure, Gojo Satoru looked at Gojo Ming with a look of despair, never expecting that he would be betrayed by his own brother. The six-eyes godly son of the Gojo family had no idea that his tragic experiences in the past few days were entirely due to his younger brother's backstabbing. The hard-fisted training began again. Gojo Ming began to look at the black short blade curse tool again and came to the final result. He already had a rough estimate of how to use this material to forge a Zampudo. One of the reasons why he chose the short blade curse tool was because of the experience he had with this short blade. This short blade was once used as a shrine sword, and it has a bit of a flavor of exorcism and suppression of evil spirits. Therefore, although this short blade is not as high in quality as the special curse tool, it is more suitable for the Zampudo that Gojo Ming is about to forge. The next morning, everyone gathered around Gojo Ming, and Yuri Shoko's tired face was also full of expectation. After all, compared to the other two, Shoko saw Gojo Ming forging a Zampudo for the first time. When they realized that the forge was open again, the entire Gojo family focused their attention here again. This time, most people have developed a kind of trust in Gojo Ming, and they feel that a brand new Zampudo is about to be released. After all, the shock of the Senbonzakura a week ago was still vivid in my mind. People are all visual creatures, and the large-scale spells performed by Shiryuki and Senbonzakura completely overturned their understanding of the cursed tool. Since Gojo Neru can forge such an exaggerated curse tool as Senbonzakura, this means that Gojo Neru should have mastered the mature skills of forging Zampudo. Gojo Xiang Yin's expression became particularly calm after he learned that the forge was open again. After seeing Gojo Satoru's Senbonzakura, he actually had a strange expectation for Gojo Neru's new Zampudo. The emergence of the epic-making curse tool, the Zampudo, has had a huge impact on the entire Jujutsu world. The Gojo family is the biggest beneficiary of the Zampudo, and as the current representative of the Gojo family, he should not harm the interests of the Gojo family under any circumstances. Facing the inquiries from insiders of the faction, Gojo Xiang Yin chose to wait and see. He felt that his previous observations of Gojo Ming were still too little. This child, whom he regards as Gojo Satoru Curse, may be able to bring him more surprises. Perhaps he can also use Gojo Ming's Zampudo to gain more benefits for the entire Gojo family. Zenan's house, Zenan's neighbor and Zenan's fan looked at each other. They also got the news that Gojo Ming opened the stove. For the Zenin family who had lost both their wives and soldiers, the only thing that made them feel gratified by Gojo Ming's forging was that the owner of this Zampudo should be Zenin. At least, the Zenin family can learn about the special features of the Zampudo through Zenin. As for whether Zenin would hand over the Zampudo to the family, they had never considered such a thing. Zenin is very good. In this name, Zenin comes first. Everything in Zenin should belong to the Zenin family. Kamo home. Kamo's expression was really serious. He didn't expect that after entering Gojo's house, he lost contact with him. He still has confidence in the strength of Xiao Xiang. This is his biggest trump card. He should be able to deal with a Gojo Ming. Although the strength of Xiao Xiang is not strong, his advantage lies in his hidden ability. Could it be that he is still hiding at this time? However, the week is almost over, and if the burning phase does not take action, it may return to the form of cursed object. Should he find an opportunity to go to Gojo's house and see if the burn phase becomes a cursed object, then he can pick it up and recover the burn phase. In Kamo's opinion, the execution of the Yagyu phase will not fail. Unless I haven't found a good opportunity, now that Gojo Ming can still forge the Zampudo, This means that the assassination has not yet been carried out. The damn Gojo family must never let Gojo Ming use the Zampudo to increase his influence. Kamo really made up his mind. If the burning phase has not taken action after a week, then he will just take advantage of Gojo Xiang's previous suggestion and go to Gojo's house to see Gojo Ming and recycle the burning phase by the way. Inside the forge, everything is so simple and unpretentious. Everything is so natural. After an hour of continuous training, Gojo Ming once again asked the god to take over. The sword god descended, and a Zanpakutō was born. After integrating the short blade curse tool into it, Gojo Ming successfully heard prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakutō, Kaiten Madbone. Looking at the two Zanpakutōs, one long and one short, in Gojo Ming's hands, everyone present had expressions full of surprise. Yuri Shoko was surprised that the creation of the Zampudo was so simple. Gojo Satoru and the other three were shocked that Gojo Ming had directly forged two Zampudo this time. What's happening here? Has a cursed tool material evolved enough to forge two Zampudo? Gojo Shinichi was more and more shocked by Gojo Ming's forging technique. It also looked like a shallow strike. The long and short swords did look more imposing. These two swords look more like a pair. Gojo Satoru holds his Senbonzakura and does not think that his Senbonzakura is inferior to these swords. Is this the special Zanpakutō that Ming mentioned? Zenan knew that this pair of Zanpakutō was prepared for him by Gojo Ming, and his calm heart was filled with waves. Amid the surprised gazes from all around, Gojo Ming looked at the two swords in his hands and kept nodding. Huatian Kuangu is a long and shortcut style. The blades are rectangular with the four corners cut off, decorated with petals, and the handle is purple-red. There is nothing too special about the appearance, but everyone realizes how extraordinary this pair of swords is. For Gojo Ming, this forging went very smoothly. Because of the special nature of Huatian Kuangu, Gojo Ming was prepared for problems to arise. In the world of the Shinigami, Quangu is a Zanpakutō created by Kaiten in order to hide the divine sword, the 8-mirror sword. In this world, there is no 8-mirror sword to hide, so Gojo Ming doesn't know whether he can directly successfully forge Huatian and Quangu together during the forging process. However, fortunately, Huatian Quangu's appearance went very smoothly, and he was worthy of Zenin Shinsuk's trust in him. Opening his system panel, the appearance of Huatian Quangu appeared in the Zanpakutō showroom. Zanpakutō, Sodi Shiryuki, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower. Zanpakutō, Kingmushi, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Gojo Shinichi. Zanpakutō, Senbonzakura, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower, Gojo Satoru. Zanpakutō, Huatian Quanko, Owner, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Zenan. Gojo Ming gently tapped Huatian and Quangu, and the crisp sound woke everyone up from the shock. Facing Zenin Shinsuk's expectant eyes, Gojo Ming handed the flower bone to Zenin Shinsuk. Here, this is the Zanpakutō I prepared for you. Has my promise been fulfilled? Zenin silently took the Huatian Quangu, a tachi and a wakashi, and when he held them in his hands, he felt a sense of intimacy. At the same time, he seemed to see a middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat and a pink kimono. Hey, it seems that Huatian Quangu's new owner is pretty good too. I hope you can treat Xiaohua well and play hide and seek with Quangu more often. The middle-aged man smiled at Zenin, and then he fell into disillusionment, as if he was hallucinating. Zenin was a little distracted. With his control over his body, he knew that he was not an illusion just now. He did see the strange man. Moreover, from the man's words, he realized that the pair of Zanpakutōs were named Huatian Quangu and had an original owner. It was somewhat difficult for him to understand why the brand new Zanpakutō, just forged by Gojo Ming, had an original owner. However, this middle-aged man made him feel very kind. Zenin even had a feeling that if they could meet in reality, they might become good friends. Zanpakutō has a soul. After the middle-aged man disappeared, He was more able to feel the intimacy conveyed to him by this pair of Zampudo. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Gojo called twice, but Zenin was still in a daze. "Zenin, why are you so dazed?" "Shoko, this big man must be crazy about La. Please treat him quickly. If La dies in our Gojo family, it will be really hard to explain to the Zenin family." "Oh, by the way, Neru, what are the names of Zenin's pair of Zampudo?" Compared with Gojo Ming's concern, Gojo Satoru has a much more venomous tongue. However, Yuri Shoko did not listen to Gojo Satoru. She was just going to be a melon eater. According to her understanding of Zenin these days, this ridiculously strong man should not be excited by Zampudo. Lost your mind? After coming back to his senses, Zenin felt the concerned gazes from all around him. He tugged at the corner of his mouth with difficulty, but did not say anything. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Zenin suddenly placed his sword horizontally, crossed his ribs vertically to form a cross, and whispered, "The flower wind is in chaos. The flower god is crying. The sky is in chaos, and the devil is laughing. The flower sky is crazy." As Zenin's voice fell, the form of the double swords changed drastically. The tachi and wakizashi became a large scimitar, one long and one short. The blade was black and the blade was white. The tandem and handle remained unchanged, but a long red tassel appeared at the end of the handle. Everyone at the scene subconsciously widened their eyes, completely shocked by Huatian Kuangu's change. Huatian Kuangu, who transformed into a machete, exudes a wild nature. If we say that Zenin, who just held the tachi and wakizashi, showed a kind of contrast and disharmony, Zenin is now holding two scimitars, and his whole person reveals a wild feeling of a man and a sword. After the initial solution, Huatian Kuangu seemed to be prepared for Zenin. When Gojo saw this scene, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Shiryuki could be completely white, Senbonzakura could transform into thousands of sacred cherry blossoms, and Huatian Kuangu was not only a pair of swords, but also so wild and handsome. Only his own King Mushi is as simple and unpretentious as the Zanpakuto's name. Gojo Satoru looked at this pair of black scimitars. A hint of appreciation appeared in Six Eyes, but then he returned to calm. Although the double swords are also very special, his evaluation is that they are not as powerful as his Senbonzakura. To interpret it, it's not that easy to show off. As for Yuri Shoko on the side, feeling the powerful power contained in Huatian Kuangu, a trace of expectation emerged in her heart. Gojo Neru also told herself before that she wanted to forge a Zanpakutō for herself. At this time, she was full of expectations for this Zanpakutō, which she didn't know where the material was. She wanted a Zanpakutō as beautiful as Sodi Shiryuki, and she also wants a Zanpakutō as stunning as Gojo Satoru, Senbonzakura. However, if Huatian Kuangu is so wild, even though it doesn't match her temperament very well, she can accept it. It would be nice to just have a Zanpakutō. Seriously, Shoko wants one. There was no time to pay attention to other people's emotional changes. Gojo Ming's heart was shocked by the compatibility between Zenin and Huatian Kuangu. I have never told Zenin the names of these Zanpakutō. Not only did Zenin know the true name of the Zanpakutō, but he was also able to directly chant the Hajime Yu after getting the flower sky bone. This explanation is not as short as that of Kayamizu, Senbonzakura, and Sodi no Shiryuki. If you rely on guessing, you can't guess it at all, right? The wind in the flowers is chaotic, and the flower god cries. The wind in the sky is chaotic, and the devil is laughing. The way Zenin started to explain his words in a low voice made him see the shadow of Kairako Shunsui for a moment. So, what exactly happened when Zenin was in a daze? Were Huatian Kuangu and Zenin really so compatible? Sure, how do you know Huatian Kuangu's name? Gojo Satoru just wanted to ask about Huatian Kuangu's technique, but he quickly realized something was wrong. My Senbonzakura name was said by Gojo Ming, and Shinichi's King Mushi was also named by Gojo Ming. But why did Zenin know the name of the Zanpakutō without Gojo Ming saying it? This is very wrong. Gojo Satoru's inquiry made both Gojo Shinichi and Yuri Shoko react. Yes, Gojo Ming didn't even mention the name of this Zampudo just now, but Zenan already knew it. Everyone cast doubtful glances at Zenan. Feeling the doubts around him, Zenan was silent for a moment and finally told the scene he had just seen. That person told me this sentence. Zenan's description caused the scene to fall into silence, but Gojo Satoru nodded secretly. This scene is very similar to the one where I realized the beginning of the explanation. However, what he saw at first was a huge sacred cherry tree, while what Zenan saw was a mysterious middle-aged man. But when Gojo Ming heard Zenan's description, how could he not know that this person was Kairaku Shunsui? Gojo Ming fell into doubt. He didn't know if this was the memory left by Kairaku Shunsui on his Zanpakutō, or if Kairaku Shunsui was connected to Zenan through the Huatian Quanko. This is the secret about the Zanpakutō. Gojo Ming realized that as the master of the Zanpakutō, he still didn't seem to fully understand the situation of the Zanpakutō. Could it be that the Zanpakutō I forged is not a replica? There is still the memory of the original owner in this Zanpakutō. So, is there Tozen Kanami's memory hidden among the Qing worms? Is Kuchiki Byakuya's memory hidden in Senbonzakura? Is the secret of Rukia Kuchiki hidden in Sodi Shiryuki? Perhaps I should find some time to study the Zanpakutō. But why was it that Jier was able to see Kairaku Shunsui the moment he came into contact with the Zanpakutō, but Satoru, Shunin himself, didn't react at all? If Kairaku Shunsui and Zenan are similar in any way, it would probably be their attitudes towards things, right? Is it because of this reason that Zenan sure was recognized by Huatian Kuangu so quickly? Gojo Ming made a rough guess, but he was not completely sure and could only try it slowly later. After realizing the compatibility between Zenin Jinji and Huatian Quanko, Gojo Satoru felt a little unhappy. He did not expect that Zenin Jinji, a rough guy, was more suitable for the Zanpakutō than himself. His own interpretation of Senbonzakura came from his own slow exploration, but Zenan's interpretation of the meaning was actually told to him by someone else. He wants to see how powerful Zenan's Zanpakutō technique is. Is it more popular than my own Senbonzakura? Sure. What is Huatian Kuangu's technique? Share it with me. Gojo Satoru said it very bluntly and did not realize the importance of the technique to the Zanpakutō. Zenan looked at Gojo Satoru in silence, his eyes full of suspicion. If it weren't for the fact that Gojo Satoru is Gojo Ming's biological brother, he would really complain. Gojo Satoru, are you mentally ill? Is it possible to tell the Zanpakutō's technique easily? Especially after learning the technique of Shirkai from Huatian Kuangu, he became even more aware of the power of Huatian Kuangu's pair of Zanpakutōs. These game techniques are the first killers. Basically, as long as it is the first time for an enemy to see the Huatian Quang bone technique, they will definitely suffer a big loss among these game techniques. Therefore, he would never reveal his technique in advance. Except, of course, Gojo Neru. If Gojo Ming asked, he would still confess. However, Gojo Ming did not ask any questions. Instead, he acted as Zenan's mouthpiece and complained directly. Satoru, please pay attention to your privacy. I didn't even ask you about Senbonzakura's techniques before, right? These techniques are the secret weapon of the Zanpakutō. How could you reveal them so casually? So far, except for Zenin and Zenan, who know that their Sodi Shiryuki has 7 techniques, no one else knows about it. Mystery is also a kind of power of Zanpakutō. Awakened by Gojo Ming's words, Gojo Satoru also realized that he was a little abrupt and scratched his head in embarrassment. In this way, Zenan had his own Zanpakutō, and he had 2 Zanpakutō, 1 Taito, and 1 Wakizashi. The next day, the entire Jujutsu world is once again shocked by Gojo Ming. This time, although Zenan didn't release his spells like Gojo Satoru, he pretended to be in front of the entire Jujutsu interface. However, this special dual sword form of Zanpakutō still caused heated discussions in the entire Jujutsu community. When members of the Gojo family are on missions when they meet other jujutsu masters, they will always be asked about the Gojo family's blacksmithing genius, Gojo Ming. Because of the existence of Zampudo, Gojo Ming has gained quite a reputation in the entire jujutsu world. However, Gojo Ming didn't care very much. He just took this opportunity to communicate with Zenin about his future development plans. He had already thought about building a master house in this world, and he was going to let Zenin serve as the first store manager of the master house. But now, he just needs Zenin to help him complete the preparation work of the master house. After all, Zenin looks like an adult and can move better outside. Everything house. Hearing Gojo Ming say this name, Zenin frowned slightly, wondering what this thing was used for. Yes. Gojo Ming nodded and continued. No matter what purpose it is used for in the future, I don't want to rely on the power of the Gojo family and the Zenin family. So I need to build a new stronghold. Sure, you don't want to have too many entanglements with the Zenin family most of the time, right? This master house is our future base, so this important matter can only be left to you. Gojo Ming carefully caressed Zenin. He is just entrusting Zenin Shiryuki to build the everything house, but he doesn't want to use up the opportunity that Zenin Shiryuki promised him before. Hearing that he could have an independent base, Zenin touched the scar on his lip and nodded slightly. He still knew the theory of the 3 cunning rabbits. Zenin does not object to the fact that Gojo Ming was already looking for a way out when he was only 6 years old. Just choosing an address and building a small store is not a problem for me. There's no problem with this. It's just a small matter. Zenin nodded, and seeing no one around, his eyes flashed brightly, and he asked Gojo Ming curiously, "You know Huatian Kuangu's technique, right?" Gojo Ming looked up at Zenin and nodded slightly. As the forger of the Huatian Kuangu, and as a time traveler myself, how could I not know the abilities of the Zampudo? That shadow ghost technique is you. Zenin hesitated, not knowing how to ask. Did Gojo Ming deliberately prepare this shadow spell for himself? Yes, I did it on purpose. The spell I chose, I think this spell is very suitable for you. Doesn't the Zenin family care about shadow spells very much? I think this kind of spell they are looking forward to appears in a place like ours. What expressions will the magicians have on them? Furthermore, you can learn about Kuangu's other game techniques. At least after you give birth to children in the future, you can play with them. A trace of pride appeared on Gojo Ming's face, and he also had his own bad taste. I wonder if Fushiguro Megumi will be moved to tears if he finds out about his good intentions. Uncle Ming has good intentions in order to cultivate your father's ability to take care of children. Zenin fell into silence after hearing this, and finally nodded. Huatian Kuangu turns children's games into reality. As long as you step into the range of Huatian Kuangu, you are forced to participate in the game. All the rules are set by Huatian Kuangu. After the initial solution, Huatian Kuangu carried 4 spells, corresponding to 4 games. The Brand Ghost, the P***N Ghost, the Shadow Ghost, and the Tumbler have fallen. Brand Ghost. Rules. The person who climbs to the highest point wins. When the party in a higher position attacks a party lower than itself, it will cause huge damage to the opponent. Yingui. Rules. The person who cuts the color he said wins. Either our side or the enemy says the name of a color, and both sides can only cut the area on the other side that is covered with that color. If the slash hits an area of other colors, the slash will be ineffective. The larger the area of the called color on the caller's body, the stronger the caller's slashing power. The smaller the area of the called color on the caller's body, the weaker the caller's slashing power. Shadow Ghost. Rules. If you're stepped on the shadow, you lose. When the opponent is unaware, he hides in the opponent's shadow and attacks. When the attack party's shadow is attacked, the damage will be reflected on the main body. In addition, you can hide yourself or others in the shadows to avoid attacks. The tumbler fell over. Rules. Whoever is caught loses. Either our side or the enemy acts as a ghost in the game. The game has 3 requirements. 1. The ghost must stay within the participant's sight. 2. If the participant is seen by the ghost active, he or she loses. 3. If the participant touches the ghost before being seen by the ghost, he or she wins. To be honest, the abilities of these 4 game spells are very strong, but for Zenin, this is a bit nonsense. I had never played these games when I was a child, but I didn't expect that when I grew up, I would have to understand the rules of the games. Besides, what's the point of having fun with your children? I don't know where my child is yet. Zenin ignored Gojo Ming's words and began to think about the purpose of these techniques. Over the years, it can be said that apart from fists, I have basically never been exposed to anything like magic. Now, having Huatian Kuangu means that his arsenal has been replenished. Currently, among the 4 game techniques, the one that Zenin is most interested in is Shadow Ghost. This Shadow Ghost is also the reason why Zenin asked Gojo Ming. In the Zenin family, which prides itself on the 10 types of shadow magic, a Zampudo like Huatian Kuangu that can manipulate shadows will bring a shock to the Zenin family. Just after listening to Gojo Ming's words, he also realized that Gojo Ming was as bad as him. After briefly understanding the current situation, Zenin returned to Zenin's house and prepared to take out his own small treasury as the startup capital for Wanshu. At the same time, in the Forbidden Library of Jujutsu High School, in front of the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus, the face of the Gojo family's messenger Gojo Chun changed slightly. This 9th cursed fetus has actually been replaced. When did this happen? There is no trace of this container being moved at all. The current principal of the high school, Sekiguchi Seiji, looked very ugly. Previously, Gojo Chun asked to inspect the Jiku with instructions from the head of the Gojo family, and Sekiguchi Seiji was still very dissatisfied. Now that he saw that cursed object actually had a problem, he realized that something was wrong. The container of this 9th cursed fetus is the same as the previous 8. At the same time, there are no traces of movement. So it is obvious. Gojo Tsubaki analyzed calmly. Then, the 9 phases of the cursed embryo diagram should have been wrong at the beginning of storage. At that time, everyone should have paid attention to the special cursed objects number 1 to 3, and they didn't care about the cursed object numbers 4 to 9. After all, this happened 150 years ago, and no one knows what happened at that time. He didn't come to question Sekiguchi Seiji with the instructions from the family leader. His only goal was to confirm whether the cursed object that invaded Gojo's house was one of the 9 cursed objects. Now, everything is clear. The head of the family's suspicion was correct. The cursed spirit that attacked Master Gojo Ming was the 9th cursed fetus of the 9-phase diagram. The mastermind behind the scenes should know the Gojo family very well, and must be fully confident in choosing to take action. If Zenin Shinsuk of the Zenin family hadn't followed Master Gojo Ming back then, maybe the man behind the scenes would have succeeded. Who is the mastermind behind this? Gojo Chun looked at the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus and had his own doubts in his heart. Moreover, he believed that the head of the family must be the same as him in his heart. After all, apart from the Kamo family where the 9-phase diagram was born, there should be no one else who can replace the cursed fetus 9-phase diagram before it enters the taboo treasury. Perhaps this 9th cursed fetus burning phase has abilities unknown to the Jujutsu world. If it was really intercepted by the Kamo family, then this cursed object should also be circulated among the Kamo family. Gojo Chun frowned slightly and turned to look at Principal Sekiguchi Seiji beside him. Principal Kiyoshi, please keep this matter confidential. Regarding the issue of the 9-phase diagram, it is not your fault in the first place. Obviously, when the 9-phase diagram was discovered 150 years ago, the 9th cursed embryo it's already been dropped. However, the Gojo family does not want this matter to be leaked, and hopes that Principal Kiyoshi can help. Gojo Chun first helped Sekiguchi Seiji throw the pot away, and then made his own request. Although it was a request verbally, he represented the Gojo family and could not allow Sekiguchi Kiyoshi to refuse. Sekiguchi Seiji is very knowledgeable. Although he is a first-level jujutsu master, he still has a certain status in the association. But he can also clearly recognize the gap between himself and the Gojo family. Since Gojo Chun can carry the token of the head of the Gojo family, it shows that the Gojo family really values it. He is not prepared to get involved in the Gojo family's affairs. Only by being less curious can he live longer in this world. Sekiguchi Seiji nodded to express his understanding. The two left Jiku silently and completely parted ways. Zenin home. Seeing Zenin enter the mansion with two swords, Zenin Shan immediately realized that these were Zampudo. Although he didn't know why Zenin had two, he didn't have time to understand the reason at this time. So he immediately said, "Sure, you have made great contributions to the family this time." After seeing Sodi Shiryuki's third technique, Zenin Shan had a completely new understanding of Zanpakutō. Now that Zenin has obtained a brand new Zanpakutō for his family, he must study it carefully to see if the Zanpakutō can be copied. "Shire, give me your Zanpakutō." A trace of impatience flashed across Zenin Fan's face. Although Gojo Ming was extremely humiliated to him, the Zanpakutō forged by Gojo Ming was not guilty. In his heart, he had begun to imagine that he would get the Zanpakutō, crack the secret of the Zanpakutō's forging, and make Gojo Ming regret it until he knelt down. As Zenin Shan said this, he stretched out his hand towards Zenin Shire's waist. He didn't know which one was the Zanpakutō, so he simply prepared to pull out both of them. A flash of surprise flashed in Zenin Fan's eyes. His action failed. Zenin turned sideways and nimbly avoided his own movements. "Sure, what are you doing?" Zenin Shan stood up straight and looked at Zenin Sure with a sharp look in his eyes. He suddenly realized that his previous plan with Zenin's immediate neighbors seemed to have gone awry. Zenin smiled mockingly, and the raised corners of his mouth moved the scars on his lips into a disdainful arc. "What are you doing again?" Zenin held the handle of the tachi with one hand, and his wakizashi hung quietly on his waist. His whole body was like a wild beast staring at Zenin's fan. "Zenin, do you want to betray the Zenin family? Don't you know that this Zanpakutō belongs to the family?" Zenin felt furious in his heart. He spoke so loudly to this loser Zenin Sure. How dare Zenin Sure ignore him like this? Question yourself. You are a useless person with no magic power and no magic. How dare you disobey my orders? I am your uncle. How can you talk to me? Zenin Fan's emotions were out of control, and his whole face looked very cold. At this time, he just wanted to get the Zanpakutō from Zenin's hand, and he didn't care what Zenin, a loser with no status in the Zenin family, thought. As expected, it's the stench of decay, and it won't change with time. Letting you come into contact with the Quang bone would be considered as a stain on the Zanpakutō. Zenin narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed from his eyes. Without magic power, it is useless. Without magic, it's useless. Who gave you the right to define it? Zenin suddenly stepped forward, and, at the moment his voice fell, he punched Zenin in the lower abdomen. Zenin's eyes suddenly popped out, and his whole body felt as if he had been hit by a truck, slamming hard against the wall. "It feels good." Zenin shook his right hand, and the smile on his face became thicker. He had always wanted to do this before, and today he finally realized it. "Uncle, what is this?" The entire Zenin family is filled with decay. Is such a weak guy worthy of being his uncle? Zenin didn't even know what was wrong with him. This time he stepped into Zenin's house again, and he felt that the nature that had been restraining him seemed to be released. At the moment when he punched, he didn't hesitate at all. "So, I have never had any nostalgia for this family. Everything House, it turns out that it's not Gojo Ming who needs the Everything House, but I need this shelter." Zenin smiled, and he realized that his changes were entirely due to having a new place to stay. Although the House of all things that Gojo Ming mentioned has not yet been established, he already has his own destination in his heart. If you continue to stay at Zenin's house, you probably won't be able to stand the rotten smell, right? "Sure, what happened? Why did Uncle Sean become like this?" Zenin, who was attracted by the loud noise, had doubts on his face. He thought someone had attacked Zenin Fan. However, there were no traces of foreign invasion at all. There were only two people in the entire corridor, Zenin Sure and Zenin Shan. Seeing his brother looking at him like this, Zenin had no intention of answering. Although they are brothers, Zenin and him have always had different ideas. I don't care about the rights of the Zenin family, but my brother has always coveted the position of acting as the Zenin family's representative. Jenny, catch Zenin. He betrayed the family, and he was the one who attacked me just now. Zenin Shan endured the severe pain in his abdomen and got up from the ground, his sinister face full of anger. He had always known that Zenin's physical strength was very strong, but he still didn't take it into consideration. From Zenin Shan's point of view, as long as he activates the spell, Zenin Shan'er without the power of the spell will be unable to withstand the power of the Jujutsu Master. Uncle Shan, are you mistaken? How could Shur attack you? He has no magic power at all. How could he attack a Jujutsu Master? Zenin didn't expect to get this answer from Zenin Shan, but after the Suffering Master said this, he still looked at his brother suspiciously. Feeling the strangeness in Zenin's heart, Zenin sighed silently in his heart. He also has brothers, but the relationship between him and Shinichi is not as harmonious as that between Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru. How would Gojo Satoru react if Gojo Neru attacks a senior member of the Gojo family? Will he be like Zenin, constantly looking at himself and preparing to take action to subdue him? Zenin shook his head. Genie, it was indeed me who did it. I advise you not to use any spells. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will suffer even worse. Zenin took a step forward, and before his voice fell, he had already come to Zenin's side and gently patted his eldest brother on the shoulder. Shiryu, why is it so fast? This thought emerged in Zenin's heart, and the technique he was about to release was instantly broken by Zenin's punch. He turned to look at Zenin in shock. He had never thought that his younger brother was so powerful. He had heard before that Shur had a back and forth with Sodi Shiryuki's technique at Gojo's house, but he thought it was just a joke at the time. Now seeing Zenin's true strength, he was completely shocked. Isn't Zenin a carrier of heavenly restriction? Doesn't it have any magical power at all? Why is it so strong? As Zenin subdued two people one after another, Zenin family representative Zenin Aohito and Zenin Shinsuk, who is still recovering, rushed to the scene. Sure, what are you doing? The Dabi did not know what happened, but he guessed that there seemed to be a conflict between Zenin Fan and Zenin Shur. Behind him, Zenin Shinsuke's eyes were full of disbelief. He never thought that Zenin could subdue Zenin so easily. In his opinion, although Zenin's talent is not very strong, he is still a jujutsu master with skills. How could it be possible to be subdued by a Zenin without any magic power? In his shock, the sound of Zenin's fan sounded. Gibi people, Zenin has betrayed the family, and he is not prepared to hand over his Zampudo. Zenin's fan words made Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin's direct eyes subconsciously fall on the weapon on Zenin's waist. Being able to be taken with him by Zenin, who has always disliked using weapons, it is impossible to have any other weapons except the newly forged Zampudo given to him by Gojo Neru. Seriously, is it like what Shan said? The direct person looked at Zenin with a serious face, feeling a little heavy. For some reason, he was not too surprised by Zenin's decision. He guessed that Zenin Shire had been hiding his strength, but he did not expect that Zenin Fan, whose strength was only slightly weaker than his own, could not withstand Zenin Shire's attack. Uncle Zibrin, yes. Huatian Kuangu told me that they don't like to be touched by others, so you are not qualified to touch them. Zenin's left hand was still resting on Tato Kaiten on the left. The two previous attacks did not cause any movement of his left hand. Shire, are you not going to hand over this Zampudo? Zenin confirmed again. Zenin grinned. This is my Zampudo. Why should I hand it in? The person next to Zenin focused his gaze and whispered, Sure, you are a member of the Zenin family. Your surname is Zenin. Everything should be for the family. The Divi people were aware of the changes in Zenin, but he did not want the situation to enter an irreversible situation, so he still used words to persuade. But, alas, Zenin was impatient enough. Uncle Gibi, I am a waste to the Zenin family. When will the Zenin family be ready to rely on waste? Zenin smiled mockingly. If necessary, I can kill you all at any time. What jujutsu masters? They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Zenin Shur's words made everyone at the scene change their expressions. Everyone, including Zenin Shinsuk, did not expect that a person like Zenin Shinsuk, who had no sense of presence in the family, would say such a thing. Zenin may be very strong, but what he said just now is equivalent to firing a map gun and despising all the jujutsu masters of the Zenin family. Just when Zenin was about to retort, a strong pressure spread from Zenin's body. For a moment, Zenin, and Zenin Shinsuk seemed to have lost control of their bodies. At this moment, the person standing in front of them was no longer Zenin, but more like an evil ghost. Is this Zenin's true strength? How can it be? This idea suddenly appeared in the hearts of the four people. How could a person with no magic power have such powerful pressure? Different from the pressure brought by the powerful spell, what spreads from Zenin's body is a pure physical threat. It was as if they moved casually, Zenin could blow their heads off with one punch. Zenin Shinsuk didn't seem to be exaggerating at all. The four of them were really like chickens and dogs in front of Zenin Shinsuk. After a while, Zenin's pressure slowly dissipated, and the four bodies were finally free. Zenin and Zenin looked at each other, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. The appearance of a freak like Zenin in the Zenin family, who only believed in mantras, completely subverted the imagination of Zenin and Zenin fan. Zenin Shinsuk's heart was full of confusion. This man, whom he has always called useless, actually has such great strength that even the acting Zenin people are unable to move under his pressure. Is there something wrong with the theory I have been studying? Why have my three views been subverted during this period of time? From Gojo to Zenin. 2. Trash, without any magic power, are destroying their hearts. From the cursed tool Zampudo to the unparalleled physical strength, all of this seems to go against the common sense of the entire jujutsu world. Zenin Shinsuk began to doubt himself and what he had seen and heard in the past. At the scene, compared to the shock of the other three people, Zenin was filled with joy. Such a strong person is his younger brother. Judging from the current situation, Zenin Shinsuk is equivalent to the strongest person in the Zenin family. If he can get the support of Zenin Shinsuk, will he be able to gain a higher status in the Zenin family? Zenin has begun to think about how to use Zenin's power to gain more benefits for himself. Seeing that Zenin was about to leave, Zenin and Zenin looked at each other and reached a consensus at the same time. We can't let Zenin leave like this. If they were looking for Zenin's Zampudo before, now Zenin's person is full of value to the Zenin family. Only the mantra theory is not wrong, and even Zenin is not wrong either. At this time, when the Gojo family's Six Eyes godson is growing up, a powerful existence like Zenin is also the basis for the Zenin family to compete with the Gojo family. Shinsuk, you can't leave the family. The moment Zenin Shinsuk released his pressure and exposed his strength, the people of Zenin Shinsuk were already aware of Zenin Shinsuk's inner thoughts. Zenin really wanted to leave because he was ready to leave, so he no longer bothered to hide his strength in his heart. Zenin Jibi and Zenin Fan released their own spells at the same time, preparing to stop Zenin Shinsuk. However, the next second, a scene that shocked them even more happened. Zenin Shinsuk actually merged directly into the shadow, silently before their eyes. Just now, when the two of them launched the spell, Zenin was already whispering the beginning of Huatian Kuangu's explanation. The flower wind is in chaos. The flower god is crying. The sky is in chaos, and the devil is laughing. The flower sky is crazy. Zenin Shinsuk released Huatian Kuangu's technique Shadow Ghost. This time, he was not prepared to use his physical power to subdue Zenin and Zenin Fan. He wanted the two of them to see that the shadow magic that the Zenin family had always longed for could be mastered by a waste like himself with no magic power through the Zampudo, Huatian Quanko. Just like that, Zenin disappeared into the shadows out of thin air. This scene completely subverted the imagination of Zenin and Zenin. They could not understand how a person without spells and spells could disappear out of thin air. But the next second, they realized that Zenin did not have any techniques, but he had a Zampudo that was rare in the world. He could use Zampukuto's techniques. So, Is this Zanpakutō's technique to hide one's body? Zenin Naobi and Zenin Shan had such a question in their minds, but then they realized that they had guessed wrong. They suddenly felt as if their bodies had been pierced by a sharp blade. Watch your back. Watch your shadow. Zenin Shinsuke's voice sounded. Zenin Naoto and Zenin Shan's face changed, and the feeling of penetration in the body became a reality. The tips of two black shadow scimitars were exposed from their abdomens. These two top masters of the Zenin family never thought that after using the surgery, they would be crushed by a person without any magic power. Pressure. The two turned their heads subconsciously, and the strange scene in front of them shocked them completely. Zenin slowly emerged from the shadows of the two men, with two black scimitars in his hands, one long and one short, thrust straight into the shadows they cast on the ground. The location where the shadow was stabbed by the scimitar was exactly the same as the location where the two men's abdomens were pierced. What kind of shadow magic is this? Shadow magic has a very high status in the Zenin family, and any magic that can be related to shadow magic can receive extremely high attention. Zenin Shinsuke is a vivid case. But Zenin Jibi and Zenin Fan never thought that Zenin could even use shadow magic. Although the origin of this shadow spell may come from the pair of Zanpakutō in his hands, this is also a genuine shadow spell. They were defeated by a man with zero magic power and no spells using shadow magic. Shadow Ghost. What does it feel like to be attacked by a shadow? What exactly can shadow magic bring to you? Are you stuck in your own ways and expecting your descendants to give birth to that kind of ancestral magic? The stench of decay. Zenin pulled out the Huatian Kuangu from the ground. Zenin Fan and Zenin directly felt that their physical strength was constantly draining from the body. However, the physical pain was not the biggest blow to the two of them. The biggest blow they received came from the Zenin family's most proud technique. The two of them were genuine first-level jujutsu masters, but they were defeated in the art by Zenin, who had no magic power at all, and they were defeated by the art of a Zanpakutō. What's the name of this pair of swords? A crazy person? The thought came to Zenin Shan's heart that these pair of Zanpakutō were born for the Zenin family. This kind of ghostly shadow magic should only belong to the Zenin family. However, it is a pity that Zenin Shiryuki has proved with his strength that he is the strongest of the Zenin family. Even if he doesn't have any magic power, with the blessing of Zanpakutō's magic, he has been able to overwhelm the entire family. On the other side, Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin looked at the scene in a daze, their mouths wide open as if they could swallow a whole watermelon. They had felt the pressure of Zenin before and knew that he was very powerful. However, they did not expect that the family elders Zenin Fan and Zenin were not the enemies of Zenin. The image of Zenin Shiryuki holding a pair of black swords was completely imprinted in their minds. Is this the Zanpakutō? Is this the Zanpakutō that Gojo Ming forged for Zenin? Is this the Zanpakutō that suits Zenin's Kage magic? Zenin is just one of the spells, and it has already instantly killed Zenin and Zenin Fan. As a bystander, Zenin Shinsuke knew that in this battle, Zenin's physical fitness was still very important. However, such a powerful body coupled with shadow magic has raised Zenin's ability to a level that is difficult for normal people to reach. The most important thing is that judging from the Zanpakutō that Gojo Ming forged before, basically every Zanpakutō has more than one technique. This Zanpakutō, named Huatian Kuangu, must also have other special techniques. Zenin Shinsuke's heart is full of desire for the Zanpakutō. He also wishes to have a Zanpakutō. If a jujutsu master possesses a Zanpakutō, it is equivalent to having an excellent trump card, which is equivalent to doubling his strength. However, one can imagine how difficult it is to forge a cursed tool as rare as the Zanpakutō. Unless one is close to Gojo Ming, it is impossible for outsiders to obtain the Zanpakutō. Why is Zenin Shiryuki able to be favored by Gojo Ming? Is it just because Zenin Shiryuki and Gojo Ming are both carriers of heavenly restriction? Zenin Shinsuke felt a strong sense of jealousy towards Zenin in his heart. However, he was unable to do anything at this time. Zenin Naohito and Zenin Shan's fate had completely shocked him. For the first time, Zenin Shinsuk clearly understood that he was no match for Zenin Shinji. I think of the scene when Gojo Ming left her alone and took the initiative to say hello to Zenin. A sense of frustration suddenly emerged in Zenin Shinsuke's heart. Could it be that at that time, Gojo Ming had already discovered how extraordinary Zenin was, so he acted so rudely towards him? What a vision! Watching Zenin Shiryuki start to solve the problem, watching Zenin Shiryuki return to his room to pack his things, watching Zenin Shiryuki leave the Zenin family mansion. Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Shinichi seemed to have finally taken back control of their bodies. Zenin Shinsuke fell into silence. Zenin, on the other hand, forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and began to direct people to rescue Zenin and Zenin Shan. My opportunity has come. Sure, brother, thank you very much. After all, they have not completely left the Zenin family, and Zenin's attack was not fatal. Although Zenin Fan and Zenin Jibi were pierced through the abdomen by the Shadow Ghost attack, overall they were only slightly injured. Zenin's heart is full of regrets. As the representative of the Zenin family, he missed the precious stone of Zenin. Are the Zenin family, who only believe in mantra power, really on the right path? Are Jujutsu masters really the future of mankind? If the power of magic is really respected, then what kind of aliens like Zenin are? Compared with Zenin fan chattering about the power of Zanpakutō style, Zeninabi people are more able to recognize Zenin Shiryuki's true strength. During the fight, just now, he had realized that Zenin could defeat him even without using the Zampudo, Huatian Quanko's technique, just relying on the strength of his body. This genius of the Zenin family actually hates the entire Zenin family so much. Zenin's heart felt complicated. But based on comparison, if I were in Zenin Shire's position, it seems that I might behave more fiercely than Zenin Shire, right? Zenin glanced at Zenin Shinsuke, who was still lost in thought, and sighed silently. Today's battle will probably have a greater impact on Zenin Shinsuke, right? No one would have thought that an ordinary person with no magic power could possess such powerful power. For Zenin Shinsuke, who has always been the Kirin child of the Zenin family, his own past experiences are probably just a joke. Beside him, Zenin Fan's expression was distorted. You must get the Zampudo that belongs to the Zenin family. These crazy bones are prepared for the Zenin family, and they must not be taken over by Zenin. The Zampudo will definitely subvert the entire Jujutsu world in the future. If Gojo Neru cannot be won over, then he must be killed. Even if it means completely turning against the Gojo family, it is worth it. If Gojo Naruto is really allowed to develop, the threat from Gojo Satoru in the future will probably not be greater than that of Gojo Naruto. If we don't take action now, the Zenin family may have to survive under the suppression of the twin stars of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto in the future. 50 years. If you want to be like the Kamo family, Zenin, as the representative of the family, you are a sinner. The distorted face of Zenin Fan has begun to speak indiscriminately, constantly throwing the blame on Zenin's direct neighbors. He was not as open-minded as the Zenin people, and could not accept that he had lost to a junior member of the family, and that he had lost so miserably. He did not admit the power of Zenin, but attributed all the reasons to the Zampudo. However, you must know that he was the source of the entire conflict. Zenin blew his beard. A mocking smile appeared on his face. It's too late to start talking about this now. You had the opportunity to cooperate with Gojo Neru before, but you chose to make it pornographic. Now you're thinking about the threat of Zampudo. If I remember correctly, that's not what you said at the time. Can anyone with a discerning eye see the potential of the twins Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto? Since two six eyes were born at the same time in this era, these two six eyes will definitely become the protagonists of this era. Instead of having time to blame the blame here, it is better to clean up the family and change the rules of the entire family. Otherwise, even if a Zenin Shiryuki is born in the family who can rival Six Eyes God's son, he will eventually be eliminated by the entire family. Influenced by the family atmosphere, you may hate the Zenin family. Zenin people began to reflect deeply for the first time. If I had firmed my mind when I first communicated with the head of the family, would I have been able to change Zenin's status in the Zenin family? Will Zenin never come to this point? Shur's power cannot be achieved overnight. It is obvious that he has been so strong in the past few years. But why would Shur hide his power and choose to leave the Zenin family at this moment? There is no doubt that the Zampudo is one of his strengths. However, the most critical factor is probably the human factor. I am afraid that everything is because of Zenin's new friend, Gojo Ming. Zenin sighed. The entire Zenin family really seemed like a mess right now. Who among the younger generation has the potential to compete with the Gojo family? Zenin Shinsuk? I've been beaten to death. Zenin? Seeing Zenin greeting his servants with high spirits, Zenin shook his head again. How could he not see Zenin's thoughts? But can such a person really have the ability to become a family representative? Zenin, who didn't know what Zenin's direct neighbors thought, was currently performing his duties as an agent. In the current situation where Zenin is a direct neighbor, Zenin fan is injured, and Zenin Shinsuk is unwilling to take charge. He is currently the person with the highest status in the Zenin family. And the reason for all this comes from his own younger brother Zenin. For the first time, he felt that he had an advantage in the competition with Zenin Shinsuk. What if you don't have talent? So what if the spell is not strong? As long as Zenin is still around, he will have a hidden advantage in the Zenin family. Even with Zenin as a foreign aide, he can really try to compete for the position of Zenin's representative. After all, the strongest person in the Zenin family is no longer Zenin's immediate neighbor, but his own younger brother Zenin, isn't it? At this moment, Zenin is already thinking about how to build momentum for himself. This kind of opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. On the night that Zenin Jinji left Zenin's house, information about Gojo Narasode Shiryuki's third technique, White Sword, Zenin Jinji's true strength, and Zampudo Huatian Quanko's technique had begun to spread in the Jujutsu world. Under Zenin's deliberate manipulation, the Zenin family's current predicament was completely exposed to the Jujutsu world. At this time, Gojo Ming and Zenin, the protagonists of the whole incident, were staring at each other in the forge house. Are you, the Zenin family, so unscrupulous? Do you tell anyone about such scandalous things? After hearing the news, Gojo Ming realized what Zenin had done after returning to Zenin's house. How does it seem that Zenin left the Zenin family earlier because of his intervention? I just went back to get something. Zenin gave Gojo Ming a faint look. What the Zenin family is planning to do has nothing to do with him. He doesn't want to have anything to do with the Zenin family for the time being. Okay. Gojo sighed, looked at the bills in the bag in front of him, and no longer struggled with this issue. He didn't expect that Zenin Shur, who was not taken seriously in the Zenin family, actually had so much savings. How? Isn't this future dog gambling tyrant still obsessed with boat gambling? In any case, Wanshua's startup capital should be considered available. Kamo home. Listening to the rumors about the Zenin family, Kamo was really shocked. Because they have never seen the power of heavenly restriction, they are skeptical that a person like Zenin, who has no magic power, could defeat a Jujutsu master. However, this kind of thing came from within the Zenin family. It is unlikely that the Zenin family would use the reputation of the family representative and high-level officials as a stepping stone for Zenin Shire, right? In Kamo's opinion, Zenin's strength may not be his own ability, but rather the brand-new Zampudo Huatian Quanko that Gojo Ming forged for Zenin. Did Gojo come up with this name? Hearing the name of the Zampudo passed down from the Zenin family, he couldn't help but sigh. The name of this crazy guy sounds very cool. Originally, he thought that the Zampudo forged by Gojo Ming would only be used internally by the Gojo family. Unexpectedly, Gojo Ming actually forged it for the juniors of the Zenin family. Moreover, this junior with no magic power actually directly defeated Zenin Naobi and Zenin Shan with this Zampudo. Sure enough, Gojo Naru cannot continue to develop like this. At present, it seems that the Zampudo forged from Gojo Naru's hands are basically not parallel imports. Even the weakest red locust currently in Gojo Shinichi's hand has the power to temporarily repel the special cursed spirit. Furthermore, Gojo Neru's Sodi Shiryuki actually hides a third type of powerful attack technique. It's so well hidden. Kamo continued to analyze the information collected, and the shock in his heart continued to increase. At the same time, his murderous intention towards Gojo Neru became more and more serious. A week has passed since Yuri Xiang sneaked into Gojo's house, and Gojo is still very active. It seems that Yuri Xiang really hasn't found a chance. You must go to Gojo's house to find out the situation of the burning phase. If that doesn't work, you must recover the burning phase in time. This cursed object has been passed down from the clan leader. It has secretly helped the clan deal with many troublesome people, so it cannot be lost in his own hands. Kamo really made up his mind and immediately started preparing a greeting card for Gojo's house. The Yagyu family. Yusuke-sama, have you seen it? This is the power of Gojo's Zampudo. An ordinary person can defeat a first-level Jujutsu master with a Zampudo. After receiving the news, Yagyu Hidesuji could not hide his inner shock. He is a first-level Jujutsu master, the top person in the entire Jujutsu world. Zenan is a first-level Jujutsu master. He has the ability to project spells and is even more powerful than himself. And such a person actually fell in front of a person without magic power. If this happened a month ago, he would never believe it. However, now, he believes that this kind of thing is true, and the fundamental reason is the 3 words mentioned in the news, Zanpakutō. After being rescued by Kayamizu, Yagyu Hidesuji praised the cursed tool, such as Zanpakutō, so much that it made the Yagyu clan's ears tingle. However, this time, Yagyu Yusuke really realized the power of the Zanpakutō. After all, Yagyu Shusi had just said it in vain before, and he couldn't tell whether it was true or false. However, this time there is a reference. The 2 strong men of the Zenin family lost to an ordinary person holding a Zanpakutō. This kind of thing was enough to raise the reputation of the Zanpakutō to a new level. If Zeman can obtain a Zanpakutō, will he also become as powerful as a Jujutsu master? The Yagyu family's Kendo master does not know Jujutsu, which has always been a regret for the Yagyu family. Therefore, Yagyu Zeman has been obsessed with Kendo and carefully polished his skills. This can be regarded as finding another kind of sustenance. However, in this era where Jujutsu is king, Kendo has long been in decline. But now, the appearance of the Zanpakutō has completely provided another path for the Yagyu family. Yagyu Uzuman cannot use techniques, but his Zanpakutō can use techniques. In this case, wouldn't a swordsman plus a Zanpakutō be roughly equivalent to a Jujutsu master? Facing the owner's thoughts, Yagyu Shuji glanced at Yagyu Yusuke hesitantly and whispered, "That's true, but the Gojo family wouldn't let something like the Zanpakutō be easily leaked, right? After all, there are only 4 Zanpakutōs currently existing in the entire world." Yagyu Hidesuji has a pessimistic attitude towards Yagyu Yusuke's ideas. However, Yagyu Yusuke did not think so. Since the person without magical power in the Zenin family can obtain the Zanpakutō, this means that Gojo Ming does not regard the Zanpakutō as a forbidden weapon of the Gojo family. This is indeed difficult, but we still need to work hard. Speaking of this, Yagyu Yusuke suddenly stood up and came to Yagyu Hideji's side. Hidetsuki, as the strongest member of the Yagyu family and the only first-level Jujutsu master of the Yagyu family, you must shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the family. Master Shinichi of the Gojo family saved you before. We should still thank others, right? Besides, you are both first-level Jujutsu masters, so you should be close to each other. What is the master of the family planning? Yagyu Hidesuji has a clear family background. However, he did not object to this matter. Indeed, as the head of the family said, this matter is indeed difficult, but if you don't try, there will only be no results. I understand, Master. I will communicate more with Master Shuani. I heard that young Master Gojo Ming of the Gojo family is also involved in Kendo. Perhaps we can get closer through Kendo. Yagyu Hideji put forward his inner plan. After all, the Yagyu family is just a small sorcerer family, and there is nothing that the Gojo family values. In his opinion, in the entire Yagyu family, perhaps only the Tsuki no Sho left by the founder Yagyu may have moved Gojo Nera's heart. Although Tsuki no Sho may seem like a military book to outsiders, in fact, it also contains various exquisite swordsmanship, which can be regarded as the unique swordsmanship of the Yagyu family. If Gojo Ming is really interested in kendo, maybe Tsuki no Sho will really be of some use. However, if the rumors are wrong and Gojo Ming is not interested in kendo, then Tsuki no Sho will be of use to Gojo Ming. It's probably just waste paper. Seeing that Yagyu Yusuke was still hesitating, Yagyu Hideji also shook his head secretly. He is not good at kendo. If it weren't for Jujutsu's amazing talent, he might not have a chance to stand out in the kendo family of the Yagyu family. Therefore, he does not take things like the leakage of swordsmanship skills that seriously. If this thing can be used to exchange for another first-level jujutsu master for the family, this is the most important thing for the Yagyu family. Okay, alright. Yagyu Yusuke narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and finally made up his mind to find a Zampudo for Yagyu Zenin, even if he uses Tsuki no Sho. Master, I know what to do. Yagyu Shuji nodded. The head of the family still had the vision to see the crisis in the Yagyu family. At the same time, he also had the courage to dare to make such an attempt. In this case, he must do his best for the revitalization of the Yagyu family. Yuri family. Shoko, did you see the Zampudo successfully forged with your own eyes this time? After learning the news from Shoko, Yuri Inamitsu was also a little shocked. He also didn't expect that his daughter would already be involved with Gojo Neru and the others, and could even observe the forging of Zampudo in person. Is there anything special about Neru-kun's process of forging a Zampudo? Although Yuri Inamitsu knew that this was Gojo Ming's secret, he still couldn't help but want to pry into the situation. Hearing his father's question, Shoko looked up at his father in confusion, thought for a few seconds, and realized that Gojo Noriya didn't tell him to keep it a secret, so he didn't hide it from Yuri Inamitsu in the end. The forging of the Zampudo requires existing finished cursed tools as materials. However, it seems that these are just the basis of the Zampudo. The most important thing is that Gojo Ming seems to have injected soul into these Zampudo. Yuri Shoko explained according to his own understanding. Soul. Yuri Inamitsu is a little confused. Does Curse Tool still have a soul? Has Gojo Ming, a 6-year-old child, already been exposed to techniques related to the soul level? Shouldn't this be true? I don't know what happened to Sodi Shiryuki and Senbonzakura before, but Zenon's pair of wild bones really made me realize that the Zampudo should be conscious. The moment Zenon came into contact with the Zampudo, he had already mastered the name of the Flower Sky Crazy Bone, and he also seemed to have learned the technique of the Flower Sky Crazy Bone. According to Gojo Ming's explanation, it seems that Zenin Shinsuk and the former owner of Huatian Kuangu are very compatible. Therefore, the memory left in the Zampudo helped Zenin Shinsuk. Yuri Shoko's explanation once again conveys an important message. Does the Zampudo have an original owner? Yuri felt like she had 100,000 whys, constantly asking questions to her daughter. I don't know the specific situation, but according to what Gojo Ming said, these Zampudo should all have their original forms. Gojo Ming just revealed the existing Zampudo, so I said, Gojo Ming is the key to the Zampudo. Even if he understands other techniques, outsiders should not be able to replicate the Zampudo's forging method. Yuri Shoko has guessed his father's inner thoughts and knows that his father also has the ambition to revitalize the family with the help of the Zampudo. However, she knew this was unrealistic. That's why she told her father all these things to dispel his thoughts. Is that true? The key to a Zampudo is Gojo's sound, not the forging technique. Yuri Inamitsu sighed. He had thought about this possibility before, but now that it was confirmed, he still felt a little disappointed. But think about it. If such a special curse tool can be forged by forging techniques, then the status of the Cursed Tool Masters Association will not be so embarrassing. After getting a lot of information from Shoko, Yuri felt that it was worth sending Shoko to Gojo's house this time. At least, I know many things firsthand, which is much better than others hearing about it. Shoko, do you know that the reason why Zenin defeated the senior officials of the Zenin family this time was because of the Zampudo Huatian Quanko technique? Yuri Inamitsu consulted Shoko about the rumors he heard. In the past few days, he had also heard that Shoko was helping the Gojo brothers with their treatment, and he seemed to have had some contact with Zenin. Recalling that his father had just mentioned Zenin's deeds, Yuri Shoko fell into a brief silence, and then whispered, "Father, Zenin is very strong. Perhaps the Zanpakutō Huatian Quango also played a role in this incident, but I think Zenin may be able to do this even without the Zanpakutō." Shoko's words made Yuri Inamitsu's eyes widen. What's the meaning? Zenin is very strong. How strong can an ordinary person without magic power be? Could it be that the Zampudo played a key role in this matter? During this period, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming, and Gojo Shun are all learning taijutsu from Zenin. Zenin has a physical fitness that far exceeds that of ordinary people. Even a jujutsu master can only admit defeat despite Zenin's powerful body. At least Uncle Shun recognizes Zenin's strength. And the most important thing is that Gojo Ming also recognized Zenin Shinsuk very much. So he forced Gojo Satoru to accept Zenin Shinsuke's training. Zenin Naohito-sama may be really strong, but with the cooperation of Zenin Shinsuk's strong body and Zanpakutō Huatian's crazy bone, it is not surprising that he will lose to Zenin Shinsuk. Mentioning this, Yuri Shoko seemed to have thought of something. Father, Gojo Neru's physical strength also surpasses Gojo Satoru. I think that heavenly restriction may not really be curse. God took away the magic power of Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinsuk and gave them unparalleled bodies. So, the Zampudo is the icing on the cake for Zenin Cursed Tool. If you mistakenly think that Zenin is an ordinary person without a Zampudo, you will definitely suffer a big loss in the future. Yuri nodded, having a new understanding of Zenin, an ordinary person recognized by the world. At the same time, such an extremely powerful person is surrounded by Gojo Ming, which also proves Gojo Ming's personal charm. You know, Gojo Ming is only 6 years old at the moment. It is hard to imagine how many fans will appear around him when he truly becomes an adult. Yuri Inamitsu thought of the cursed object that he had peeled off before, and the mastermind behind the killing of Gojo Ming was probably aware of Gojo Ming's future potential. However, I still underestimate the Gojo family. Gojo Ming is not the unknown pseudo-six-eyes son of God before. Now, he also has a group of solid supporters in the Gojo family. This time when he went to Gojo's house, he also felt the change in the atmosphere of the entire Gojo house. Before, he thought that Gojo Ming's situation would be more difficult after Gojo Xiang Yin became the representative of the Gojo family. What surprised him was that Gojo Xiang Yin didn't take any action against Gojo Ming after taking the stage. It seems that supporting Gojo Neru has become a politically correct event for the entire Gojo family, comparable to supporting Gojo Satoru. Thinking of this, Yuri felt a little regretful. If I had agreed to the previous marriage request made by the head of the Gojo family, would the Yuri family also be able to benefit from Gojo Ming's favor? The strength of Huatian Kuangu should also be very strong, and it is a very special double sword. It is very suitable for Zenin. I am also looking forward to what kind of Zanpakutō Gojo Ming will build for me. Shoko sighed again while eating her snack. This sentence once again made Yuri Daowang's expression stunned, and then an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. Shoko, you said Neru-kun is also going to help you forge a Zanpakutō. Yuri Daowang suppressed the excitement in his heart and confirmed in a low voice. Yeah, that's right. However, he may have to spend some time looking for the materials for the Zanpakutō. It shouldn't be that fast, right? Yuri Shoko responded, then continued eating nuts with concentration. Yuri Inamitsu thought of what Shoko said just now. Gojo Ming needed the cursed tool as a material to forge the Zanpakutō and immediately answered. What kind of materials are needed? Dad can also help Ming Jun find them. After learning the news, Yuri showed even more urgency than Shoko. Huh, I don't know, I didn't ask. Shoko didn't even raise his head, his eyes still focused on the snacks in front of him. A trace of regret appeared on Yuri Inamitsu's face. Although Gojo Ming was just a boy, he was also a man. He knew, however, that men were forgetful, and the promise to Shoko might just be a casual remark by Gojo Ming. If it were something else, Yuri Inamitsu might not care too much. But this is a Zampudo. There are currently only 4 in existence, and although there may be more in the future, they are still extremely rare cursed tools. Now that Gojo Ming agreed casually, he had to make this happen. Ahem. Yuri Inamitsu coughed lightly and said to Shoko, Shoko, since Narukuin said he would help you forge the Zanpakutō, then we can't leave everything to Narukuin, right? As for this material, let our family provide it. When you go to Gojo's house later, remember to mention it to Ming Jun, and Dad will help you collect curse tools that meet the requirements. Hearing these words, a trace of doubt appeared on Yuri Shoko's young face, but then she nodded. Although Shoko is much more mature than her peers, she still doesn't realize the complexity of adults and men, and just regards it as her father's concern. Well, okay, I will ask Gojo Ming about it later. Indeed, it is quite difficult to find materials. The materials used by Zenin to forge the Huatian Kuangu were also provided by him. After saying this, Yuri Shoko stopped paying attention to Yuri Inamitsu and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the snack business. Okatsu family. Ever since he met Gojo Naru, Okatsu visitors have been paying close attention to the information about the big 3 sorcerer families. Originally, he didn't care too much about Gojo's distant relatives. He went to Gojo's house before because of a coincidence, and he happened to be in the same city. Unexpectedly, I met an interesting relative, Gojo Ming, a person who changed his mind. Before, he just wanted to be an ordinary person, and he actually didn't like the profession of Jujutsu master too much. However, after experiencing the confrontation between Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinsuk, and seeing the magical Zampudo, Okatsu felt that his bloodline should be passed down. He knows his own strength very well and is actually not weak in the entire Jujutsu world. The most fundamental reason why he has not emerged yet is that he is too low-key. He does things like exorcising cursed spirits casually and has not joined the Jujutsu Masters Association. But now that he has made changes, naturally, he has to slowly integrate into this Jujutsu Master Society. The big 3 sorcerer families of Gojo, Kamo and Zenin are the ones he can't get around. Zenin did such a thing, and the Zenin family didn't even say that they would expel him from the Zenin family? It seems that Zenin's strength is really extraordinary. When he fought with Ming before, he really didn't use all his strength. However, Zenin actually already owns a Zampudo. Moreover, this Zampudo seems to be related to the Zenin family's shadow magic. This is a bit fun. What kind of decision will the Zenin family make? I feel like I haven't seen anything interesting in my travels. Why don't you go visit Ming and Satoru? After all, they're distant relatives, so communicating with each other shouldn't be a big problem, right? Okatsu, tourist, talked to himself, convincing himself to divert to Tokyo. Anyway, he will not admit that his real target is Gojo Ming's Zampudo. Zenin home. After knowing that the scandal within the family was exposed, Zenin's expression became more gloomy, while Zenin's immediate neighbor's heart was filled with helplessness. Only a few people at the scene knew about Zenin Shire's incident. Naturally, he and Zenin would not leak such a thing. Then, only the other 2 people at the scene were suspected. After the previous battle, Zenin Shinsuk has been in seclusion. He was deeply hit by Zenin and is still adjusting. Then, the only suspect is Zenin. Zenin was very dissatisfied with Zenin's behavior, but he also knew Zenin's true thoughts. It is nothing more than putting pressure on others through the outside world, letting others know that Zenin Shinsuk lost to Gojo Ming again, and at the same time emphasizing the strength of Zenin Shinji as a basis for his competition. However, Zenin probably didn't expect Public opinion in the Jujutsu world focused more on themselves and Zenon's defeat at the hands of Zenin Shinsuk. More attention is paid to Zenon's Zampudo Quanko, which can release strange shadow spells. Not many people paid attention to the fact that Zenin Shinsuk once again lost to Gojo Neru. Even if they paid attention to this, they paid more attention to Gojo Neru's Zanpakutō Shiryuki's third technique. Zenon made a mistake this time. If he hadn't revealed all this information, but only leaked the news about the battle between Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinsuk, perhaps this would have been a greater blow to Zenin Shinsuk. After all, now, Zenin Shinsuk has become an insignificant presence in the entire Jujutsu world, and no one cares. However, in fact, Zenin, who is not very talented in magic, is the same in the outside world. Now, when it comes to Zenin Shinsuk, others can still think of him as a Zenin genius who lost to Gojo Ming twice. Moreover, as Gojo Naruto's reputation grows, Zenin Shinsuk's defeat at the hands of Gojo Naruto is actually not that shameful. But what about Zenin? Except for the insiders of the Zenin family, outsiders will not pay attention at all. Even outsiders may not know that he is Zenin's brother. What Zenin did this time had little effect, and even exposed the narrowness of his vision. After all, this is the time when the prestige of the Zenin family is most needed to be improved. Zenin has squandered the prestige of the Zenin family for his own selfish desires. At this point, his way to compete for the throne has been blocked. Can't Zenin see that even Zenin fan has given up competing with him at this time? Looking at Zenin with a rough face and a smile on his face, Zenin's neighbor calmly shook his head. However, one thing is that Zenin's incident really gave Zenin the confidence to do so. Before the Zenin family could not subdue Zenin Shinsuk, Zenin Jinni was Zenin Shinsuk's biological brother, and the family could not touch him at will. He already has his own thoughts in his mind. In the days to come, he will slowly put aside Zenin and take back the rights he had previously given to Zenin. Now, Zenin's most important goal is to bring Zenin back into the family. There is no doubt about the power of Zenin. Whether it is to study the Zampudo or to study Zenin's powerful body, the prerequisite is that Zenin returns to the family. I hope Zenin can handle the last thing he asked. Shinner, I'll leave all the preparations for the construction of Wanshuwu to you. The money will be regarded as your shares. If you make money in the future, you will still be given dividends. Gojo was salivating at the amount of money Zenin had. Although the money may not buy Zanpakutō at all, but after all, it is impossible for him to actually sell the Zanpakutō for money. In terms of wealth he has seen, at the age of only 6, he has indeed seen too little. I don't know when I will be able to achieve financial freedom. Zenin Shinsuk nodded. The House of Everything has now become the most concerned thing in his heart. He is now also thinking about how to build the prototype of the Everything House as quickly as possible. After communicating with Zenin about the Master House, Gojo Ming began to think about the future. During this time, he completed the forging of Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinsuk's Zampudo. Everything went according to his plan. With the blessing of the Zampudo, the strength of Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinsuk increased accordingly. According to the current situation in the Jujutsu world, Zenin should be considered the top combat power of the entire Neon. In the future, when Gojo Satoru grows up, his brother will also become a big figure. With the existence of Senbonzakura, Gojo Satoru should be the one who can legitimately rule the world, right? However, with all his crazy bones, Zenin might be stronger. Before he understood the reversal technique, Satoru probably couldn't defeat him. With two of the most powerful guards on the left and right, I should be able to sit back and relax. However, thinking of this, Gojo Ming frowned slightly and felt that he was missing something. This state of being protected was not what he wanted. My talent is not very weak. After all, he is also a time traveler with system plugins, the same 6 eyes as Gojo Satoru, the same heavenly restriction as Zenin, and the 4 skills of Zampudo and Zankinzuki. No matter how you look at it, I'm probably not the type to eat Gojo Satoru and Zenin. Next, it seems that he should pay more attention to improving his abilities. Improving your Zanpakutō requires a gradual process, but the Zampudo is the best way to quickly improve your strength. Senbonzakura and Huatian Kuangu make Gojo Satoru and Zenin even more powerful. So, what kind of Zampudo should I forge for myself? Holding Sodi Shiryuki in his hand, the coldness of the blade made Gojo Neru's mind very clear. If it comes to Zampudo, no one should be able to get around that Zampudo, right? Now that I have an Ice-type Zampudo, it shouldn't be too much to get a Fire-type Zampudo, right? A charred sword appeared in Gojo Ming's mind. If you can really forge this sword, you can basically become invincible. He is fully proficient in both Ice and Fire Tachi, and slashing fists and walking ghosts. He should be able to be regarded as a real god of death. Gojo Ming's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. Sodi Shiryuki was the first Zampudo that I tried to forge. Senbonzakura, Huatian Quanko, and Kayamizu were all Zampudo that I forged for others. Now at this moment, I should also think about myself. The Zampudo that Gojo Ming wants to own most at this time is naturally the most powerful fire-type Zampudo in the entire Soul Society, the one held by the captain of the Godai 13th Division, Yamamoto Jurinagi Sai Shigekuni. The blade is like fire. If he can forge the Rukenwaka, then it basically means that he should be able to forge all Zampudo in the entire Soul Society. However, it is not easy to find a cursed tool that adapts to Ryurin Wakaho'o. I have observed the Gojo families and Zenin's families Jiku so far, but unfortunately, not even a fire-type curse tool has appeared. It has to be said that in this regard, the world of Cursed Return and the world of Death are quite consistent. Fire-related items or abilities are very rare. Therefore, it will definitely not be easy to find suitable materials on your own this time. Now, I should be qualified to make requests to the head of the family, right? Not only did I train a first-level Jujutsu master for the family, but I also forged Zampudo for Uncle Satoru and Shun. The most important thing is to help the Gojo family gain Zenin's friendship. The fact that Zenin defeated Zenin Gibi and Zenin Shan will definitely make the Gojo family realize the strength of their side. In other words, no current Jujutsu master in the Gojo family is a match for Zenin. Even Gojo Satoru, who possesses 6 eyes and unlimited techniques. Everything Gojo Ming has done so far is because of his confidence. Since the Gojo family and the Zenin family don't have such material in their treasury, let the head of the family look for it for him. At the same time, in the head of the Gojo family's room, Gojo-chun is reporting to the old man the situation after investigating from the high-level Imperial Library. In this room, Gojo Shuni and Gojo Juya also knelt down silently and listened carefully. Is that really the case? The old man sighed and looked up at the petri dish placed aside. Since the 9th cursed fetus has been stolen, this one should be the burning phase in the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus. I originally thought that the top 3 special grade cursed objects were the most special among the 9-phase diagram, but I never thought that this 9th cursed fetus would also have something special. Gojo nodded instantly and said, "Before Huche attacked Master Ming, I met him once, but I didn't notice anything strange about him. According to Huche's route during that period, it was normal for at least 3 days, and there was no chance of becoming a burner. Receive the flesh." This also means that the burning phase controlled Kotetsu for at least 3 days, and no one was aware of it during these 3 days. Gojo Shinichi's analysis was approved by everyone. Gojo-chun, who returned from the high school investigation, said with a serious face. Obviously, because they were not special-grade cursed objects, the other 6 cursed fetuses did not receive the attention of the sealing personnel at the time. This also gave the people behind the scenes the opportunity to replace them. However, there are 6 cursed fetuses from the 4th to the 9th. They only replaced the burning phase of the 9th cursed fetus. I'm afraid this is also because the fire phase has such an exaggerated hidden ability. The old man nodded slightly and said to Gojo instantly, "Ask Xiang Yin to come over. I have something to tell him." Gojo frowned briefly. Elder Xiang Yin? Is it okay to let him participate in this kind of thing? After all, it is something that is not good for Master Ming. Elder Xiang Yin's position. Gojo was about to speak, but stopped. The old man shook his head, his face full of calm. Xiang Yin is now the representative of the Gojo family, so he naturally has the right to know. And since Ming allowed Xiang Yin to take this position, Xiang Yin must also be prepared to take responsibility. Don't worry, Shuni. Xiang Yin sits in the acting position. He must be thinking about the Gojo family. The moment Satoru obtained the Zampudo, Senbonzakura, Neru's position in the entire Gojo family was already unbreakable. Satoru, let's go find the head of the family. Catching Gojo Satoru, who was lazing around, Gojo Neru immediately prepared to take this cheap brother with him. Farewell, Ming. I'm exhausted, let me rest. Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes is filled with exhaustion. Gojo Ming can avoid Zenan's taijutsu training by forging Zampudo and studying Zampudo. But he can't. Because Shuni was away on business, he became Zenan's only target. In addition, without Shoko's treatment, he basically suffered from back pain and scars every day. It's rare today that Zenin took the initiative to leave Gojo's house after communicating with Gojo Ming. So, Gojo Satoru wanted to take a good rest right now. You're only 6 years old and you're so old-fashioned. What should you do in the future? Come on, I need the head of the family's help to find some materials now. Gojo Ming would not let his cheap brother mess around. Material? Hearing this word, Gojo Satoru's eyes lit up, but his expression remained suspicious. Ming, are you ready to start forging again? No, it hasn't been a few days, hasn't it? Gojo Satoru also felt something was wrong when he thought about the time between Gojo Ming's forgings. After all, Huatian Kuangu had just been born not long ago, so Ming shouldn't be so anxious to forge the next one, right? Oh, a look of surprise appeared on Gojo Satoru's face. Is it the Zampudo that was promised to Shoko before? I said you have bad intentions. Shoko is so big. Seeing that Gojo Satoru was 6 years old and had already begun to develop towards human enlightenment, Gojo Neru punched Gojo Satoru directly in the abdomen and knocked back all his next words. Get up quickly. This time I'm going to forge a Zampudo for myself, not for anyone else. I will forge the most stunning Zampudo for you to see. Speaking of this, Gojo Satoru suddenly became interested. The most attractive? Don't be ridiculous. You have seen Senbonzakura's style yourself. Huatian Kuangu can't compare with Senbonzakura. It's hard to imagine that there are other Zampudo that are more gorgeous than Senbonzakura. Gojo Ming fell into silence. If you really want to talk about it, the blade-like fire is actually a bit ugly, but it can't stand up to the power of other people's spells. When everything turns into a sea of fire with a wave of your hand, who cares whether the Zampudo can pull the wind or not? Moreover, in Gojo Ming's heart, the residual fire after the swastika is the most handsome Zampudo in his heart. Are you leaving or not? Gojo Neru came out of his memories and glared at Gojo Satoru. Okay, I understand. Let's go. Gojo Satoru stood up reluctantly, but since this time it was about Ming's Zampudo, he should be more careful. Gojo Satoru also wanted to see what the Zampudo that Gojo Neru chose for himself looked like as a sword forger. The head room of the Gojo family. Master Wu, Master Ming. The master of the house is talking to Master Xiang Yin in the house. Please wait a moment. The moment the servant's voice fell, the door behind him was opened. Gojo Xiang Yin's face was as dark as water, and he was in a very unhappy mood. Seeing Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming standing at the door, he was a little surprised. If Gojo Satoru was alone, this would be normal, but with Gojo Ming, it was a bit unexpected. After all, Gojo Ming has never taken the initiative to seek help from the family head in the 6 years since he was born. The master of the house is inside. You go in. Gojo Xiang Yin nodded to Gojo Satoru. His gaze stayed on Gojo Ming's body for a few seconds, and a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes. In the end, he still didn't say hello to Gojo Ming and turn around to leave. Entering the room, Gojo heard an old and hoarse voice. Our cursed tool, Forging Master, is here, a rare visitor. There was a hint of teasing in the old man's first words. Gojo Ming's expression froze, and he suddenly felt that the atmosphere at this time was not suitable for him to enter. The communication between Gojo Xiang Yin and the head of the family just now was probably related to him. However, thinking that if he wanted to forge Ryukin Wakahu, he still had to rely on the strength of the family leader. Gojo felt heartbroken and followed Gojo Satoru in, as if nothing had happened. As for what the old man just said, he simply ignored it. However, it is a pity that Gojo Ming did not answer the conversation himself, but the old man could answer the conversation on his own. The acting president just told me that there's a very unharmonious saying in the family, saying that you are siding with the enemy. The fact that Zenin even betrayed the Zenin family has aroused discussion among our family members. Originally, I didn't want to worry about it so much, but Zenin has been spending time with you recently, and there seems to be rumors that Zenin is going to join the Gojo family. The old man coughed lightly and asked with a smile, "Who can tell me whether this is true or false?" Hearing the old man's words, Gojo Ming suddenly felt chill. The relationship between him and Zenin Shinsuk is indeed very good now, but it is not to the point where Zenin Shinsuk can change his surname and join. We are not Huey's mother, so how can we have the capital to attract Zenin to marry into our family? False nonsense. Gojo Ming made a cross sign to the head of the family with both hands in front of his chest. Don't say that Shinsuk wants to join the Gojo family. Judging from the current situation, the Zenin family doesn't even have the idea of holding Shinsuk responsible. Obviously, the Zenin family will not give up on Shinsuk, who wouldn't treat a person of this level as a treasure. It's a pity that the Zenin family woke up a little late. But, sir, no matter how much you think about it, Zenin will never even join the Gojo family. To be honest, the Gojo family is not much better than the Zenin family. A character like Shinsuk will not be bound by a family. He will find the freedom he wants. Seeing that Gojo Ming realized what he was thinking and blocked it with words in advance, the old man shook his head helplessly. How great would it be if a character who could defeat Zenin and Zenin could join the Gojo family? Zenin's betrayal of the Zenin family caused an uproar among many jujutsu master families. In the Gojo family, most people agree with the view that Zenin's ability to defeat Zenin Shan and Zenin Aohito was entirely due to the special pair of Zampudo that Gojo forged for him. Without this Zampudo that can use shadow magic, Zeninji would never have been able to win. Therefore, many members of the Gojo family, while adhering to this view, are full of complaints about Gojo Ming. In their opinion, Gojo could give this Zampudo to anyone. So why should he give it to Zenin, a person who does not belong to the Gojo family? If someone hadn't pulled him away, someone would have come to Gojo to ask for an explanation. After roughly explaining the current situation of the family to Gojo Ming, the old man squinted his eyes and smiled strangely. So, is it because of the Zanpakutō called Huatian Quanko, or is it because of his own strength? The latter. Gojo Ming's answer was very firm. The Zampudo he forged for Zenin was more of an icing on the cake. Even without Huatian Kuangu, Zenin Zibrin and Zenin Fan would not be Zenin Shire's opponent. Oh, why? Ming, why are you so sure? There was also a trace of curiosity on the wrinkled face of the old man. Gojo Ming seemed to have been very fond of Zenin from the beginning, and the first time he drew his sword to fight was also because of Zenin. What on earth influenced Gojo Ming to make such a decision? Facing the family leader's request for advice, Gojo Ming did not hide it and directly revealed the secret of heavenly restriction. Jinner's heavenly restriction is the most extreme kind. The completely zero spell power brings natural resistance to the spell power, as well as the physical strength of being at the pinnacle of human beings. You can be considered the most powerful human being at present. Gojo Ming came to the conclusion that at least as a person, Zenin has achieved the ultimate. A flash of understanding flashed in the old man's eyes. So, Neru, your heavenly restriction? Me? My physical strength will also stand at the top of mankind in the future. Gojo Ming's words made the smile on the old man's face grow stronger. Ming, I believe you. You have already given me enough surprises. The future Gojo family will be left to you and Satoru. so I can rest assured. The old man stopped asking any more questions about Zenin. He was originally very envious of such a person, but now that he knows that Gojo Ming has the same body, he is relieved. If Zenin is really allowed to join the Gojo family, it will cause more turmoil in the family. Both the Zenin family and the Gojo family should be dissatisfied. So, Neru, why did you and Satoru come to me together? Master, I want to apply for some cursed tools. Gojo Ming responded promptly. Cursed tool. The old man's eyes lit up. Are you planning to continue forging Zampudo? Gojo Ming nodded. But this time a Zampudo is a little special, so I need help from adults. It's okay. If you need anything, just go to GQ and get it yourself. I will give you permission. The old man felt a little embarrassed when he saw Gojo Ming working so hard. The person in front of me is just a 6-year-old child, not an old scalper, not an adult. He originally thought that Gojo Ming would take a short rest after forging, but he never thought that the next time he started the furnace would be so fast. Sir, what I want is not available in GQ. Gojo Ming shrugged. If Gojo had these in his family's treasure house, he would have taken them out long ago. Why do you still need to come here to ask the old man for help? The old man's expression froze, and he laughed twice. We don't have what you need in our library. Gojo Ming nodded. Our Gojo family's inventory is quite large, but many things are missing. Previously, the materials for Senbonzakura and Huatian Kuangu all came from the Zenin family's inventory. Sir, the Gojo family has not done a good job in this regard. Gojo Ming looked like he hated the Gojo family for not fighting. If there were enough materials in the library, he might have created a batch of Zampudo and cultivated a bunch of experience packs, right? When you get the Ryukin Watsu by yourself, you must go on a Zampudo sale and use all the special materials in Gojo's family library to forge the sword. It is true that our family does not attach as much importance to cursed tool as the Kamo family and the Zenin family. The old man nodded and coughed. Then tell me, Ming, what kind of materials do you need? I can help you get some. I've been rambling here and there, but the ultimate goal is this sentence. Fire-type curse tool. The higher the quality, the better. In the evening, the forge was opened again. With the impact of this period of time, many Gojo family members have discovered a pattern. The opening of the forge furnace means that a Zampudo will be born. Master Ming is really very productive. Master Ming forged 4 such special Zampudo curse tools in just 2 months. I wonder who is Master Ming forging this time. You can't forge it for others anyway. You can never give sacred object like the Zampudo to someone from another family again. This Zampudo was forged by Master Ming. He should have his own right to dispose of it, right? Master Ming is first a member of the Gojo family, and then he becomes an independent individual. After leaving the family, the individual will lose its nutrients. But isn't it true that Zenin has left the Zenin family? Master Ming can't leak the Zampudo anymore anyway. In the Gojo family mansion, similar conversations occur one after another. In the hearts of almost everyone in the Gojo family, Gojo Ming has become an indispensable presence for the entire family. Gojo's ultimate spirit Ryu Dojo. Many Jiryu disciples subconsciously looked in the direction of the forging house. Although it was remote, it had become a place that every Jiryu disciple longed for. Every Kyokushin Ryu disciple has this fantasy in his heart. Suddenly one day, he can be called to the door of the forging house, and Master Gojo Ming gives them a Zampudo. Grandpa, are you going to let it go like this? Gojo Xiang looked at Gojo Xiang Yin and didn't understand why his grandfather was not as clear-cut as before after becoming the acting representative. The theoretical basis of their faction is the twin curse. Now, Gojo Ming has begun to be diluted from the curse theory. In this case, their faction will lose the meaning of existence. Gojo Xiang Yin touched his chin, looked at the forging house from a distance, and recalled the scene when he was surrounded by Senbonzakura. The wonders of cherry blossoms in winter. Shinichi, do you still remember? Gojo Xiang nodded doubtfully. I believe that every Gojo family member who has seen the scene that happened not long ago will never forget it. Grandpa, are you talking about Master Satoru's Senbonzakura? Every time Senbonzakura is mentioned, Gojo will be shocked from the bottom of his heart. The sight of thousands of petals flying in the sky completely subverts his understanding of Zampudo. Remember, at any time, strength is the backing of everything. For the weak, the family is your backing. However, for the strong, the family may often be more of a hindrance. I'm looking forward to it. What kind of scene will Gojo Ming prepare for all the audiences next? Gojo Xiang Yin seemed to understand, but he could clearly sense that his grandfather, the most staunch adherent of the Gemini curse sect, had wavered in his position. Are you ready to start forging so soon? After Zenan learned that Gojo Ming was going to forge the Zampudo again, he immediately put down his work at the master house. Can your body handle it now? Zenan remembered that Gojo Ming had rested for a few days between forging Senbonzakura and Huatian Kuangu. Now, Gojo Ming was preparing to continuously forge Zampudo, which he did not expect. Looking at Zenan's indifferent expression and listening to Zenan's caring words, Gojo Ming felt that the man in front of him was really in contrast, but Zenan's performance also showed his importance in his heart. However, the matter of flowing blade Ruoho must also be put on the agenda. This Zampudo is extremely difficult to forge. I'm just going to give it a try. However, the probability of failure is also very high. Gojo Ming weighed the materials in his hands and felt uncertain. After communicating with the owner today, the corresponding cursed tool was delivered in the afternoon. Although there are very few fire-type curse tools, the Gojo family is still one of the big 3 sorcerer families and has its own path. But I don't know why, when Gojo Ming looks at these cursed tools in front of him, he always feels uncomfortable. Therefore, when the furnace was open this time, he himself did not know what the result would be. Then why don't you take some rest? Gojo Shinichi on the side also added with concern. He already knew from the exchange with Gojo Satoru that this Zampudo was prepared for him by Gojo Ming. Therefore, he also hopes that Gojo Ming can forge a Zampudo that is shocking enough. Can't rest. Gojo Ming shook his head. Taking advantage of the current energy, he might still have a slight chance of successful forging. If he really rested, then the chance of forging a Ryukin based on these materials would be almost non-existent. Okay, let's get started. Gojo Satoru didn't make any move to persuade. He knew that Gojo Ming had his own reasons for doing this. All he had to do was believe it. As the clanging sound sounded, the hearts of the entire Gojo family were filled with anticipation. With the Gojo family as the center, the entire Jujutsu world is also affected. Zenin home, the 2 brothers, Naoki and Shangi, looked at each other and shook their heads silently. If Gojo Neru was really so productive, they really felt that there would be no need to compete with the Gojo family in the future. Yuri family. Shoko, who didn't catch up this time. Next time, you must watch the sword forging next to Gojo Ming. Yuri Inamitsu became furious when she saw her daughter stuffing herself with snacks to look like a little hamster. But when I think about it, it does have something to do with me. If I don't relent today and send Shoko directly, Gojo Ming may be able to remember more clearly that he wants to forge a Zampudo for Shoko. What's so interesting about forging? It's so boring. Yuri Shoko was eating potato chips while chatting with Yuri Inamitsu about the scene of Gojo Neru's forging. She never understood why Gojo Satoru, Zenin, and Gojo Shuni could concentrate on watching Gojo hammer for an hour. Can anyone interpret it? Do men really like watching forged weapons? Yuri Inamitsu sighed. What does a little girl like you know about the happiness between men? Hurry up and let Gojo Ming remember the promise he made to you. Kamo home. Gojo Neru, this little brat, turned on the furnace again in such a short time? How was that possible? Kamo's expression changed. He is still planning when to visit Zenin's house to learn about the situation of the burning phase. Unexpectedly, it has only been a while since Gojo Ming turned on the stove again. According to the previous 2 openings, Senbonzakura and Huatian Kuangu were born respectively. So what about this time? Will it be such a powerful curse tool again? Thinking of this, Kamo was really filled with anxiety. If this continued, he really didn't know how to maintain his position in the association. It will definitely fail this time. Kamo really had such an idea in his heart. But the next second, Kamo himself didn't believe it. After all, Gojo Ming's record of forging Ching-Chong, Senbonzakura, and Huatian Kuangu was too impressive. This has led most people to believe that Gojo Ming's technology in forging Zampudo has reached perfection. Despite what he said, Gojo Ming will fail in forging this time. However, Kamo really still recognized Gojo Ming's authority in forging the Zampudo. And in another corner of the Jujutsu world, a handsome and sassy-looking woman was sitting at the conference table, her face full of contemplation. Kaori, we must not allow things like the Zampudo to continue to strengthen the power of Jujutsu masters. Since the birth of Gojo's 6 eyes, the intensity of curse in the entire world has also increased. We began to hibernate according to the prophecy, but if this continues, where is the soil for us curse users to survive in this world? A middle-aged man's face was full of dissatisfaction, and the cassock he wore showed his identity as a monk. This man's name is Akazawa Shusaku, one of the top executives of the curse user group. This time, it was a small curse user meeting. However, all the people who can attend are senior executives of curse user. The entire conference is actually analogous to the Jujutsu Masters Association in the Jujutsu world. However, the number of curse users is far less than that of Jujutsu Masters, which makes the entire association look small. Everyone else in the round table meeting also followed Akazawa Shisaku's gaze and looked at the woman named Kaori. The woman's expression was still very calm, and a faint smile appeared on her thoughtful face. Zampudo, I've heard about this thing recently. It seems to be a cursed tool that can use spells. It just appeared this year, right? Kaori nodded, glanced around, and continued. I will learn about this matter. You can continue to hibernate and develop your strength. After all, the power of the Gojo family is not something you can resist. Furthermore, isn't this the purpose of your impromptu meeting? So let me help you find out the reality of the Zampudo. The corners of Kaori's mouth raised slightly, giving her a playful smile. After she finished speaking, everyone else around smiled awkwardly. This is indeed their purpose, but as long as everyone maintains a tacit understanding, it will be fine. It's not that they are cowards, but the Gojo family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families, is indeed strong enough. Only the woman in front of them has the ability to complete this task. After all, when this woman named Kaori broke into the meeting, she directly defeated all their curse users. At present, the entire Curse User Association can say that the strongest curse user is the woman in front of them. Seeing that everyone was silent, Kaori also felt very bored. She stood up, looked around, and turned to leave. The moment he turned his head, a faint suture line was exposed under the scattered bangs. The name of the woman in front of me is pronounced Kaori, but it is actually written at night. The moon was high in the sky, but many members of the Gojo family had not yet fallen asleep. They were still paying attention to the situation in the forging house, for fear of missing the scene of the successful forging of the Zampudo after falling asleep. Similarly, Gojo Ming's forging also affects the hearts of other forces. However, at the same time, in the forging room, Gojo Ming's expression was very helpless. The forging time this time was extremely long. One of the 2 fire-type curse tools that the family owner found for him had failed to be forged. At this time, Gojo Ming was making his second attempt. Clang! With the final blow of the hammer, Gojo Ming put down the blade in his hand and sighed. The forging was not successful. As Gojo Ming said these words, everyone's faces were very shocked. As outsiders, they have obviously felt the sharpness and heat in this sword embryo. According to the previous situation, it should be a matter of course for the Zampudo to take shape, right? This scene is different from Gojo Ming's failed attempts for a month. At that time, Gojo Ming had not yet figured out the way and was more trying. But this time, everything went normally, but it was just one step short in the end. Seeing the regret on everyone's faces, Gojo Ming smiled. Maybe the Zampudo I want to forge is too powerful, so it's natural that I don't want it to be forged so easily. Gojo Ming, who failed to forge, comforted Gojo Satoru and others. Is it because of the problem with these cursed tool materials? As a blacksmith master, Gojo Xiang immediately noticed the strangeness of the whole process. When Gojo Ming was hammering the blade, the closer he got to the end, the less he dared to strike, as if he was worried that the next strike would destroy the material. Obviously, the quality of these two cursed tools used as materials is too low. Although they have the characteristics of fire system, they're still not enough to serve as the carrier of Gojo Ming's Zampudo. Isn't level 2 cursed tool okay? Then to forge this Zampudo, you also need level 1 curse tool. Gojo Satoru's words silenced everyone present. They're not new to cursed tools, so they naturally know how rare the fire-type curse tools are. These 2 second-level cursed tools were probably obtained by the Gojo family head through connections. If this is really the case, then it may take some time for this Zampudo to be released. Let's break up. Let's break up. We're tired today. Let's take a good rest. We'll talk about it later. Gojo Ming waved everyone away. The flames in the forge were completely extinguished and silence fell. I'm afraid there is still some gap between what Satoru said. To truly forge the Ryukin Ruohuo, I'm afraid a special grade curse tool is needed to complete it. However, I have never heard of cursed tool of this level. However, don't be anxious, just look for it slowly. Since the Zampudo path is temporarily impassable, let's break through Haku first. Looking at the nearly full experience bar in his system, Gojo Ming nodded with satisfaction. Recently, the Gojo Satoru experience pack has been very practical and saved a lot of time. I feel like in a few days, I should be able to complete my vein breakthrough and start learning Shunpa. Just like that, Gojo Ming fell asleep with anticipation. While he was sleeping, the entire Gojo family and the entire Jujutsu world were once again engulfed in all kinds of comments. Master Ming's fire went out, but the Zanpakutō's vision appeared. This, did it fail? It's impossible. There's a problem with the forging. Someone just asked about it. Master Ming gave up forging today. This must not be Master Ming's problem. There must be something wrong with other aspects. Perhaps, this is God warning Master Ming not to hand over his Zampudo to others at will. Our Gojo family is the truly chosen family. Zenin home. Zenin fan and Zenin people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time after hearing the news of Gojo Ming's forging failure. If Gojo Ming can really forge a Zampudo so quickly, then the pressure on the Zenin family will be even greater. GB people, what do you say to Zenin? Are you willing to come back? It's difficult. Shura has had his own opinions since he was a child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have concealed his strength for so long. Thinking of the previous experience of being instantly killed by Zenin, both Zenin and Zenin were a little hard to face. Although there is no necessary connection between Zenin and Gojo Ming, they were still relieved to see Gojo Ming make a mistake. At this point, the Zenin family can only entertain themselves here. Kamo home. Gojo Ming Xiaogui's forging failed. Hearing the news, Kamo really blew his beard, his eyes filled with excitement. As long as Gojo Neru is not always successful, then he is not invincible and will have weaknesses. Kamo can really imagine that if Gojo Ming fails again in the future, how high he was praised at the beginning will be how hard he will fall in the future. Perhaps this is the reason why Gojo Ming fell from a high place. He forged so many Zampudo by himself, which is beyond common sense. Kamo really slowly calmed down. Since Gojo Ming's forging failed, he can just wait and see what happens. However, Gojo Ming was not killed by the fire phase, which was somewhat beyond Kamo's expectation. If this continues, he won't be able to delay Gojo Xiang's proposal. Going to Gojo's house has become a real necessity for Kamo, whether it's to recycle the burnt phase or to check whether Gojo Ming meets the criteria for promotion. Grandpa, Gojo Ming's forging failed this time. After this news, Gojo Xiang congratulated Gojo Xiang Yin. As long as Gojo Ming's forging failed, then Gojo Xiang Yin's pressure should not be so great. Ever since Gojo Ming forged Senbonzakura for Gojo Satoru, Many clan members have been putting pressure on their grandfather. Now, it is rare to see Gojo Ming frustrated, but Gojo Xuani's mood is much more exciting. Xian Yi. Gojo Xiang Yin's deep voice sounded. If Gojo Naruto continues to fail, this will be the biggest loss to the Gojo family. He won't give up so easily. The head of the family has a right saying, the future of the Gojo family lies with Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru. Gojo looked at his grandfather in shock. Such words would have no shocking effect from anyone. However, when these words were spoken from the mouth of Gojo Xiang Yin, the leader of the Gemini Curse sect and the modern leader of the Gojo family, the implications were too great. And when many big families were talking about it, in the remote Yagyu family mansion, Yagyu Hidesuji invited an ancient scroll from the ancestral hall. Yagyu Yusuker nodded slightly. Yagyu Zenin looked serious. This is the Suki no Sho that records the entire history of Yagyu Shinin Ryu Kendo techniques. On the night when Gojo Ming's forging failed, the Yagyu family made the decision to trade the Suki no Sho with Gojo Ming for Zampudo.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.